The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., June 4th, 2024. I hereby appoint the Honorable Mike Collins to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Holy God, who are we to stand before you? Who among us can appear blameless in your sight? For there is not one of us who hasn't fallen short of your perfect righteousness. With humility, then, we lay before you our faults and flaws, founded in our human obsession with controversy and verbal dispute, asking that you redeem us from our inclination for dissension and slander. Instead, may we subject ourselves to your sovereignty. May we turn to your truth, shunning all that sows discord and division, and pursue righteousness, godliness, love, endurance, and gentleness. And when we find ourselves caught up in the throes of confusion and conflict, arouse in us a desire to strive instead to pursue your divine will. When we are aggravated by the multitude of issues assailing our interests, may the fight we choose to engage in prove to be the good fight of faith. Together we pray, turning our hearts and minds back to you, that you will receive us into your merciful presence. In the truth to be found in your name, we pray. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from New York, Mr. Kennedy.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Christensen Farms, one of the nation's leading pork producers, and congratulate them on celebrating 50 years of excellence in the pork industry. Founded in 1974 in Sleepy Eye, Minnesota, Christensen Farms began when Bob and Lynn Christensen were gifted 2 pigs from a neighbor. Over the past half century, Christensen Farms has grown into one of the largest family-owned pork producers in the United States, marketing more than 3.6 million hogs per year and operating facilities in 5 states. I am proud to represent so many farm families that partner with Christensen Farms as contract producers to make this happen. Since their humble beginnings 50 years ago, Christensen Farms now serves as Minnesota's largest producer of pork and ranks in the top 10 producers nationwide. I'm always proud to say that my first job out of college was working at Christensen Farms. I'm continually thankful for the Christensen family for the impact they have made in the pork industry and for their many contributions to the Sleepy Eye community and to southern Minnesota's region. I want to congratulate the entire team at Christensen Farms on celebrating this incredible milestone, and I wish you all continued success for the next 50 years and beyond. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the floor for 1 minute.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to address this House to salute Assistant Democratic Leader Joe Neguse. Today was a historic day. As we sat on this very floor at 8 a.m. today for Kids Congress, today we had children from preschool to high school, from California to New York to Columbus, Ohio, my grandchildren were able to sit here and hear about this amazing gallery that we sit in, this chamber. Leah, 10 years old, and Spencer, 9 years old, sat here with Congressman Joe Negus's daughter, young Natalie. Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi reminded us that the time has found us. She talked about Abraham Lincoln and the jacket that he wore with that pen that says, that she wears, that was inscribed in, monogrammed in his jacket, one country, one destiny. Madam Speaker, today, this House chamber could learn a lot from what Kids Congress did today. They practiced civility, respect, decorum for this chamber. So let today be a day that we're proud of, and maybe we too could emulate Kids Congress. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize a McAllen, Texas native who died in service to our nation. Marine Corporal Miguel Angel Maya died on April 23rd during an aviation incident at Camp Pendleton, California. Corporal Maya was a decorated Marine, having been awarded the Marine Corps Good Conduct Medal, the Global War on Terrorism Service Medal, and the National Defense Service Medal. He died just days before celebrating 4 years of Marine Corps service. Corporal Maya leaves behind his mother, Guadalupe Maya. Ms. Maya, I speak for all of Congressional District 15 when I say thank you for your son's service and sacrifice. You and your son are in our prayers. God bless you. Thank you. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise to celebrate the 110th birthday of Mrs. Brunette Washington, a mother of 4, grandmother of 9, great-grandmother of 9, great-great-grandmother of 10, and great-great-great-grandmother of 1. Mrs. Washington was born on June 6th, 1914 in Forkland, Alabama, migrating to Lackawanna, New York, with her husband James and 2 daughters in 1937. She was married to James for 70 years until he passed in 2001. While she was a homemaker for much of her life, during World War II, she worked as a metal stamper for Michael Electric and made airplane and gun parts for Curtiss Wright. Mrs. Washington is an inspiration to all lifelong learners. In her 60s, she chose to complete her education, enrolling in 8th grade and continuing until she graduated with a diploma from Bennett High School. She is a dedicated and active member of Macedonia Baptist Church, living God's lesson of love each and every day. To Mrs. Washington, the entire United States House of Representatives wishes you a happy 110th birthday with your adoring family, with many, many more to come. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, and may revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor Mr. Jaden Daniel, a young man from Eatonton, Georgia, who has earned the esteemed Congressional Award Gold Medal. Jaden Daniel is the son of Shannon and Mark Daniel and a graduate of Gatewood School in 2024. He's an athlete, Eagle Scout, student pilot, and entrepreneur, actually starting his first business at the age of 17. So if he's not helping with the local Easter basket for foster kids or out there raising money for children with childhood cancer, Jaden is certainly making an impact on others. That's why, Madam Speaker, I want to applaud Jaden and congratulate him on being bestowed Congress's Congressional Award Gold Medal. God bless you, Jaden, and it's an honor to serve you in Congress. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Alabama seek recognition?
I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, as we prepare to observe the 80th anniversary of D-Day, I rise to honor the late Captain Malcolm Smith of Birmingham, Alabama, who selflessly gave his life defending our nation during World War II in Normandy, France. An Alabama native, Captain Smith graduated from Birmingham's own Ramsey High School before attending West Point and becoming a pilot for the United States Army Air Forces in 1942. Captain Smith flew many combat missions in one of the most heavily engaged air groups in Normandy, leading up to D-Day. He was awarded 5 air medals for his heroic efforts. Just 2 weeks before D-Day, at the age of 27, Captain Smith was killed in his P-47 Thunderbolt while completing a ground mission. He is buried in the Normandy American Cemetery. As I will join the congressional delegation traveling to Normandy for the 80th anniversary of D-Day, I ask my colleagues to join me in honoring Birmingham native Captain Malcolm Smith for his courageous service to our nation. I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the chairman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the chairman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I rise today to recognize the remarkable life of Patrick Gotch, the parent. He's founder of the Rural Media Group Incorporated, the parent company to RFD TV, and a fixture in rural America. The programs broadcasted are an essential tool to all who work in agriculture and live in rural America. Patrick dedicated his life to building an ever-present rural television network, one that made sure that the countryside was informed, and one that could showcase the best of American agriculture. As a lifelong supporter of cowboys and cowgirls, he brought the sport to households all over the world through the Cowboy Channel. Reading the memories put forth by Patrick's family, colleagues, and friends show just how much he was cherished and how much he loved what he did. I join all in the agriculture and cowboy community in wishing peace to all who knew Patrick. I'm honored to have met him, spent time with him at the Cowboy Channel, and honored today to spend time talking about him this morning. May we always remember Patrick and his zest for life. Madam Speaker, please join me in keeping Patrick's family and friends in your prayers. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, I rise as a congresista of the biggest Puerto Rican community in the Midwest to commend the Puerto Rican Cultural Center. PRCC is a fixture of the Humboldt Park community where I grew up. Every year since 1978, through the Puerto Rican Peoples Day Parade, PRCC showcases and celebrates the Puerto Rican community's rich culture and heritage on Paseo Boricua, now known as Barrio Boriquen. The team of PRCC, including Executive Director and co-founder Jose Lopez and Chief Operating Officer Juan Manuel Calderon and Director of Vidacida Ricardo Jimenez, are visionary leaders with deep roots in our barrio. On behalf of Illinois' 3rd Congressional District, it is my great honor to honor and commend the Puerto Rican Cultural Center for being a beacon that reminds us of the legacy, the power, and the possibility of the Puerto Rican diaspora in Illinois 3 and beyond. Gracias. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, prices continue to climb due to the economic policies of the Biden administration. The latest Consumer Price Index report was up 3.4% from last year, keeping interest rates high and making it tough on all Americans to get by. That's Bidenomics. Today, I rise in support of the hardworking families I represent who are having to make hard choices to stay afloat. If they're having to tighten their belts, the federal government should do the same. We don't have a revenue problem in this country. We have a spending problem. In fiscal year 2022, the federal government collected $850 billion more in tax revenue than just the year before. Yet the federal government spent $1.4 trillion more than we brought in. And in fiscal year 2023, the government spent $1.7 trillion more than it collected. That's just one of the many reasons why I oppose the president's $7.3 trillion budget. We cannot continue spending money we don't have. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek the floor?
As you notice, consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, this past Saturday in my hometown of Worcester, Massachusetts, I had the incredible honor of joining Congregation Beth Israel under the leadership of Rabbi Aviva Fellman to celebrate 100 years of faith, community, and service. As Worcester's longest continuously operating synagogue, Beth Israel has been a beacon of hope, education, and charity. The congregants have made Beth Israel not just a place of spiritual renewal and worship, but a hub of cultural activity and social justice. They represent the best of our community and all that is good. Across faith, Scripture teaches us that our values are not just theoretical, but are lived through acts of kindness, community, service, and advocacy for justice. Congregation Beth Israel in Worcester exemplifies these values every day. Mr. Speaker, I ask my colleagues to join me in celebrating Congregation Beth Israel's centennial. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The weaponization of our justice system has been the hallmark of the Biden administration, and the verdict handed down against President Trump in New York last Thursday is further evidence the Democrats will stop at nothing to silence dissent, limit speech, and oppress their political opponents. The fact of the matter is that these charges would have never been brought with such vigor against any other individual. It is no coincidence that this trial took place in a district that voted against Donald Trump by nearly 90%. It is also no coincidence that this persecution was perpetrated by a judge active in Democrat fundraising and a prosecutor who campaigned on going after President Trump. From top to bottom, it is clear that this case was politically motivated and was only brought to disparage President Trump, the leading candidate for the Republican nomination. That is why I call on the Supreme Court to utilize its original jurisdiction in this case and finally bring an end to these sham proceedings. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. Pursuant to the provisions of Public Law 117-263, and jointly with the Senate Republican leader, I hereby appoint the following individual to serve as co-chairperson of the Commission on Reform and Modernization of the Department of State, the Honorable Bill Hagerty of Tennessee. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Signed sincerely, Steve Scalise, Republican leader.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. By direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 1269 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 80, House Resolution 1269. Resolved that at any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill H.R. 8580, making appropriations for the military construction, the Department of Veterans Affairs, and related agencies for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025, and for other purposes. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. An amendment in the nature of a substitute, consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-35, modified by the amendment printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, shall be considered as adopted in the House and in the Committee of the Whole. The bill as amended shall be considered as the original bill for the purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. Section 2A. No further amendment to H.R. 8580 as amended shall be in order except those printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution. Amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of this resolution, and pro forma amendments described in Section 4 of this resolution. B. Each further amendment printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and opponent, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 4 of this resolution, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. C. All points of order against further amendments printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules against amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of this resolution are waived. Section 3. It shall be in order at any time for the Chair of the Committee on Appropriations or his designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of further amendments printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc offered pursuant to this section shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the Chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 4 of this resolution, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. Section 4. During consideration of H.R. 8580 for amendment, the Chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees may offer up to 10 pro forma amendments each at any point for the purpose of debate. Section 5. At the conclusion of consideration of H.R. 8580 for amendment, the committee shall rise and report the bill as amended to the House with such further amendments as may have been adopted. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill as amended on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one motion to recommit. Section 6. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 8282, to impose sanctions with respect to the International Criminal Court, engage in any effort to investigate, arrest, detain, or prosecute any protected persons of the United States and its allies. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. An amendment in the nature of a substitute, consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-37, shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the Chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Foreign Affairs or their respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to recommit.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 hour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the purpose of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Massachusetts, pending which I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this rule and in support of the underlying legislation. But before I talk about the rule, I want to talk about our staff director, Kelly Dixon. I want to take a moment to recognize the staff director of the House Rules Committee, Kelly Dixon Chambers. I first met Kelly as a freshman member of Congress. She's been a mentor of mine, and most importantly, she's been a friend. And this is before I even joined the Rules Committee. Kelly has been a vital member of the House of Representatives for over 25 years. From Congressman Ken Calvert's office to the House Judiciary Committee to the New York delegation to former Speaker Kevin McCarthy when he was whip and leader in those offices to today, where she is the staff director of the Rules Committee majority staff. under Chairman Cole and Dr. Burgess. Kelly has always been a leader in the House during some of the most consequential decisions over the past 2 decades. Mr. Speaker, the House owes Kelly a debt of gratitude, and I look forward to working with her in the years to come. All right, now back to the rule. Mr. Speaker, House Resolution 1269 provides for consideration of H.R. 8580, the Military Construction, Veterans Affairs, and Related Agency Appropriation Act of 2025. This is under a structured rule with 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees, and it provides for 1 motion to recommit. The rule makes 47 amendments in order. Additionally, the rule provides for consideration of H.R. 8282, the Illegitimate Court Counteraction Act, under a closed rule with 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Foreign Affairs or their respective designees, and provides for 1 motion to recommit. Mr. Speaker, on October 7, 2023, Hamas launched the largest mass killing of Jews that we have seen since the Holocaust. This horrific assault attacked Israel by land, sea, and air, killing over 1,200 innocent civilians, including dozens of Americans. For perspective, this would be the equivalent of over 40,000 American dead and nearly 9,000 Americans being taken hostage. In the aftermath of that atrocious attack, we have learned that families were burned alive, infants were decapitated, women were sexually assaulted, and other unthinkable acts of violence were committed. To date, Hamas continues to hold as many as 130 hostages. Since those attacks, we have seen a clear divide in the United States and around the globe between those who stand with our ally Israel and those who stand with Hamas. One of the organizations that stands with Hamas is the International Kangaroo Court, also known as the ICC. This court is anti-American, it's anti-Israel, and it's anti-Semitic. The United States and Israel are not members of the ICC, and the court has absolutely no standing and no jurisdiction over our nation or the nation of Israel. Previously, the court has targeted American warfighters for defending our nation in Afghanistan after the September 11th attacks. They are now targeting our ally and partner Israel and drawing a false equivalence, distorted moral equivalency between the leaders of Hamas and the democratically elected government of Israel. That is why House Republicans will pass the Illegitimate Court Counteraction Act introduced by my good friend Chip Roy of Texas. This legislation would reimpose the Trump administration's sanctions against the ICC officials that investigate, arrest, detain, and prosecute U.S. citizens or allies like Israel. The choice is clear. Do you stand with our ally Israel, or do you stand with Hamas? Do you stand with this illegitimate court? Additionally, as a Navy veteran and a member of the House Appropriations Committee, I'm proud to introduce FY25 MILCON VA bill, which was introduced by Chairman Judge Carter. Under Chairman Cole and Carter's leadership, H.R. 8580 will fully fund veterans' health care programs and benefits. It provides for an extra $75 million above the president's budget and $30 billion above last year's enacted level for veterans. Further, this legislation also provides for robust funding for the Indo-Pacific region, invests billions in quality of life projects for our service members and their families, and blocks the Biden administration from placing al-Qaeda terrorists in our local communities. This bill provides for an additional $412 million over the president's budget for military construction, so we can invest more in our national security. As we approach the 80th anniversary of D-Day, this week's vote will be an important step in supporting our nation's veterans. I urge my colleagues to support this rule, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the gentleman from Pennsylvania for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to begin as well to take a moment to recognize Kelly Dixon Chambers, the staff director for the House Rules Committee Republicans, whose last week on the Hill is this week. There is no doubt that she is an extraordinary, exceptional, incredible public servant. I said last night in the Rules Committee she's a master legislative strategist. She knows everything about rules and procedures. She spent her time here on Capitol Hill working to improve this institution and to uphold the traditions of the Rules Committee. And she's also done a lot to foster an environment of mutual respect and camaraderie behind the scenes, which we all benefit from and appreciate, especially during these very polarizing times. In short, she's one of the most effective people I have ever worked with on Capitol Hill. And all I have to say is that I love her and I respect her a whole lot, and all of us on this side of the aisle will genuinely miss her. I also said last night my only problem with Kelly is that she isn't a Democrat, but I don't hold that against her. And in fact, she has made me sharper and better at my job because I know she always brings her A game to everything that she does. So thank you, Kelly, for all that you have done for Congress and for this country. You have put people over politics. You care. You have accomplished a whole lot up here. And you should be proud of your time serving in the People's House. And for the people here who call her a friend and mentor, and I know I do, we wish her all the very best as she steps into a new chapter in her life and her career. Now let me get to the rule here. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to be managing this rule, and I'm glad that I'm allowed to speak on the floor again. As you remember, I was silenced 2 weeks ago for simply speaking the truth. That's right, I was muzzled from that very rostrum for daring to recite facts. And I can think of at least 34 new facts that could get my words taken down today, but I won't go there because I want to be allowed to say a few things without being canceled by the Republican majority for the high crime of merely speaking the truth. This rule contains two bills, both of which I think are lousy. First is the House Republicans' military construction appropriations proposal for fiscal year 2025. This should be one of the least controversial funding bills Congress passes each year. But this year, House Republicans are loading their funding bills with more culture war nonsense. The same attacks on abortion access, attacks on the LGBTQ+ community, attacks on diversity and inclusion efforts. We are talking about more narrow-minded, hateful MAGA riders that inject partisan politics into what should be a bipartisan bill. This bill also holds the VA back from protecting struggling veterans who may pose a danger to themselves or others. It would hamper efforts to prevent veterans from dying by suicide. And this bill zeroes out funding for climate change and resilience projects, something that will jeopardize our national security because it means our military installations will not be prepared for the realities of the climate crisis. And at the end of the day, this funding bill is full of poison pills that endanger our national security and threaten the quality of life for veterans, those who serve, and their families. Again, this should have been easy. This should have been a bipartisan bill where there'd be very little debate or little dissension, and they turned it into this horrific culture war bill filled with things that, quite frankly, are very divisive and have no business being in the military construction appropriations bill. Second on the agenda is H.R. 8282, a bill that imposes sanctions on the good people who work for the International Criminal Court and their families. Now, I know members have a variety of thoughts on this measure, but frankly, I think this is a bad, bad bill. The idea that the ICC is some evil institution is totally contrary to fact. The International Criminal Court is an important institution, and it is not in America's moral or strategic interest to attack the court for doing its job. You know, the U.S. recognizes the jurisdiction and the legitimacy of the ICC and cooperates with the ICC in cases ranging from Sudan to Russia to the Lord's Resistance Army led by Joseph Kony. Fundamentally, this bill says that human rights don't matter. In fact, it totally undermines the rules-based international order that America helped build. Now, let me be clear. I am already being challenged to explain U.S. double standards every time I meet with representatives of foreign governments. And when I meet with human rights advocates from abroad, they are gutted, first by the brutality and the inhumanity of the war in Gaza, and second, by America's inexplicable abandonment of its commitment to human rights and justice for all. What better gift to China or Russia, our most significant adversaries, than for us to undermine the international rule of law and gut institutions of accountability that helped the U.S. create, that the U.S. helped create and work to consolidate for more than 75 years? What better gift than to say, yes, it's just fine to ignore or redefine human rights and international humanitarian law for reasons of political convenience? What should our reaction be? First, we should read the evidence contained in the ICC filing. Second, we should wait for the judges to actually rule on the warrant applications. We don't know what their decision will be. And when it comes down, if we disagree with it, we can say so. What is not okay is to attack the court's existence or threaten its personnel and their families. Republicans are already doing that in New York. It's wrong there, and it's wrong here. Finally, we should insist on credible, independent investigations of the crimes the ICC has alleged, which include, by the way, the unspeakable crimes committed by Hamas on October 7th. Surely, I hope everybody here supports the ICC's effort to hold Hamas accountable. We should also recognize the ICC's action for what it is. It's an urgent attempt at prevention. The ICC is urging Israel to change course and to stop the carnage against Palestinian civilians. It is calling upon the independent Israeli judiciary to investigate these alleged crimes and follow the evidence, no matter where it leads, before the worst unimaginable criminal charges become inevitable. Should this bill pass, it would completely isolate us internationally, including and especially from our closest allies. It would deepen accusations of hypocrisy that have already caused a mind-boggling level of damage to the reputation of the United States, our diplomacy, and the entire range of our soft power capabilities. And I'm just completely astounded by how little my Republican colleagues seem to even care about the massive ramifications of this bill. No hearing at all. No witnesses, no markup, no nothing. The Republican who testified last night in the Rules Committee had no clue what was even in the bill. He told us he wasn't on the Committee of Jurisdiction, but he is. He didn't even know what the text of the bill was because the text kept on changing multiple times. Is that how you conduct business in the People's House? My Republican colleagues have turned this place into a joke. They are making a complete and total mockery of the committee process. And on top of it all, we have another closed rule. Another closed rule. How pathetic. How pathetic. I mean, I get it. You may not care about the implications of some of the things that my friends say or what they bring on the floor, but at least try to go through the motions. You know, at least let's at least have a hearing. Let's have witnesses. Make believe like you care about the facts and that you're serious about legislating. Again, it's sad that this is the process that brings this bill to the floor. And with that, I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, good luck hiding behind procedural arguments when talking about defending the ICC. This is a kangaroo court, and to defend it is to defend an institution that is anti-American, anti-Israel, and anti-Semitic. But we shouldn't be shocked that this is coming from the left and the Biden administration. This administration has been weak, they've been feckless, they've been incompetent on foreign policy from now going back to when Joe Biden was sworn into office. And what are we seeing? The world is absolutely on fire. In his first year alone, President Joe Biden greenlit the Nord Stream 2 pipeline to provide Russian gas to Europe, while at the same time blocking the Keystone XL pipeline that would have actually led to energy exportation from this country. He also issued 94 executive actions on immigration, which led to an unprecedented invasion at our southern border. The president and his unelected career bureaucrats in the administration are also directly responsible for the failed withdrawal of the U.S. from Afghanistan. By the way, giving up the Bagram Air Base before we even evacuated. That led directly to the death of 13 American service members It stranded thousands of American citizens abroad, and it brought back the Taliban into power, something that we were there to counter for the last 20 years. Let's talk about President Biden making the decision to delist the Houthi rebels from the terrorist watch list. What did that do? It led to a crisis in the Red Sea. He also placed an indefinite pause on LNG exports, which benefit, I can't make this up, Russia and Iran, rather than helping ourselves and our allies in Europe and the Indo-Pacific. That is just the start of the blunders of the Biden administration on foreign affairs. He also weighed billions of dollars in sanctions on Iran so their energy sector could grow and they could export energy, which of course led to Iran being able to fund Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthi rebels, which have led to all the chaos in the Middle East. Since October 7th alone, our service members in the Middle East have been attacked over 100 times, including the deaths of 3 Americans in Jordan. And it just doesn't stop there. I just got back from a trip to Turks and Caicos, an official trip, a congressional delegation. There you have a small island nation that has roughly 60,000 citizens, and they're allowed to commit human rights violations on Americans, holding American detainees in a North Korean style court system and legal system there. And all it would take to bring the Americans that are wrongfully detained in Turks and Caicos home would be a do not travel order from Anthony Blinken. And do you think that Secretary Blinken has issued an order? Of course not. We've seen weakness. We've seen indecisive action from the State Department, and that has emboldened these banana republics like Turks and Caicos to have draconian laws on their books that target American citizens. Biden's weakness has done nothing but to embolden our adversaries. It's emboldened Russia, it's emboldened China, it's emboldened Iran, and now you're seeing it embolden banana republics that are holding American hostages in basically the North Korea of the Caribbean, Turks and Caicos. But for more on the ICC, I want to yield 5 minutes to my very good friend and fellow Rules Committee member, Chip Roy, from the great state of Texas.
The gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, I want to thank the Speaker, and I want to thank my friend from Pennsylvania. And before I start, I do want to join in a bipartisan moment of agreement with my friend from Massachusetts about Kelly Dixon. I too wish her well. I wish her all the best in her next endeavors. The gentleman is correct about her intellect and her commitment to the institution. And we have debated numerous times on the floor. As a former staffer, chief of staff to a senator, it's not always easy to walk the line and to want to intellectually engage and spar with members of Congress for those without the election certificate, but to do so in the proper amount of respect, but going toe-to-toe with members in the right way. And Kelly's always done that and does very much believe in keeping the traditions of this institution moving forward in the right way. And I'm deeply appreciative of that and of her service, and we will be wishing her well going forward, and we will miss her. Here we are talking about the issues before us in this rule, the Milcon VA funding and the International Criminal Court. It's just a quick moment on Milcon VA funding. All I would note is that this legislation that we put forward, we've done so in good faith to increase spending for veterans. Yes, increase spending for veterans because it is higher than that which has been put forward by the President in the President's budget. And it is also in aggregate, the total amount of spending that we're spending on veterans when you factor in mandatory spending and discretionary spending will be greater under our spending than would be last year. Yes, we were trying to figure out how to do this in a fiscally responsible manner. We believe we've done that, and we put forward the policy initiatives that we believe are important to constrain the administration to ensure that we're not advancing a radical agenda through the executive branch's actions. The President has been aggressive in disagreeing with the United States Supreme Court and Congress and advancing a radical agenda, whether it's DEI or CRT or student loans. We believe it is our power of the purse in Congress to be able to constrain that. But the thing I want to most talk about here is the International Criminal Court. This is an issue that really shouldn't be partisan, I agree. I've had numerous conversations with my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, and they've been good conversations. They've been healthy conversations with leadership on both sides of the aisle. At stake right now is the critically important issue of ensuring that we protect America's interests. That's what's at stake right now with the International Criminal Court. It isn't just about Israel. In fact, it's not even specifically about Israel. This would be a permanent change, a a change to the law to ensure that if the International Criminal Court targets Americans or targets our allies, that we would sanction the International Criminal Court. Now, let's be clear. This is an unprecedented action being taken by the International Criminal Court, seeking arrest warrants for the sitting Prime Minister and Minister of Defense of Israel. Say that out loud. That is what is happening by the International Criminal Court. Neither Israel nor the United States is a party to this organization. And yet this entity, the International Criminal Court, is trying to issue a warrant against the Prime Minister of Israel. There's been long-standing bipartisan concerns about the ICC's undermining of the United States sovereignty. Since the founding in 2002, every U.S. administration, both parties, has refused to join the court, fearing its politicization and misuse. On April 2nd, 2021, Secretary of State Attorney General Blinken said, Secretary of State Anthony Blinken said, "We maintain our long-standing objection to the court's efforts to assert jurisdiction over personnel of non-states parties such as the United States and Israel." NSC spokesperson John Kirby said on April 30th, quote, "We don't believe the ICC has any jurisdiction here." Both the Biden and Trump administrations and over 330 members of Congress from both parties have rejected ICC investigation of the United States and Israel in the past. Last night in the Rules Committee, talking about the Democratic witness, do you believe the ICC should be able to target American servicemen? The answer was no. The fact here is, if you allow this to happen, you are opening the door. We need to make it crystal clear to our men and women in uniform that we will not tolerate the ICC going after them or our allies for simply performing their job. This is not unprecedented in the sense of the ICC has tried to investigate U.S. service members before, as the gentleman from Pennsylvania noted. But the reality here is this is pretty simple. This bill would sanction the ICC. Yes, it has teeth. Yes, it would cause some concerns and some pain for the members of the ICC. That's intentional. We want to make them think twice. And we modeled it after existing legislation. We use the CATSA model. This is not something new. We believe this is critically important. This country, the United States, should stand united and hold the ICC accountable. I yield back.
Reserve. Gentleman reserves.
Mr. Speaker, the gentleman from Pennsylvania made a point when he got up that I was somehow trying to hide behind process. It's clear he wasn't listening to my very substantive speech, in which I actually talked about the policy implications of what my Republican friends were doing. But since he brought up process, and I think this is an important point to emphasize here because we are on the Rules Committee, I want to point out that sometimes I call the Rules Committee under the Republicans the Break the Rules Committee. Let's look at some of the rules that are being ignored today. And this is from the official Republican committee report, which oftentimes, maybe the gentleman doesn't read it, but sometimes I do. But let me quote, this waives all points of order against provisions in H.R. 8580 as amended, which includes Clause 2 of Rule 21, which prohibits unauthorized appropriations or legislative provisions in appropriations bills. The gentleman who just spoke routinely talks about how he is opposed to unauthorized appropriations in appropriations bills, and yet that rule was waived by the Republicans. And Clause 5 of Rule 21, which prohibits a bill or joint resolution carrying a tax or tariff measure from being reported by a committee not having jurisdiction to report tax or tariff measures. That was ruled, that was waived. But here's the big one. Here's the big one. Clause 12 of Rule 21, which prohibits consideration of a bill or joint resolution pursuant to a special order of business reported by the Committee on Rules that has not been reported by a committee. That is what is known, for my friends on the other side, that is what is known as the McGovern Rule. When I was chairman of the Rules Committee, we actually put this in place, that bills that come before the Rules Committee, ought to have a hearing and a markup by a committee of jurisdiction. We weren't always perfect, but we really tried to be. We really tried to be. And so why did they waive the McGovern Rule? And the reason why is because they short-circuited the legislative process. No hearings and no markup on the ICC bill. None. Not at all. By the way, no one can amend it? Yeah, no one can amend it as well. No amendments are made in order. And again, what was really puzzling to me was the Republican witness who came before the Rules Committee couldn't even tell us what the accurate text of the bill that we were considering was, because it had been changed so many times. It was astonishing to watch this in action. And so look, rules and process matters, because when you ignore the process, you get lousy bills. And nobody even knows what the implications of the ICC bill are. Again, you didn't have time for a hearing. You could have done an emergency hearing in the Committee of Jurisdiction. You could have done an emergency markup before it came to the Rules Committee. Just bypassed everything, kept on changing the text of the bill. That's a lousy way to legislate. And I will tell you, I can't wait until after November and my friends are no longer in charge, because we can then demonstrate, not only to my Republican friends, but to the American people, how a legislative process should work, how to get things done, how to be effective. And this is irresponsible legislating. I reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You can't make this stuff up. It's amazing. I'm being gaslit in real time here, and so are the American people. I often say if it weren't for double standards, the Democrats would have no standards at all. And here we are, talking about process and procedure and totally ignoring the fact that the Democrats ran roughshod over process and procedure last Congress, again, when they were in control. But don't believe me? Let's look at the facts. Last Congress, the Democratic-controlled Rules Committee considered 30 pieces of legislation that did not go through regular order. That includes 28 McGovern waivers for unreported bills. And you might say, oh, 28 out of 30, what about the other two? Well, the other two were reported, but without hearings. So it's amazing, it's so rich being attacked for having a bill not going through regular order on one or a few occasions, when the Democrats themselves had it 30 separate times in the last Congress. Quite amazing. I want to yield 3 minutes to my good friend from Missouri, Mark Alford.
The gentleman from Missouri is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you to my good friend from Pennsylvania, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in favor of this Military Construction Veterans Affairs Appropriations Bill. I also want to share my appreciation for Kelly Dixon, who is leaving the Rules Committee. She's one of the first persons we met as freshmen, Mr. Speaker, as you remember us going to the Rules Committee office and Kelly running us through the how things operate here on the House floor. I had no experience in politics, and it was all new to me, and she made the rules clear and decorum as well, which is such an important part of this institution. So, Kelly, we wish you well. I want to say a special thank you to the Appropriations Committee, in particular Chairman Cole and Sub-Chair Calvert, for the $144 million in this bill, which is going to go to the Advanced Individual Training Barracks for prestigious Fort Leonard Wood in the southeastern part of the 4th Congressional District of the great state of Missouri, which I represent. You know, Fort Leonard Wood is a wonderful center of excellence, training the men and women who are tasked with protecting our great nation. And I was down there last year and visited and saw the need for new barracks on this great facility. It was real, Mr. Speaker, and with this money, I also want to thank Secretary Wormuth of the Army for making this a priority and in the President's budget, because together we are working to increase our retention and our recruitment for the armed services. As you know, Mr. Speaker, we have issues with recruitment. Only 9% of Americans, young people right now, have any interest in joining the military. And so at Fort Leonard Wood and other areas where we are going to provide military construction through this appropriations process, we are not building the Taj Mahal, but we are building barracks and we are building privatized housing that is going to make living and working on these facilities not necessarily a joy, but someplace where they can rest their heads at night, feel comfortable and safe. So I thank the chair and sub-chair for that addition to this package. I want to talk now specifically about H.R. 8282, the Illegitimate Court Counteraction Act. And Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the rule to provide consideration of this act. To be honest, I'm a little disappointed. I'm a little bit disgusted that once again we're having to have these discussions about what we stand for as a nation, in particular protecting the nation of Israel. It is unfortunate, but it is something that we must do. Israel is our strongest ally in the Middle East, and it is under attack. It has been since October 7th. Israel was living in peace until they were attacked on October 7th. Ask for more time from the
I yield the gentleman an additional 2 minutes.
Gentleman from Missouri is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, this time the attack is coming from the International Criminal Court, who went as far as seeking an arrest warrant against Prime Minister Netanyahu for the rightful act of defending his country against the horrific terrorist attacks of October 7th. Mr. Speaker, this is an unprecedented move, and even President Biden called the arrest warrants outrageous. The common sense response to this outrageous action by the ICC is to pass H.R. 8282. And today, Mr. Speaker, we will see just how much common sense our colleagues on the other side of the aisle actually have. H.R. 8282 would impose sanctions against ICC officials who investigate, arrest, detain, or prosecute a U.S. person or our allies, including Israel, giving Prime Minister Netanyahu and the Israeli people the support they truly deserve. Let me be clear, Mr. Speaker, as some of my colleagues across the aisle seem to not understand this very simple concept. We must always stand with our ally Israel, and we must always stand against any terrorist organization like Hamas. We must support Israel in their efforts to eradicate Hamas, which could end this war today, Mr. Speaker, by releasing all the remaining hostages and surrendering. Mr. Speaker, recently we were in Israel visiting with President Herzog, Prime Minister Netanyahu, the family of Hirsch Goldberg, an American still held hostage by the Hamas butchers in Gaza. It is a frightening scene what they are dealing with, Mr. Speaker. Prime Minister Netanyahu says, we appreciate the help and support of the U.S., but let me make one thing clear, Mr. Speaker. This is what Prime Minister Netanyahu says, we will fight with our fingers if necessary to win this war. Mr. Speaker, war is not pretty. We stand with Israel. We will always stand with Israel, and that's why I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this rule, and I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let me respond to the gentleman from Pennsylvania who commented on my last comments that I conceded that we weren't perfect in following the McGovern rule, but I want to thank him for conceding that we followed it the overwhelming majority of the time. And again, I find it really stunning that on a bill that has implications that my friends can't even respond to, they decided to not only forego a hearing and a markup, but they kept on changing the text at the last minute. He also was critical of President Biden and his foreign policy, but I want to correct the record on that as well. You know, when the other guy was president, I'll remind the gentleman, Iran didn't just attack Israeli troops, they attacked U.S. troops, they attacked us. The gentleman wants to talk about supporting our allies. His side held up aid for Ukraine for 9 months because their side bought into Kremlin propaganda. They were more interested in pleasing Vladimir Putin than they were in standing by our allies in Ukraine. It was their side, a Republican president, who went to North Korea and tried to get a brutal dictator to like him. He tried to kowtow to Kim Jong-un. It was their side, a Republican president, who tried to extort our Ukrainian allies by withholding U.S. aid, and then he was impeached over that. It was his Republican candidate for president who praises Putin, fawns over Xi Jinping, says Viktor Orban is fantastic, and sends love letters to Kim Jong-un. It was a Republican president, the previous guy, who stood with America's adversaries, and contrast that with President Joe Biden. President Biden rallied the world to Ukraine's defense. President Biden has defended our ally Israel and their airspace, and President Biden has rebuilt America's image on the world stage by standing up for democracy and human rights. So I am happy to compare President Biden's record to the other guy, who they seem so in awe of and afraid of every single day of the week. And again, I would remind my colleagues that the bill on the International Criminal Court, no hearing, no markup, no witnesses, no amendments, closed rule, nothing, and they can't even explain it. They couldn't even explain it in the Rules Committee last night. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the gentlewoman from New Mexico, a distinguished member of the Rules Committee, Ms. Ledra Fernandez.
The gentlelady is recognized. The chair would also remind members to refrain from engaging in personalities towards presumptive nominees for the office of president. Gentlelady is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. McGovern, for pointing out the importance of choosing our leaders wisely and choosing those who would reject tyrannical tendencies themselves or to ally themselves with tyrants. Because this reminds me that 250 years ago, when the revolutionaries of our American soil decided to fight to escape the tyrannical and authoritarian rule of the king, some pushed back. They were concerned that the people of the beautiful experiment we call America would not be able to choose the right leader. Samuel Adams believed that virtue was the soul of democracy. He said these beautiful words, I quote, "A moral people will elect moral leaders," end quote. A moral people will elect moral leaders. I have incredible faith in our American people. I know that they honor and cherish our Constitution. I know that the American people will honor the rule of law. Today, I will not speak of the 34 reasons why I know that the American people are a moral people and will elect moral leaders. Today, instead, I will speak about the manner in which Americans not just cherish virtue, rule of law, and our Constitution, Americans also cherish our veterans and our military. The appropriations bill the Republicans have presented today does not cherish or honor the sacrifices of our service members made in battle for this country. Instead, it sacrifices our national security to industries and lobbyists who don't want us to even acknowledge climate change. The Republican speaker last night actually recognized that it would be common sense to protect our bases from sea rise and flooding. But this bill strips funding for climate resilience. They would sacrifice our military readiness for climate denialism. This bill is a kitchen sink of culture wars rather than one that honors our service members and veterans. Instead of focusing on what our military bases need for readiness, Republicans are attacking women's health care, promoting discrimination against LGBTQ veterans, and denying climate change. This appropriations bill will prevent women veterans from receiving reproductive health care wherever she may live. If a veteran woman's health is at risk during her pregnancy, Republicans don't want her to get VA care in the full way that she may need it. If she lives in Texas, Alabama, or a state that took away her reproductive health care, she might find herself waiting in an emergency room parking lot until she is near death. I've made difficult decisions about life-threatening conditions during my own pregnancies. I enjoyed the right to make decisions about my health with the people I trust and love, my doctors, and my own faith in God. I want every woman to have the same right to have access to health care if her health is at risk during pregnancy, especially if she is a veteran who has served our country. Veterans all veterans, deserve our respect wherever they live. That respect is measured by action, actions that protect health care access. This bill does not show that respect. I urge my colleagues to oppose the rule, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, again, it's amazing that I'm hearing my friends across the aisle complain about closed rules and going through regular order. Again, we're being gaslit in real time by the left. I'd like to remind my friends across the aisle that at this point in the 117th Congress, again, when Democrats were in control, this is when Chairman McGovern ran the Rules Committee, Democrats had made 61% of their rules closed. In this Congress, the GOP has passed 66 more measures out of the Rules Committee compared with the Democrats at this point in the 117th. The GOP is legislating in this Congress. We have proportionally fewer closed rules over a much larger pool of bills. And 33% of our closed rules were because no amendments were submitted. They were closed because no one even put forward amendments. And in the 118th, 81% of the rules measures that have gone to the floor vote have garnered bipartisan support for final passage. So again, Mr. Speaker, my friends across the aisle like to complain about amendments being made in order. They like to complain about regular order, but facts don't lie. They had 61% of their bills closed rules. I just had a litany of bills that did not go through regular order. You can't hide from the stats, but let's not fool ourselves. The American people don't care about arcane rules of procedure in the House. No one cares about this. What they do care about are things like foreign policy. And it's amazing, like I'm being gaslit on procedures in the House. I'm being gaslit about the last administration's position on foreign policy. I'm sure if you'd ask people around the world if they'd rather have President Trump or Biden, it would be President Trump, and here's why. President Trump actually killed al-Baghdadi. He dismantled ISIS. When it comes to Iran, he neutralized Soleimani. He also targeted proxy groups that were controlled by the Iranians in the surrounding area. He put the Quds Force and the Houthis on the terrorist watch list, actions the Biden administration has tried to reverse. He blocked the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, which weakened Russia. He had the Abraham Accords. We had 0 attacks from Russia during the period. Remember, it was under Obama that Russia came into the Crimea, and then Russia didn't do anything for 4 years. Then magically, when the Democrats came in, showing weakness and vacillation in the face of aggression, then the Russians invaded more parts of Ukraine. Also, when it comes to China, it was President Trump who put tariffs on China and held China into account. The Biden administration has done very little on that front. But, the list goes on, but I'll leave it at that for the sake of time. But talking about being gaslit, we're being gaslit on the ICC, this International Kangaroo Court. There is so much disinformation out there about the ICC, especially regarding their actions on Israel. Let me just clear some things up. 1, the ICC's warrant filings are factually wrong. 2, Israel has conducted itself consistently with international law and its humanitarian obligations. 3, the ICC does not have jurisdiction over Israel, as the nation is not an ICC member. And 4th, the ICC warrant applications for Israeli leaders threaten U.S. national security. So let's just get the facts out there. Those are the facts, and you can't hide from them. But it's amazing how many of my friends across the aisle, beholden to the extreme far left, want to talk about these make-believe Israeli transgressions when they wholeheartedly ignore the transgressions of international law of Hamas. You want to go through a list of all the international law that Hamas has broken? Let's do it. Targeting civilians. Let's start with that. Not wearing a uniform. Hiding among civilian populations. Storing weapons in places like mosques and schools. Having their military headquarters in a hospital. Using torture, rape, deprivation of food, water, and medical aid for their hostages. This is just a short list, but it's amazing how the left, controlled by radical, dangerous extremists, refuse to call out Hamas and their violations while latching on to these false perceived notions that the Israelis are somehow the ones in violation of international law. Look, I'm sick and tired of the gaslighting. The American people know the truth, and we're going to see the results of that in a few months. But with that, I'd like to tell my friends across the aisle that I have no further speakers at this time, and I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Connecticut is recognized.
Yeah,
Excuse me, from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, we're different. Anyway, I would just say to the gentleman, that's why I'm glad the ICC is actually going after Hamas and holding Hamas accountable. That's a good thing. I'm sorry that the gentleman doesn't agree with that. And as far as his numbers go, on the rules, I mean, that was the most roundabout, crazy characterization and reconfiguration of numbers to essentially come to essentially say and justify the fact that the Republicans are so ineffective and incompetent in the Rules Committee. I mean, they've lost 7 rules. That's got to be a record. 7 rules of their own rules. They're in charge. Have gone down. It is amazing when you listen to the gentleman try to rationalize all that is so irrational about the way the Republicans are running this place. And again, and I would also say, Mr. Speaker, I got to be I'm very concerned now because I was admonished again for referring to the former president and mentioning a process that the United States Congress actually put forward. I don't even know what I can say anymore when it comes to the former president because everything is out of order. My friends on the other side of the aisle can say whatever they want about President Biden. They can say whatever they want about anything they want, and there seems to be no accountability. But I'm just referring to facts, and I get admonished. I don't understand this. But in any event, Mr. Speaker, if we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to make in order an amendment from the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, which is germane and is compliant with the rules, but that amendment would strike anti-trans, anti-gay, and anti-veteran provisions from the Milcon VA appropriations bill. Mr. Speaker, it is estimated that over 1 million American veterans are part of the LGBTQ plus community, including 134,000 veterans who are transgender. We know that Republicans have been fighting to kick trans people out of the military, but now it's 2024, and it's Pride Month, and what are House Republicans focused on? They want to deny these veterans. They want to deny these veterans after they have selflessly defended our nation from receiving the medical care and support that they need. They are spending time trying to prevent the VA from flying pride flags. And with all the discrimination members of the LGBT community have had to endure, Republicans in this bill protect those who discriminate against same-sex marriages. Of course, this is happening during Pride Month. The cruelty is the point, Mr. Speaker. And my amendment would simply allow a vote in the House to strike these backward policy riders from this legislation. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record, along with any extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, enough with these Republican attacks on the LGBTQ plus community. Enough with the bigotry, enough with the hate, enough with the MAGA extremism. We are better than this, and I would reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate it. It's amazing. I continue to get gaslit up here. I mean, at the end of the day, facts don't care about your feelings and numbers don't lie. I will distill this argument into 2 facts right now to show you the hypocrisy from the other side. Last Congress, the Democrats had 30 pieces of legislation that came outside of regular order. At this same point in the 117th Congress compared to this Congress 118th, the Democrats had 61% of their bills come to the floor under closed rules. Again, numbers don't lie. Don't sit here and try to gaslight me. I'm sorry, I want to ask Mr. Speaker, did the gentleman from Massachusetts, did he close? Did he yield back his time?
No, the gentleman has not yielded back.
Okay.
Gentleman reserves.
Okay, I want to reserve. I want to inform my friend that I have no further speakers and I'm prepared to close, but I reserve.
Gentleman's recognized. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I guess I'm prepared to close. I would say to the gentleman, again, we're talking about today, and my point was that we have a bill that the witnesses that came before the Rules Committee couldn't even accurately describe what was in the bill. They had no idea because it changed so many times. Couldn't really respond to questions about what the implications of the bill would be. And we're simply pointing out the fact that there was not a single hearing in the Committee of Jurisdiction on the legislation, not a single markup, no witnesses. And my friends bring this to the floor under a completely closed process, so nobody can amend it. Nobody can change anything. Nobody can change a comma. That is how the Republicans are running this House of Representatives. And it is pathetic, quite frankly. It is not the way the People's House should be run. It shows disrespect for this institution. They do that day in and day out. And Mr. Speaker, once again, the contrast is very clear for the American people. Democrats stand up for traditional American values like freedom, and Republicans are going all in on authoritarianism. Democrats want to fight for our democracy. We believe it's worth fighting for and preserving. And Republicans want to attack LGBTQ rights, women's rights, civil rights, and voting rights. Now they even want to attack IVF in their quest to control women's bodies. We had a Republican come before the Rules Committee advocating for that last night. It was scary, quite frankly. Democrats believe in science, and Republicans spent the day yesterday spreading conspiracy theories about COVID and attacking Dr. Fauci. Democrats stand for our Constitution and the rule of law, and Republicans are falling over themselves to get in the good graces of their presumptive nominee, a candidate for president who brags on social media about how he wants a unified Reich. Who says that? A candidate I can't even tell the truth about on the House floor because he's being treated like a king. Now, we know someone was convicted of 34 felonies, but we aren't even allowed to say who. And Republicans are spending so much time circling the wagons around he who must not be named that they are neglecting the job of that the American people sent them here to do. This Republican Party is totally lost. They are totally disconnected from what this country is about. And it is a national embarrassment. Democrats are putting people first. It's as simple as that. And Republicans are putting politics first. And they are running one of the most incompetent, ineffective sessions of Congress, maybe in American history, and certainly since I've been here. Mr. Speaker, I don't know what else to say. I'm afraid to say anything more because I'm afraid my words will be taken down and I will be silenced because this place is becoming so controlled. We have to be very, very careful of every single word we say here. But I'll just conclude by saying this is an awful process. These bills that are being brought before us are not worthy of all this time and attention. They are poorly drafted, and the appropriations bills, which should be totally bipartisan, they've loaded up with all kinds of MAGA extremist garbage. And we know it's going nowhere. What a waste of time. What a waste of time. So I urge a no vote on the rule, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, in closing, I don't even know where to begin. Describing closed rules as threats to the institution, as disrespectful, as quote-unquote shameful. Again, I remind the gentleman that last Congress, they brought 30 pieces of legislation to the floor that had not gone through committee. At the same time, at last Congress, 61% of their rules were closed rules. The gaslighting has got to stop. But we're here today to talk about Milcon VA and the International Kangaroo Court, known as the ICC. This week, Americans, when it comes to these two bills, will see a stark difference between House Republicans and the dangerous far-left extremists on the other side of the aisle. You know, some are saying that the bills are partisan exercises, that they're full of culture war issues. It's the Republicans that are taking the culture war issues out of these bills, at least out of Milcon VA. Don't believe me? Look at the bills. Look at the action of the VA. Under President Biden, the VA has gone far left and woke. These include initiatives in the VA like DEI, CRT, and they just waste taxpayer-funded resources on these far left culture wars that are coming from the left. And if you don't believe me, just look at the actions of the VA. The department backtracked not too long ago after removing the iconic VJ Day picture from Times Square. You know, the iconic picture of VJ Day. For whatever reason, that wasn't woke and it had to be removed. Quite amazing coming from the VA. The VA also removed from their mission statement a quote from President Abraham Lincoln. Why? Because that quote used male pronouns. You can't make this stuff up. And the department uses a gender gingerbread person that teaches veterans and employees that gender is a spectrum and it's fluid. How about the department's focus on the backlog of thousands of veterans' claims and veterans who can't receive timely care? Maybe they should focus on that instead of gender-neutral gingerbread men. That's why the House Republicans will pass FY25 Milk on VA that will focus the department's mission back to its core mission, taking care of veterans, not fighting culture war issues. We protect veterans' Second Amendment rights, we prohibit DEI, we prevent critical race theory, and we put the Hyde Amendment into the bill. We are making this bill neutral and bipartisan. We are stripping out culture war issues that the far left extremists have put in it. But lastly, let's talk about the rule before us bringing up the piece of legislation that will protect U.S. citizens and service members and our allies, including Israel. And that is to make sure we're working against the illegitimate sham court, the kangaroo court known as the ICC. H.R. 8282 will reimpose the Trump administration sanctions against the ICC and demonstrate to the world that the United States supports our number one ally, Israel, and Israel's right of self-defense. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the previous question. I urge them to vote yes on the rule, and I yield back the balance of my time, and I move the previous question on the resolution.
The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Speaker?
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
Yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered, and pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess for a period less than 15 minutes.
Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order: ordering the previous question on House Resolution 1269 and adoption of House Resolution 1269 if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20. Remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 1269, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
House Calendar Number 80, House Resolution 1269, resolution providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 8580, making appropriations for military construction, the Department of Veterans Affairs, and related agencies for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025, and for other purposes, and providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 8282, to impose sanctions with respect to the International Criminal Court engaged in any effort to investigate, arrest, detain, or prosecute any protected person of the United States and its allies.
The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 205, the nays are 193. The previous question is ordered. The question is on adoption of the resolution. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Madam Speaker,
For what purpose is the gentleman from Massachusetts seeking
I
recognition?
ask for a recorded vote, please.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having arisen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record this vote. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 208, On this vote, the yeas are 208, the nays are 195. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Will be in order. The House will be in order. Swinging it. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas, Mr. McCall, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1269, I call up the bill H.R. 8282 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 8282, a bill to impose sanctions with respect to the International Criminal Court engaged in any effort to investigate, arrest, detain, or prosecute any protected person of the United States and its allies.
Pursuant to the House Resolution 1269, an amendment in the nature of the substitute considering of the text of the Rules Committee printed 18-37 is adopted and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Foreign Affairs and their respective designee. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. McCall, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. McCall.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, we're at a moment in history where our long-held fears are being realized.
The House will be in order. We suspend. The House will be in order. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we're at a moment in history when our long-held fears are being realized. The International Criminal Court has overstepped its authority and set a dangerous precedent by seeking arrest warrants for Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu and Israel's Defense Minister Gallant alongside Hamas terrorists. And I want to be clear, the case against Israel is baseless. Mr. Meeks and I wanted in good faith to make this a bipartisan bill, and I thank him for that. Initially, the White House supported this idea. However, on May 28th, they did a 180-degree turn. And in response, even Democrat Senator Cardin has criticized the administration, saying, quote, "I'm disappointed. I thought they were going to try and work on a bipartisan bill," end of quote. And I agree with Mr. Cardin. And I agree with Mr. Meeks as we tried to make this bipartisan. The United States and Israel are not members of the ICC. The ICC itself was created as a court of last resort if national governments are unwilling or unable to try cases in their jurisdiction. The United States and Israel do not fall into this category. Despite this, the ICC prosecutor's statement on the warrant applications contains several allegations that are directly contradicted by the Biden administration's recent report pursuant to the National Security Memorandum 20. I have many problems with National Security Memorandum 20, but this report clearly stated, quote, "We do not currently assess that the Israeli government is prohibiting or otherwise restricting the transport or delivery of U.S. humanitarian assistance," end of quote. It also described in significant detail Israel's own systems for ensuring compliance with international humanitarian law and for investigating possible violations of international and humanitarian law. Moreover, comparing the legitimate, democratically elected officials in Israel who were thrust into a war that they didn't ask for and that they didn't start to Hamas terrorists only highlights the complete disconnect of this politicized international body. This is a war Hamas started. Israel was forced into a war they didn't want, but have no choice to finish it. And Hamas is making it infinitely worse because they use human shields. They hide behind and control and command centers. They hide behind hospitals and schools, and they put civilians in harm's way. There are many, many unspeakable tragedies in this war. I've seen videos of Hamas terrorists killing innocent Palestinians simply trying to access humanitarian aid. Hamas does not care about civilian casualties. Their only objective is to remove Israel from the map. Israel is fighting in what is most likely the most difficult urban warfare landscape that has ever existed. And they have done everything in their power to limit casualties and facilitate humanitarian aid. But the same cannot be said of Hamas. It is absolutely outrageous for the ICC to be pursuing arrest warrants against Israeli officials and announcing it on CNN before a decision has even been made. Mr. Meeks and I are prosecutors. We would never announce arrest warrants on national television on CNN. Failing to act here in the Congress would make us complicit with the ICC's illegitimate actions. We must not stay silent, and we must stand with our allies. And if the ICC is advancing a case against an American or an allied country who is not party to the ICC, this bill will impose sanctions on ICC officials and others supporting that case. And we need to act quickly because this case is already advancing much faster than expected. Even the ICC's own staff did not know the warrant applications would be going ahead at this pace. And that is why we're advancing this bill straight to the floor. Mr. Speaker, it's time to stand up to international bullies who seek to undermine international law under the false pretext of justice. For what happens if Americans are next? As they looked at Americans on the battlefield in Afghanistan, this sets a dangerous precedent where now it's Israeli officials. Tomorrow it could be American. Very dangerous precedent, Mr. Speaker. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself so much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Too often in our foreign policy, we turn to sanctions as a first choice rather than a tool of last resort. Sanctions should not be our only go-to punishment to express our displeasure because they have real consequences. That being said, I do want to say, as we do on the Foreign Affairs Committee, trying to work together and try to get to bipartisan bills, so I want to thank the chairman. Unfortunately, we could not get to a final conclusion. And as I review the bill that we're about to vote on today, the bill that is on the floor, in this instance, this bill would have a chilling effect on the ICC as an institution and hamper the court's efforts to prosecute serious atrocities that have been perpetrated in many places around the world, from Ukraine to Uganda. We can't forget that the ICC is a venue through which we can hold accountable bad actors. I know many of us celebrated in March of last year when the ICC judges issued arrest warrants for Vladimir Putin and other senior Russian officials for abducting thousands of Ukrainian children. In fact, in the wake of Putin's renewed war in Ukraine, Congress passed legislation to enable the United States to provide financial support to and share information with the ICC to investigate and prosecute Putin and his regime for their heinous crimes. Put simply, we leaned in on engagement with the ICC because it was in our interest and because it reinforces the prospect that the justice we want to see will be delivered. Let me also be clear that President Biden has said from the very start that the ICC prosecutor's application last month for arrest warrants against Israeli leaders is clearly outrageous. In doing so, the ICC prosecutor has attempted to equate the self-defense decisions made by Israel's democratically elected leaders to those of Hamas terrorist leaders. There is no, and I repeat, there is no moral or legal equivalence here. This is something that, and one reason why we tried to work together and think we should continue to figure out a way we can get to a bipartisan deal. McCall and I, Chairman McCall and I, will continue to do that. Furthermore, let me just say that the United States has, since its inception, opposed, and we continue to oppose in the strongest terms, this investigation as an overreach into a matter for which the ICC has no jurisdiction. That said, if our goal is to change the ICC's actions, sanctions is the wrong tool. They're simply not going to work here. They're not going to convince the ICC to back down and could in fact push the ICC to pursue this case even with greater vigor. This bill will bluntly curtail the United States' ability to engage the court to advance our interest in supporting justice and accountability in those processes, and critically, to share relevant information that can impact the outcome. And the sanctions will have a chilling effect on states who would otherwise be inclined to align with us in ensuring the court delivers justice and avoids overreach. Not only that, this particular legislation is overly broad. It would sanction our allies around the globe who support the ICC through resources and personnel. Per the proposed text, anyone who has offered financial, material, or technological assistance to the court shall be sanctioned. So let's look what that means when we break it down. If you wrote a list of the largest funders of the ICC and a list of America's closest allies in Europe and in Asia, they would be virtually identical. The UK, France, Germany, Italy, and Japan. As this legislation is drafted, the leaders of these countries would need to be sanctioned for providing material assistance to the ICC. The legislative bodies of these countries would also need to be sanctioned for appropriating funds to go to the ICC. Interparliamentary travel to Europe could become a sanctionable activity. Is sanctioning Sunak, Macron, or Maloney smart policy? To me, that's absurd on its face. This bill would further risk sanctions on the over 900 staff members from approximately 100 countries at the court, from judges and prosecutors to administrative staff, including nationals of close U.S. allies and partners who collectively work to prosecute war criminals around the globe. The language in this bill is so broad that even a cafeteria worker or janitor, even their families, could be construed as having supported or materially assisted in these prosecutions by providing services to the ICC. And it's almost certain that the ICC relies on American companies for cloud services and productivity software and other gold standard tech products. All of these American companies will be banned from doing such business with the ICC. And their Chinese competitors could rush to fill that gap. So do we want the ICC reliant on the PRC for its email services, its data service, or its cloud storage? Do we want to send a message to all other international organizations that America could pull the plug on their business services at any moment? This will undermine America's interests and bolster those of China and Russia. The broad sanctions language included in this legislation will also affect many innocent Dutch companies and nationals. The same sanctions risk would apply to companies from the U.S. allies, from our other U.S. allies and partner countries who provide services to the ICC. it is unclear how sanctioning a close ally, financial institutions, and small business will aid our foreign policy interests. So, this path that's been chosen, not of leaning in, not of engaging the court and its supporters to ensure just outcomes, but of just punitive action. It is dangerous for our national security. Behind-the-scenes diplomacy with the court and our allies and partners supported is far more likely to yield a result that is better than a blunt force approach. So I'm sending a message of concern to the ICC for seeking arrest warrants for Israeli officials, but we need to do it in another way. Therefore, I must oppose this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me just say to my dear friend, Mr. Meeks, that as he knows, we worked on a version of this bill, and I think we came to a bipartisan resolution that ultimately was rejected by the White House. I think that's unfortunate. And I'd also just state that the alarms that this bill harms U.S. alliances, I think, are overstated. The bill's sanctions are triggered by presidential determination that a particular foreign person has supported illicit ICC efforts against protected persons. So that is against American citizens or the citizens of U.S. allies who have not submitted to ICC's jurisdiction. Furthermore, and this is the most important point, this bill, and we did this at the behest of the opposing to the Democrats, gives the president the ability to waive these sanctions. So with that, I now yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, the author of this bill, and I want to thank him for working so closely, not only with me, but with the Foreign Affairs Committee.
Well, I thank the Speaker. I thank my friend from Texas, the chairman, and I want to thank the ranking member and his staff, the entire staff of the Foreign Affairs Committee for their diligent work on this. We're working all last week, working through the weekend, and conversations. And on this one, I think the tone, it's important to note that I do believe that there is significant bipartisan agreement that we need to take action to stand with one voice in this country, in the United States of America, to send a strong signal to not just the International Criminal Court, but to the international community generally, that we cannot stand by and allow the court to do what it's doing, because let's remember why we're here. We're here because the International Criminal Court is seeking to issue warrants on the Prime Minister of Israel. It merits letting that just sit out here and marinate for a second, that's what we're dealing with. The Prime Minister of Israel, who is engaged in defending his country after the horrific October 7th attacks, which we have talked about in great detail on this floor. The assaults, the rapes, the beheadings of babies, the killing of innocent civilians, what happened and what occurred on our Jewish brothers and sisters and others in Israel on October 7th. And Israel is responding to that and taking the attack to Hamas. We recognize the difficulty of that, of Hamas being fully intertwined with the civilians in Gaza. The steps that Israel is taking to send text messages, drop 15 million leaflets or more, leave voice messages, give 2 weeks advance notice, do what they can to try to make sure that there's protections for civilians, keeping the overall civilian to combatant casualty below historic norms by most accounts, including third-party observation. Now looking into Rafah, when the international community is saying you can't go into Rafah, and you go into Rafah and you find 50-plus tunnels, I think now 75 or more tunnels where we know they were being used to carry out attacks on Israel. Israel is under assault right now with missiles being fired with regularity by Hamas into Israel, This is Israel. This is not some random entity. This is Israel, our close ally. And you've got a body to which we do have no sovereignty for this country that is being given to the International Criminal Court because we're not a party to it. We're not undermining our sovereignty. We're not going to do that as America. That's what this stands for. That's what this says. This says that we should not be allowing the International Criminal Court to not just go after the Israeli prime minister, but the door that opens to go after our own service members, to go after our own generals, to go after America's interests. Because what happens here is going to be coming at us and our country. That's why it's important to speak with one voice, with authority, with force. Now, we have been working in good faith, and again, I want to compliment the ranking member and Democrat staff. Again, we're working through the weekend. I do believe there were amendments that we could have agreed to. There were changes that we could have agreed to that would have had bipartisan support here. And I understand that the White House did not agree to that, and I think that's a shame. I think the White House made the wrong call. That's plain and simple. I think the White House got this wrong, and I just hope that we will be here today united as a body, putting aside partisan differences, and that we will move this bill forward and send it to the Senate where the Senate can work its will. And if the Senate wants to modify it and send it back to the House and try to address any of the concerns that have been raised by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle or on this side of the aisle, great, the Senate can do that and they can send it back to us, then we can send a product to the president. But we need to address this, and we need to address it quickly. Because if we allow this to fester, then we undermine our own national security. And importantly, at this moment in time, we give credence and power to an international body to which we are not a party, to which Israel is not a party, and that is being used to flex political muscle by targeting the prime minister for defending his own country. That we cannot stand for. I hope that my colleagues will support H.R. 8282. And with that, I would yield back to the distinguished chairman.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Illinois, Representative Ramirez.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition of H.R. 8282. I've realized a pattern here. When my Republican colleagues can't legislate, they decide that they're going to score cheap points in 3 primary tools: fear-mongering, punishing, and silencing. So I want to break down a little bit of this bill today. Fear-mongering. The bill invokes the protection of United States military personnel. Now, let me clarify. The U.S. military personnel is not subject to the ICC because the United States is not a party to the Rome Statute, which I find shameful. Punishing, because the bill would impose sanctions against anyone who aids the ICC in investigating, in detaining, in arresting, or prosecuting anyone who has not consented to the court's jurisdiction. Let me clarify. Let me do that point of clarification here. The bill would weaponize sanctions against major U.S. allies who support the court, allies like Germany, France, the UK, Japan, and countless others. Silencing how? If enacted, no funding may be used for the International Criminal Court. Another point of clarification, those efforts would weaken the ICC, and that makes us all less safe. It's important we remember why the ICC exists as defined by the Rome Statute. Mindful that during the century, millions of children, women, and men have been victims of unimaginable atrocity that deeply shocked the conscience of humanity. It recognizes that such grave crimes threaten the peace, the security, and the well-being of the world, and determined to put an end to impunity for the perpetrators of these crimes, and thus contribute to the prevention of such crimes. I stand in opposition of this resolution because we need the ICC. In the last 241 days, thousands have been victims of unimaginable atrocities. And Netanyahu's violations of international law have threatened the peace of the world. I'm determined to put an end to impunity for the perpetrators of these crimes, and I urge a no vote. With that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I continue to reserve.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I now yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from California, Representative Sherman.
The gentleman is recognized.
The ICC's ruling is outrageous. The organization has dishonored itself. And I would have been happy to co-sponsor a resolution denouncing and sanctioning. I wanted to co-sponsor this bill when I read the title. Unfortunately, I read the bill. Once again, we have a poorly drafted, poorly thought out messaging bill that hasn't gone through the committee process, that hasn't gone through regular order, that hasn't been thought through. No amendments are allowed on the floor. And the author defends it on the theory that, well, if the bill is poorly drafted, the Senate will save us and correct it. We cannot vote yes on a bill today that is this infirm and count on the Senate to clean it up. Once again, the Republican Party has decided to hurt Israel for its own benefit. Israel has one friend in the world, the United States, plus Guatemala. Israel has survived because it has had the support of both political parties. During the first 76 years of Israel's existence, Democrats have had roughly half the power in this city. Republicans, about half the time, have been in control. If Israel is to survive another 76 years, it will need the support of both parties. Yet the purpose of this bill, which masquerades as pro-Israel, like so many bills brought up as messaging bills, is to drive a wedge between the Democratic Party and Israel for the benefit not of Israel, but the Republican Party. The decision of the International Criminal Court's prosecutor to seek arrest warrants against Israeli leaders is an outrageous perversion of everything anyone who has dedicated themselves to human rights holds dear, as I have for 28 years on the Foreign Affairs Committee. It is a perversion of the international justice system. It is putrid. It dishonors those who originally thought that the International Criminal Court would be a good idea. It undermines the rule of law, and it is based on a hatred of Israel and perhaps a hatred of Jews. So I'd like to vote for this resolution, but unfortunately I read it. Now, the ranking member has pointed out a number of problems. I'll point out a couple as well. The key, and you cannot vote for this until you read Section 2A, 1A, which imposes sanctions on anyone who assists an effort to investigate. Assists an effort to investigate. Well, what does that mean? It includes those who provide exculpatory information. Israel was subject to investigation. I'm sure many patriotic Israelis and well-meaning Americans provided information to the ICC, as Chip Roy did when he gave his speech, detailing why that action is wrongful on the law and the facts. But you assist a investigation when you provide exculpatory information. And anyone who does that is subject to sanction. Mr. Roy won't be sanctioned because he's a U.S. citizen. But anyone else who contacted the court and said, here's what you're doing is wrong, will be subject to these sanctions. Second, this bill punishes the spouses and family members, even the estranged family members. You may feel that your son has gone wrong. By involving on the ICC, you get sanctioned for what that son does. And particularly, I want to focus on spouses. The bill punishes, as I said, spouses and family members, even those spouses and family members who oppose the ruling. So all last week, you're going to wonder why I have this poster up here. All last week, the Republican Party told us that the decision of the Aliotos to fly an insurrectionist flag at their two houses should not be imparted to the judge because it was done by his spouse. Today, 1 week later, they come back and say that when a judge does something wrong, we're going to impart it to the spouse. So which is it? Are justices and their spouses responsible for each other's actions or not? Some Republicans going to have to explain this to me. Now, of course, this is even different and more extreme. Justice Alito lived in the houses. Justice Alito did not disclaim the message of these flags, and Justice Alito is not estranged from his wife. Yet someone who is totally apart from anyone at the ICC but happens to be related will be subject to sanctions. Again, how can you defend an appeal to heaven under those circumstances? The attention of the world should be on the incredible hypocrisy on the International Criminal Court, which failed to issue rulings about driving the Rohingya from their home, about the complete depopulation of the Republic of Nagorno-Karabakh, the Republic of Artsakh, who were the entire country driven into exile in ethnic cleansing. It failed to issue a ruling dealing with northern Ethiopia, where 600,000 people died. This illegitimate court failed to issue a ruling on the Yazidis, who were subject to a genocide, who watched thousands of Yazidis being butchered and burned alive and subject to sexual slavery. Instead of focusing our attention on the hypocrisy of the court, we're focused on this poorly drafted resolution. I suggested to the author. Every suggestion I made, rejected. This was not an attempt to pass a pro-Israel bill.
Get him another 30 seconds.
The gentleman is recognized.
This was not a pro-Israel bill. Instead, it was a poorly drafted, rush to the floor, strictly partisan messaging bill that distracts the world from the hypocrisy of the ICC and focuses us instead on a supposedly pro-Israel, performatively pro-Israel Republican bill. We'll have to vote no, and then we'll have to work later to demonstrate how wrong and how putrid the action of the ICC is. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Continue to reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Have no further witnesses. Ready to close.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I think it's important for me to say, Mr. Speaker, and at the outset, that I really do appreciate the efforts that were made to make this legislation bipartisan. Trying to get to good in a bipartisan way is always my goal on the Foreign Affairs Committee, and Chairman McCall has indeed been a partner in that effort, and I thank him. That said, the bill as it is on the floor, I can't support, because I believe it will be counterproductive to our interests, harm our relations with allies, and undermine American global leadership. Unfortunately, I believe the bill on the floor is exactly what it does. Sanctioning the court and all those who support will backfire badly on us, and I must oppose this legislation and urge my colleagues to do the same. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me just say first, I'm extremely troubled by how the ICC has acted. And I think everybody in this body should be, both Republican and Democrats. Americans should be concerned. More than 20 years ago, our predecessors had the foresight to know full well that the ICC would one day try to target democratic countries that had their own robust judicial systems over which the ICC has no legitimate jurisdiction. In 2020, the ICC decided to authorize a formal investigation into alleged war crimes in Afghanistan. A large bipartisan group of House members wrote to the Secretary of State at that time in response with strong concerns stating, quote, both Democrat and Republican administrations have refused to join the court in part because they feared its politicization and misuse. And that's exactly what's happened here today. They have no basis for these actions, and by seeking warrants for Israel's prime minister and defense minister, they have cheapened this court's reputation and exposed it for what it really is, an illegitimate court that puts politics over justice. Today it's Israel, Mr. Speaker, but tomorrow it could be the United States. And we must sanction those who deliberately abuse their power for political gain. Their actions seek to undermine Israel and its people, who are in a fight for their very existence. We must act not only to protect Israel, but ourselves from these unelected international bureaucrats. If they willingly seek to imprison our allies or the United States, we must send a clear message. You are neither welcome nor wanted on American soil. America always stands behind our allies and their legitimate governments. And if I could just say to my dear friend, Mr. Meeks, and to our colleagues in the House, that we did work very hard to get to a bipartisan agreement, a bipartisan bill that the Speaker approved and Mr. Jeffries approved. But when it went to the White House, it was rejected. So I always think, and I think Mr. Meeks agrees, that we're always strongest, particularly this committee, when we speak with one voice as one nation, in this case to the ICC and to the judges. A partisan messaging bill was not my intention here, nor do I believe it was Mr. Meeks' intention. But that's where we are right now. I remain forever hopeful and optimistic, however, that during the process and during the course of this legislation, that we can still get back to that bipartisan bill that we talked about, whether it's reached when this goes over to the Senate, or perhaps Mr. Meeks and I can mark up that bipartisan bill on our committee, on the Foreign Affairs Committee, and then get it to the House floor where we can then proceed with regular order in a bipartisan fashion that I believe would be best for this nation, best for Israel, and best to send deterrence to the International Criminal Court. And so, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas yields. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1269, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment of the third reading of the bill. Those in favor say yea. Yea. Those opposed say no. The yeas have it. Third reading.
A bill to impose sanctions with respect to the International Criminal Court engaged in any effort to investigate, arrest, detain, or prosecute any protected person of the United States and its allies.
The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say yea. Yea. Those opposed say no. The yeas have it. The bill is purposed as the gentleman from Texas seek recognition.
On that, I request the yeas and the nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those in favor of voting by yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings of this question are postponed.
Copy the script. We'll wait for the high sign.
Okay.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 8580, and that I may include tabular material on the same.
Without objection. Pursuant to the House Resolution 1269, the Rule 18, the Chair declares the House and the Committee of the Whole House of the State of the Union for consideration of H.R. 8580. The Chair appoints the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, to preside over the committee as a whole.
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of H.R. 8580, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill making appropriations for military construction, the Department of Veterans Affairs, and related agencies for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read the first time. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Appropriations or their respective designees. The gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein, and the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, each shall control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
You're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'm pleased today to speak in support of this year's Military Construction and Veterans Affairs Appropriations Bill. Under current leadership, the Veterans Health Administration has been distracted from its core mission, using official resources for political purposes such as lobbying Congress, pushing for DEI policies, and even going so far as to process medical care claims for illegal aliens. Our veterans deserve better. Therefore, House Republicans are moving forward with a bill that refocuses the VA back to its core mission by fully funding veterans' health care programs and benefits while cutting out radical prerogatives that divert resources away from critical veterans' care. In addition to supporting those who have served, this bill would bolster our national security interests in the Indo-Pacific region to counter China by improving our defense posture in the region. The funding allocated in this bill would equip our active duty service members by constructing the facilities they so desperately need and honor our commitment to the veterans who have so dutifully served us here at home. I reserve the balance of my time.
From Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 8580, the fiscal year 2025 Military Construction, Veterans Affairs, and Related Agencies bill. While I unfortunately cannot support the bill on the floor today, I am grateful to Chairman Carter for the work that we've been able to accomplish together over the years on this subcommittee. I know we both prioritize quality of life for our service members and their families and caring for our veterans, but sadly, the bill before us today is built on a framework that once again walks away from the Bipartisan Fiscal Responsibility Act agreement, which is law, which was the basis for the bills that we passed just a couple of months ago. While the FY25 MILCON VA bill doesn't face cuts nearly as dramatic as the other bills, veterans, service members, and their families rely on programs throughout the federal government. These funding levels only move us further from a bipartisan agreement on all of the funding bills that those who served our nation rely on. On the military construction side, this bill cuts funding for service members and their families by $718 million compared to last year's bill. This cut will slow crucial progress to modernize and improve DoD's infrastructure. In fiscal year 24, we provided DoD with $30 million in dedicated funding for resiliency, a comparatively small sum of funding now, which will pay huge dividends in the future and ensure our national security in the face of our changing climate. By eliminating the dedicated resilience funding this year, this bill will threaten future military readiness because we are not making sure we invest in hardening facilities to make sure that they can withstand the impact of natural disasters. Cutting military construction now slows our historically bipartisan efforts to reduce the infrastructure backlog, to strengthen our national security, and to improve the quality of life of our service members and their families. But perhaps the most egregious part of the bill is all the partisan riders it includes. This bill is usually first up on the floor, like we are this fiscal year, because we have a bipartisan process. But unfortunately, partisan culture war riders have distracted from our ability to accomplish that. We have riders that include preventing the VA from implementing its interim final rule on abortion care, which is now final, by the way, to provide abortion services under limited circumstances, abortion counseling, and to ensure that veterans have equal access to health care regardless of what state they live in, especially in a time when reproductive rights are under attack around the country. A woman's decision whether or not to have an abortion should be made between her and her doctor and her family. It should not be made by politicians in this chamber. And this bill includes riders that do everything from prohibiting VA from implementing diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives, as well as training, to a petty, bigoted prohibition from flying the pride flag over VA facilities during Pride Month to add insult to injury, from protecting people who speak or act under the guise of religious freedom, essentially authorizing the arbitrary discrimination against LGBTQI+ people, and to prohibiting access to gender-affirming care, just to name a few, all aimed to disenfranchise veterans from the VA. Let me just note, the United States did not make exceptions to the promises that we made our service members in exchange for their service and sacrifice. We made promises to everyone. This bill undermines VA's ability to report a beneficiary to the National Instant Criminal Background Check System to keep guns out of the hands of people who are prohibited under federal law from purchasing or possessing firearms. It is prohibiting VA from following the law that is intended to protect veterans and those around them. We have a dramatic suicide problem among our veteran population, and allowing people who are prohibited by law to possess a gun makes that suicide more likely, not less, puts other people around them in their care circle at risk. That is unacceptable, irresponsible, and unnecessary. This bill prioritizes guns over protecting veterans. It's truly a shame that this bill includes these poison pill riders. They create division between us when we all should have a shared goal of providing health care and benefits to our veterans. These culture war riders were rejected in conference negotiations last year, and we know that they will be rejected again this year in order to reach a final agreement. This bill can't pass with all of these poison pill riders attached to it, so I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The lady reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Yeah, she is in a hurry.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to present the FY25 Military Construction, Veterans Affairs, and Related Agencies Appropriations Bill to the House today. Excuse me. This bill supports our troops and their families and the nation's veterans. The bill makes good on the Republican commitment to bring bills to the floor that comply with the Fiscal Responsibility Act while honoring our commitment to our veterans, nation's veterans, and our troops. To honor that commitment, the bill provides for full funding for health care and benefits for veterans. They've earned these benefits, and we're making good on our promises to them. To provide for those who wear the uniform now, the bill includes $412 million over budget request to support crucial investments in barracks and family housing. We must keep our word to provide our service members and their families. In addition, to provide robust funding to build upon last year's work to enable the Department of Defense to meet the challenges of Indo-Pacific. We have multiple provisions in our bill to provide America's core values and namely freedom, equality, and justice from being trampled on by unaccountable bureaucrats. I would like to thank Ranking Member Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Although we have our differences, our policy differences, I'm glad we are at this step in our process and hope we can continue to work together in support of our troops and our veterans. This bill cares for our veterans, and it supports our troops and their families, and it stands up for American values. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 8580 and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Connecticut, the distinguished ranking member of the Appropriations Committee, Ms. DeLauro.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I thank the ranking member for yielding. Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition to this bill that shortchanges our service members and endangers military families. Before I begin, I want to thank the Majority and Minority Subcommittee staff, particularly Farouk Ofaso and Tyler Coe. And after nearly 10 years on the committee, Jenny Nuschler departed at the end of May. And in her place, Farouk is now the minority clerk for the Military Construction Veterans Affairs Subcommittee. I congratulate you, Farouk, and welcome to your first House floor debate as a subcommittee clerk. Now on to the bill. This bill would hurt our veterans and military readiness and would worsen the quality of life for service members and their families. It leaves military installations, service members, veterans, and their families vulnerable to natural disasters. And it harms women and moves us closer to a national abortion ban. This bill disarms our military in the face of the climate crisis by failing to include dedicated funding for resilience projects to help protect our bases and installations from rising sea levels and extreme weather. The bill walks back investments in natural disaster recovery that help our military rebuild after disaster strikes, and it includes harmful policy riders preventing the implementation of executive orders on climate change and clean energy. Impeding our military's efforts to confront climate change puts service members in harm's way and hurts America's readiness and national security. Military leaders, including under former President Trump, have cautioned of the dangers climate change poses to our military. Former Secretary Mattis warned climate change threatens American interests and our military assets around the world, and said climate change is, and I quote, a challenge that requires a broader whole-of-government response. This bill endangers veterans by recklessly undermining the ability to keep guns out of the hands of those prohibited under federal law from purchasing or possessing firearms, who could be a harm to themselves or others. And this bill attacks the rights of women veterans by limiting abortion access and prohibiting abortion counseling. The women who volunteer to serve and defend this nation should not come home to find their medical and family planning decisions being made by anyone other than themselves, their families, and their doctors. We will defeat all of the majority's anti-choice riders, as we did last year. But I am dismayed this body is being forced to waste time with this charade yet again. House Republicans are taking us down an already well-trodden path towards chaos, division, and shutdown threats. Like last year, we are beginning this process with top-line funding levels that fall short of the American people's needs and short of what both parties just agreed to in March, when 80% of the Appropriations Committee voted to pass the final 2024 Appropriations Acts. And the majority is pursuing harmful policies that needlessly divide the country, divide the Congress, and harm Americans. Like last year, the final 2025 spending bills will be the product of negotiations between Democrats and Republicans in the House and Senate. We can begin that process now, or we can squander yet another summer on bills that will never become law. Our starting point for 2025 must provide, at minimum, a 1% increase in defense and non-defense funding, consistent with the framework set in the Fiscal Responsibility Act that House Republicans demanded as the price for averting a catastrophic default last year. Let me reiterate, Democrats will accept nothing less than a 1% increase over 2024 in non-defense and defense funding. Last month, we received a letter from dozens of stakeholder organizations already frustrated by the House majority's stance, and it reads, and I quote, "We ask that you take the opportunity in fiscal year 25 to restore some normalcy by rejecting these extreme and polarizing provisions and cuts, which are as damaging as they are unrealistic," end quote. The majority may want to suggest they are supporting veterans, but this bill does not contain all the programs the most vulnerable veterans depend on. At least 1.2 million veterans rely on food stamps. Tens of thousands of veterans rely on housing vouchers. Thousands of veterans utilize job training programs to reenter civilian life. All of these programs and many others face severe cuts under the majority's funding levels across all appropriations bills. Cannot support this bill. I hope Republicans will abandon their partisan strategy and join Democrats at the table to support veterans, service members, and military families. It is time to govern. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to the gentlelady from Missouri, Ms. Wagner.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the chairman for his courtesy in yielding to me. I rise in support of my bipartisan amendment, which supports critical relief for certain defense contractors who faced crippling cost overruns due to inflation. As so many of us have heard from our families across our districts, the administration's harmful inflation is cutting deep into constituents' pocketbooks. Many American businesses working on projects that are critical to U.S. national security are facing the same staggering price increases. Because of the importance of their work to our safety and security, local employers like those working on the National Geospatial Agency project in St. Louis were forced to pay steep, unanticipated price increases in order to meet the project's original deadlines. I am proud of the St. Louis area companies and workers who made tough sacrifices while doing their part to safeguard our national security and keep construction of the new NGA West headquarters on track. These economic disruptions and runaway price increases threaten to trigger a crisis that could significantly weaken our defense industrial base. Twice, on a bipartisan basis, Congress has narrowly authorized the Department of Defense to provide extraordinary relief for these companies in order to preserve a healthy and competitive defense industrial base. But that funding has never been appropriated. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on my amendment supporting necessary and carefully tailored relief that will stabilize our defense industrial base, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, the current distinguished ranking member of the Agricultural and Rural Development Subcommittee and the former ranking member of the Milcon VA Subcommittee, Mr. Bishop.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding. And Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 2 minutes and to revise and extend my remarks. I rise today to voice strong opposition to the FY25 Military Construction, Veterans Affairs, and Related Agencies Appropriations Bill that is presented by our colleagues from across the aisle. This bill should reflect our nation's values, priorities, and commitments. It should reflect who we are, and it should help move us towards who we aim to be. Though we have the difficult task of balancing financial figures, we cannot sacrifice our potential or jeopardize the well-being of our military families, veterans, and our national security. While I believe in principle, as professed supporters of our national security, my colleagues would want to prioritize caring for veterans, supporting our service members and their families, and bolstering our national defense in theory. The bill they have presented today, however, fails to acknowledge the diverse individuals that make up our armed forces, and it falls short of addressing their needs. I echo the concerns of many Americans who recognize that embracing the diversity of our nation and empowering those who seek to serve strengthens our military force. This inclusive approach not only fosters a deeper sense of patriotism and service among all Americans, but encourages more individuals to consider military service when they see themselves represented within it. Leveraging our nation's full potential enhances our military ability to effectively respond to the global challenges we confront. My additional concern lies in the proposed $718 million cut in military construction funding compared to last year, along with partisan riders that undermine our commitment to all of our service members, our veterans, and their families. This bill would jeopardize the well-being and safety of our service members and their loved ones. Additionally, cutting vital funding for education, job opportunities, housing, and food assistance undermines the crucial support systems relied upon by our veterans, service members, and their families. Such actions compromise the ability of our service members to focus on their duties abroad when they're concerned about the well-being of their families back home. This bill in its current form does not align with the principles of our democracy and denies equal opportunity for all Americans to patriotically serve their country. We must reevaluate its provisions and make necessary adjustments to assure it genuinely serves our national interests and does not compromise military readiness. Our nation and those who serve it deserve nothing less. Oppose this bill and let's make it better. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Florida reserves. And the gentleman from Texas is...
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Madam Chair, it's my privilege to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, a veteran of our armed forces himself, Mr. DeLuzio.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the gentlelady from Florida for yielding. Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to the bill. I think that at this moment, my fellow veterans and the VA is at a critical point in time. We are seeing folks come in because of the PACT Act who served in places like Iraq and Afghanistan, who were exposed to burn pits, and we need to meet that moment with investing in the VA. Unfortunately, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have decided to use this bill to attack abortion rights, to attack reproductive freedom. I think every veteran who raised their right hand was writing a blank check to this country, and my fellow veterans who are women ought to have the full reproductive care they've earned from the VA. This bill, which would ban abortions even where there are health risks to a veteran, is unacceptable to me and is unacceptable, I know, to so many in this country and so many who have served. I'd urge my Republican colleagues to meet this moment by working with us, by getting these toxic attacks on people's freedom out of these spending bills. Let's get a bill that we can pass together. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Florida reserves. And the gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. And the gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Madam Chair, it's my privilege to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Stansberry.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to H.R. 8580. I was just home, like many of you, honoring our military and our veterans who paid the ultimate sacrifice on Memorial Day. That is why it is so unimaginable and shameful that we are here today on the House floor as House Republicans are proposing to cut the military and VA budget. We're talking $6 billion in cuts to medical care for our veterans, $718 million in cuts to military construction that would impact our readiness and affect the quality of lives and safety of American service members and their families, and $30 million in cuts to climate resilience programs that would affect the military readiness of our bases and service members across the world. It's shameful. In a time when Democrats fought to pass the PACT Act and our veterans literally stood on the steps outside of this building to make sure that we got it done, it's inconceivable that they would be here today proposing to cut programs and services. In New Mexico, we have an incredible history of service, from our Navajo code talkers to our heroes of Bataan. And we will not sit silently by while you try to underfund and disenfranchise our veterans. It is shameful. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back, and the gentlelady from Florida reserves, and the gentleman from Texas is recognized.
We're waiting for another speaker. We'll reserve.
Gentleman from Texas reserves, and the gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
I'm prepared to close, Madam Chair.
Okay. Does the gentlelady reserve?
No, I'm prepared to close when the gentleman is prepared.
So the gentlelady will need to reserve. The gentleman is waiting. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I'm going to try to get Mr. Cole here in just a minute, so I'll get up and talk a little bit about the bill.
Gentleman's recognized.
This is a good bill. I hear about all these cuts, but what I see is that we've done our duty to both our veterans and our soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines around the world, and we've gone out of our way to fund the area where we have our biggest fear of combat, which is the Indo-Pacific. I traveled over there, and so did Ms. Wasserman Schultz at a different time, and we both saw that we have an awful lot of our type of projects that have to be dealt with over there. And so we did our part to do that, and I'm sure DOD will do their part to do that too, because we have to be ready in case and until the flag goes up, if it should, with the Chinese. The issues on those islands is the wind and the dampness destroys buildings. And so we're going to have lots of building projects that are going over that way. And we provided the appropriate amount of funding as we had it available for those projects. We also have a bunch of barracks issues around the country, and we provided to fully fund a certain number of those and to give guidance funding for the rest. And because we intend to fund them all, in my opinion, we are always underfunded in military construction. I think Ms. Wasserman Schultz would agree with me on that. And we have more than we can say grace over when it comes to funding projects that are relative to our military. So for that reason, I think that we've done the best we can for them. I don't see the cuts that are being talked about. I'm curious about that, but then I'm curious about a lot of things around here. So I am blessed to have a ranking member that I can work with. She's a kind person, and we get along just great, except we don't agree on any policies. But other than that, we get along just great. And so I guess that's a blessing that I plan to keep going, and after this, I'll reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from California, the distinguished ranking member of the Veterans Affairs Committee, who goes to bat for our nation's veterans every single day on the authorizing committee, Mr. Takano.
Gentleman's recognized.
I thank my colleague from Florida for yielding time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Here we go again. Another year of another military construction and Veterans Affairs appropriations bill full of partisan riders. When someone takes the oath and joins the military, they are making a selfless commitment to protect our country. As members of Congress, we must be ready to pay for all costs of war and to help every veteran regardless of their gender, their faith, race, or sexual orientation. And that's why I am disturbed that my Republican colleagues have included many of the same partisan riders in this year's bill that were in this bill last year. These radical riders aim to restrict access to abortion and attack LGBTQ+ rights, attacks that are occurring during Pride Month, no less. There is, once again, an amendment to this bill that will make it easier for the most vulnerable veterans to access guns and more difficult for VA to help them. The inclusion of this rider spreads the lie that if a veteran seeks mental health care at VA, their guns will be taken away. This could not be further from the truth. VA will not take your guns if you come to the VA for mental health care. We want to encourage veterans to get the mental health care they have earned and often very much need. This fear-mongering of VA overreach could lead to more veterans not seeking life-saving assistance. Veterans have a higher rate of suicide than the general population, and they are more likely to use a gun. Knowing this, how could we in good conscience vote for this bill with the risks it poses to our veterans? Now, there's another harmful amendment that would lead to greater privatization of veterans' health care. Specifically, it would require VA to apply new access standards for non-VA care. As written, this amendment would cost VA billions of dollars per year to implement and result in tens of thousands of veterans being sent to private providers for lower quality, higher cost care than they would otherwise receive at VA. This is a significant policy change that has not been considered by the Veterans Affairs Committee. Republicans are attaching it to this appropriations bill because they know it would never pass as a standalone bill. The appropriations process should not be used to legislate such a sweeping change. This is deeply concerning to me and should give every member voting in this chamber great pause. Poison pill riders have turned what should be a nonpartisan issue of helping our veterans into a political game. Stop the political games and let's get serious about helping every veteran. And until then, I cannot support this bill in good faith. I urge my colleagues to join me in voting no and opposing this legislation. And I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the chairman of the full committee, Mr. Cole from Oklahoma.
Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my good friend from Texas, the distinguished chairman of the subcommittee, for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of this important piece of legislation. There are many things that set our nation apart from others. One of our great differentiators is the sustained call to service Americans have met generation after generation. Those who've worn the uniform, past and present, took an oath to defend our country, our ideals, and our people. Just as our veterans and troops answered the call of duty, so must this chamber in meeting our constitutional obligations. That's why it's deeply fitting that the first fiscal year 2025 appropriations bill we take up covers military construction and Veterans Affairs, two of the highest priorities for our nation. This bill provides robust funding for military construction projects with a particular focus on the Pacific region and military family housing. These projects ensure that we can meet our national defense needs both at home and abroad. They also support housing at bases across the country and around the world, allowing members of our armed forces to serve their country without being separated from their loved ones. Even more importantly, this legislation provides full funding for health care and benefits for our nation's veterans. Through devotion to duty and great personal sacrifice, our veterans have served this country and served it well, defending not only our homeland, but our families and our way of life. The services the VA provides have been truly earned and represent the thanks of a grateful nation to our men and women who have served in uniform. Critically, today's bill fulfills these priorities while remaining true to the budgetary levels outlined in the Fiscal Responsibility Act. But in a reflection of the deep importance of this topic to America, this bill actually appropriates $400 million more than the President's budget request. We can and must direct our taxpayer dollars to our most important priorities, and today's bill succeeds in that important objective. I thank Chairman Carter for his hard work on this measure, and I urge all my colleagues to join me in supporting it on final passage. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Texas yields. Reserves. The gentlelady from Florida.
Mr. Chairman, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
gentleman from
Mr.
Texas.
Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman and colleagues, it is with a heavy heart that we unnecessarily oppose this legislation on our side of the aisle, because this bill was drafted in a way that it never should have been and doesn't have to be. The stark reality, by any definition, is that this bill cuts military construction by $718 million from last fiscal year to this one, and it cuts funding for our veterans by $6 billion from last year to this one. There's no way around that. That's actually what we're doing. That's the math. And so it's also pretty unprecedented. We generally increase funding in this bill. That's why it's so bipartisan. It's why our committee goes first, because we have a bill that, as Judge Carter said, we are really able to work very closely together on the nuts and bolts of taking care of our veterans and our service members. Unfortunately, because the Republicans refused to adhere to the law, that is the Fiscal Responsibility Act, and refused to make sure that we, in that agreement, adhered to the agreement where we increased non-defense discretionary and defense discretionary by 1%. As a result, the allocations given to our committee were paltry, and Republicans have decided to make cuts to individuals who have signed up to defend our country, who our committee is responsible for going to bat for improving veterans and our service members' quality of life, who are promised that protection no matter who you are, no matter who you love, no matter what gender you are. And it's wrong to cut funding for veterans and service members. And it's also wrong to load this bill up with partisan political culture war writers that deny women access to reproductive health care. And let's be clear, what the Republicans have done here is they are eliminating the ability of the Department of Veterans Affairs to ensure that no matter where a woman veteran lives in this country, that she is able to access an abortion in conjunction with the recommendation of her medical provider in the cases of rape or incest, in the cases of the life and health of the mother. And what the Republicans do in this bill is that a woman veteran has to be dying in order to be able to get access to abortion care. That is wrong, because no one who has signed up and who has served our country, committed to laying their life on the line in defense of our country, should have politicians, judges, or the government making the most deeply difficult personal health care decisions for them. And that's what Republicans do in this bill. In addition to eliminating our ability to ensure that we can have seamless communication and support for our veterans, but because they're eliminating the DEI programming that ensures that we have, that this is a very large agency, an agency in which we need to make sure that it can run seamlessly. They're discriminating against LGBTQ plus people. And they are loading up this bill with unrelated, controversial, unnecessary amendments that are going to prevent us from being able to make sure this bill can come law. In fact, all of those poison pill culture war writers are not going to survive conference, just like they didn't last year. We're wasting time here when we should be devoted to making sure we take care of our service members and our veterans, which is what this committee is always committed to. So I'm sad that I can't support this bill. It doesn't have to be this way. I have tremendous respect for my friend, Judge Carter. He's right, we do work very well together. And I also want to thank our incredible staff and the work that they have done. And both of our staffs have changed over a little bit, and so we have some newbies to managing this, and we appreciate all the effort that they've put in. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from Florida yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm ready to close. You know, this is a good bill. This is a good bill. It does. We are above the president's numbers, both at Milcon and in veterans, and it's just a matter of how you look at things as to whether the social things that we talk about have concern or don't have concern among our various people. We're speaking about the things that concern us that are causing people not to want to join the military because of the added on governmental interference in their lives by these various things that have been set out in regulations, and we're trying to correct that. But whatever happens, you know, every bill we have, somebody doesn't like something about it, but the reality is we worked hard. I want to thank my staff. I thank all the staffs for working together on this to come up with a good bill. It deserves the vote, a positive vote on the bill, and I hope all of my colleagues will seriously consider voting for the bill. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman from Texas yields back. All time for general debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. An amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-35, modified by the amendment printed in Part A of House Report 118-535, shall be considered as adopted, and the bill as amended shall be considered as an original bill for the purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in Part B of House Report 118-535, amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of House Resolution 1269, and pro forma amendments described in Section 4 of that resolution. Each further amendment printed in Part B of the report shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 4 of House Resolution 1269, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. It shall be in order at any time for the Chair of the Committee on Appropriations or his designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of amendments printed in Part B of the report not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes equally divided, and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on Appropriations or their designees, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 4 of House Resolution 1269, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. During consideration of the bill for amendment, the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees may offer up to 10 pro forma amendments each at any point for the purpose of debate. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, pursuant to the House Resolution 1269, I offer amendments in bloc.
The clerk will designate the amendments en bloc.
En bloc consisting of amendments numbered 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 30, and 47, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-535, offered by Mr. Carter of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1269, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Carter, and the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, each will control 10 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Do what?
Gentleman is recognized.
I yield my time in reserve.
Oh, the chairman reserves. The gentlelady from Florida is recognized when she's ready.
Did he present the amendment? Okay. Mr. Chairman, I rise to support this amendment. It contains a number of non-controversial amendments from both sides of the aisle. I encourage its adoption, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I support this amendment and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendments en bloc offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The en bloc amendments are agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 1, printed in part B of House Report 118-535. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-535, offered by Mr. Bergman of Michigan.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1269, the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Bergman, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last year, my close friend and colleague, Congressman Correa, and I offered an amendment urging the Department of Veterans Affairs to conduct a large-scale study into psychedelic-assisted therapies to treat PTSD. I'm happy to say that amendment was approved unanimously. 6 months after this show of congressional support, Veterans Administration announced that it would be funding significant research into psychedelic therapies for the first time in more than 4 decades. While it is extremely promising that these treatments are coming, with FDA approval expected sometime in August, that's final approval, one of the largest barriers, though, to the initial implementation and future success is the availability of qualified and well-trained mental health professionals within VA. Psychedelic-assisted therapies generally involve multiple therapists at a time and several multi-hour sessions to complete. My amendment is simple. It expresses support for the recently announced VA-led research and encourages VA to prioritize the proactive training of therapists to successfully administer these new therapies. As we saw last year, demonstrating clear congressional approval for these innovative efforts can motivate real action within the federal bureaucracy. We owe it to our veterans to do everything we can in support of these breakthrough therapies. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. Does any member seek time in opposition? Seeing none, I recognize the gentleman from Texas.
I want to thank the congressman for this amendment.
Suspend my. The gentleman from Texas.
I'm claiming time, thank you. The amendment has no budgetary effect, but highlights an important issue for our veterans. I support the efforts for the new treatment of PTSD so long as they are safe and approved for use by the FDA. I am willing to accept the amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield time to my colleague from California, Mr. Correa.
How much time would you like to yield?
As much as he may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this amendment, and I want to thank my fellow co-chair of the Psychedelic Advancement Therapies Caucus, Mr. Bergman, for his good work on this measure. We've seen our nation's veterans continue to needlessly suffer suicides, mental health, opioid overdoses, and it's crucial that the VA do everything in its power to ensure that they have safe and scientifically sound and potentially life-saving therapies as soon as they are available and approved in the United States. Today, ladies and gentlemen, these veterans go to other countries to receive these therapies. They're cured, then they come back. Why in God's name do we not provide these therapies here in the United States? Doesn't make sense. These amendments will give the Department of Veterans Affairs the opportunity to continue research they've been conducting and potentially be able to offer MDMA-assisted therapies to our veterans should they receive FDA approval. I urge your support. Our veterans fought for this country, sacrificed much for this country, and it is our duty to give them the best therapies available for their healing of those invisible wounds. I yield.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized. How much time? The gentleman, by the way, has 2 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Psychedelic-assisted therapies have the potential to be the first genuine advancement in the treatment of veterans' mental health in decades. It is essential that the VA continues their efforts to research these compounds and do everything they can to ensure that they have trained therapists, that those trained therapists are ready to meet the need to provide these new breakthrough treatments once they receive FDA approval. Again, I strongly encourage my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Michigan. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 2, printed in Part B of House Report 118-535. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment Number 2, printed in Part B of House Report Number 118-535, offered by Mr. Bergman of Michigan.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1269, the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Bergman, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment would urge Veterans Administration to make a decision on incorporating MDMA-assisted therapy into their formulary within 180 days of FDA approval. This is based on legislation by Representative Van Orden, which the VA committee approved last month. As we speak, the FDA's Scientific Advisory Committee is meeting to evaluate the Phase 3 studies into this therapy, and full approval will likely come in early August. I've had the opportunity to personally meet with many of the researchers involved in this study and the veterans whose lives have been forever changed by these therapies. That experience made the potential of this treatment clear to me, and many of the veterans told me that they would not be alive today if it were not for this therapy. Any bureaucratic red tape that delays potential formulary inclusion could cost the lives of veterans currently suffering from PTSD. This amendment does not push VA to make a decision one way or another. It merely calls for them to act quickly in making a formulary decision. I strongly urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and at this time I would like to yield to my colleague as much time as he may consume.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Bergman has laid it out. We have veterans with invisible wounds they have brought back from the battlefield. One suicide is too many. We have MDMA therapy that is now being proven to be sometimes 90% effective in curing these invisible wounds. We owe it to our veterans, we owe it to our society, to our friends and neighbors that have served, to bring these therapies to them as quickly as possible. I urge my colleagues to support this measure, and I yield. Thank you.
The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
I am prepared to close.
Does the gentleman reserve?
I reserve.
Is there any member seeking time in opposition? Seeing none, the gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to close by expressing my disappointment and frustration with the language that was included, or rather was not included, in the committee's report accompanying this bill. Despite strong support for useful and proactive language related to psychedelic therapies, including from members within the Appropriations Committee, the report only includes an indirect reference and encourages VA to monitor the results of privately funded research. It does not recognize the fact that VA is already pursuing their own research, and it takes no steps to prepare VA for FDA approval that may come in a couple of months. Those who risk their lives in defense of our country deserve happy and fulfilling lives, and we have the responsibility to ensure the VA is ready and able to assist them in this endeavor. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Michigan. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 8, printed in Part B of House Report 118-535. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 8, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-535, offered by Mr. Bost of Illinois.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1269, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today in support of my amendment to the fiscal year 2025 Milcon VA Appropriations Bill. My amendment would rightfully prevent any VA funds from being used to enforce a provision that excludes mental health residential rehabilitation treatment programs from the wait time and drive time access standards as authorized by the Mission Act. VA's mental health residential rehab treatment program is crucial, and a crucial program that provides life-saving treatment to veterans with mental health and substance use disorders. But right now, veterans are restricted by where they can get their treatment due to the Biden administration's misguided view of the Mission Act access standards. As a result, veterans are being forced to wait months to receive this care. We are losing 17 veterans a day to suicide. For VA to not do everything possible to ensure veterans are getting into these treatment programs as quickly as possible is dangerous and wrong. Madam Chair, this administration knows that there are not enough available beds in VA facilities to meet veterans' demands for them. Now, that's when the community providers step in. It's a partnership with the VA. To get veterans help and support is VA's top clinical priority to ensure veterans' mental health needs are met without any delays. It does, and it goes without saying, that a veteran in crisis who needs treatment should be eligible for community care without proof that they live far from a VA or their local facility is overbooked. This is what the Mission Act was designed to help with. But under the administrations, they want proof. And I'm proud to have introduced my amendment to prohibit VA from excluding these vitally important treatment programs from wait time and drive time access standards for VA community care programs. There should be no closed door when it comes to life-saving care for veterans in crisis. Now, I encourage all of my colleagues to support this, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman rise?
Madam Chair, I rise to claim the time in opposition.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I want to be clear that the gentleman who is offering this amendment has been committed to driving the VA towards privatization. That's what this is really all about. And I rise to claim time in opposition to this amendment because what his amendment would do is it would greatly expand the Mission Act, which is designated access standards to all categories of care and would seek to greatly increase the privatization of the VA. The Mission Act was not envisioned to replace all care at all facilities within VA with private care. It was intended to supplement care at VA facilities, particularly and specifically when a veteran was too far away from a VA facility that could provide the service, or when there was a prolonged period of time in which a veteran could get that service. And let's be clear, where we are now in terms of the care in the community and getting access for veterans getting access to appointments is in many cases all across the country. It actually takes longer for a veteran to get an appointment when they try to get one in the community than it does to get one at the VA. And the overwhelming majority of veterans, when they are surveyed, make very clear that they prefer their care at the VA. Implementing this amendment could have far-reaching ramifications and would cost hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars a year based on past CBO scores for similar legislation. That's interesting given that the majority is cutting the funding at the VA by $6 billion in this bill. So how we would ever be able to pay for this proposal is incomprehensible to me. But this amendment is a controversial authorizing issue which should be considered in the appropriate authorizing committee, which the gentleman is chair of, and which the sponsor of the amendment is chairman of that committee. So I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to make sure that the people understand that this amendment is not an act to try to privatize our VA. It is an act to try to make sure that our veterans actually receive the services that they need. As a veteran, and as the many veterans that actually serve in this body, it is vitally important that that issue is taken care of. Not to protect and make sure we protect bureaucracy at VA, but that we protect and serve the veterans that we were sent here to serve. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I said, the gentleman from Illinois can put all the bows and ribbons and wrapping packages that he'd like on what his amendment does. But it doesn't change the fact that it would move VA not only further towards privatization, but flies in the face of the original goal and the law that the Mission Act is intended to implement, which is to ensure that veterans who are not able to get quick access to care, timely access to care when they don't live close enough to a VA facility that can provide that care, or when the length of time is unreasonable for them to get that care. That is not the case in the situation in which this amendment would apply, and this amendment would cost an extraordinary amount of money, millions and likely billions of dollars, which has been previously scored by CBO, and this bill cuts the VA by $6 billion. So again, the mathing on the other side of the aisle is really not working so well. So with that, I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Illinois. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed.
I ask for a recorded vote.
Okay. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Illinois will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 9, printed in Part B of House Report 118-535. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
To present my amendment.
Does the gentleman have an amendment at the desk?
On the desk, yes, ma'am.
Okay, well, the clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment Number 9, printed in Part B of House Report Number 118-535, offered by Mr. Burchett of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1269, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In light of all these other amendments, my amendment seems a little light compared to other things going on, but I bring it in all sincerity because I've had some constituents contact me about this. This basically just prohibits the Secretary of Veterans Affairs from banning or removing the iconic photograph, VJ Day, in Times Square, otherwise known as the KISS. A few months ago, an assistant secretary at the VA sent a memo directing regional offices to remove the photo, alleging it depicts a non-consensual act. Secretary McDonough, later reversed the decision, and I think it's probably because his boss realized it's an election year. This illustrates a larger problem within this administration, Madam Speaker. This administration constantly removes or changes history because they don't like the view from their rose-tinted glasses. Madam Speaker, World War II cost the lives of 330,000 American soldiers, including my uncle. My father fought in that war, fought valiantly in the Pacific. World War II tore sons from their mothers and husbands from their wives. It impacted every part of American society. The actions in this photo were not really romantic, as the woman said herself, the actual woman in the photo. The actions in this photo are simply two people rejoicing at the end of a terrible war and the defeat of terrible enemies. More importantly, this photo represents the victory and peace felt around the country and the world. I urge the members to vote in favor of this amendment to prevent the administration from removing this photo in the future. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserve. Gentleman reserves. Any members seek time in opposition? None. Okay. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 10, printed in Part B of House Report 118-535. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 10, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-535, offered by Mr. Crane of Arizona.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1269, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Crane, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Today, I rise in support of my amendment, which clarifies that any veteran who was reported to NICS by a VA fiduciary was done so incorrectly in violation of their constitutional rights. It also forces the VA Secretary to instruct the Attorney General to remove these veterans from the NICS list. Congress should not turn a blind eye to the 260,000 veterans who have been wrongfully submitted to the FBI's National Instant Criminal Background Check System. Earlier this year, Congress passed appropriations which prohibited this. In fact, last year, this exact language passed with 221 Republicans and 9 Democrats supporting when it was considered by the House. Since then, a majority of House Democrats have come out against this policy and are working with the Secretary of Veterans Affairs to blatantly misuse VA funds in conflict with congressional intent and the will of the people to continue disarming veterans, create an unauthorized process for dragging veterans before judges for red flag disarmament proceedings, and using unconstitutional state-level gun confiscation laws against veterans even outside of the fiduciary program. These lawless suggestions by my Democrat colleagues are the nightmares of veterans that I represent and veterans across America. President Biden will have no problem plowing ahead and stripping veterans of their Second Amendment rights. And if this administration can do this to veterans, they can do it to the rest of Americans. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman rise?
Madam Chair, I rise to claim the time in opposition.
Gentlewoman from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to claim time in opposition to the gentleman's amendment. Not only is this amendment bad policy, not only is the bill, the underlying bill that includes a prohibition on ensuring that people who have been prohibited by law from getting access to a gun because they've had a fiduciary appointed to take care of their finances, meaning that they have had a determination that they are not competent to manage their finances. This amendment would go even further and eliminate the exception in the underlying bill that says if a court has judicially determined that a veteran is incompetent and appoints a fiduciary, even in that case, this amendment says that a veteran would be able to keep their guns. Our federal law, when someone is deemed mentally incompetent by a judge, which is a similar ruling that would occur in this case, the gentleman offering this amendment would allow a veteran to keep their firearms even if a court had decided that they were not competent to handle their finances. That's unacceptable. This provision not only prevents the VA from following the law that is intended to protect veterans and those around them, but it prioritizes firearms over the safety of veterans. The existing program has a full due process system, and veterans have access to an appeals process. This is an example of generating controversy where there is none. The process of applying for disability benefits is separate from the processes by which veterans receive VA health care. The Veterans Health Administration does not take away veterans' firearms. But this amendment, by implying that VA bureaucrats are going to take guns away from veterans, the provision not only does nothing to increase access to care, it seeks to dissuade veterans from even seeking the health care they have earned in the first place. This is about whether we're going to keep veterans and those around them safe. The Supreme Court has repeatedly emphasized that the core of the Second Amendment right is self-defense. Assigning a fiduciary to handle financial benefits does not interfere with self-defense, but rather it is seeking to protect and avoid injuries and deaths from suicide and accidents, which are rising, which we know when a veteran who is not competent to handle much of their own personal business and in a court has determined that, we know there is a greater risk when they are handling a firearm. We know that suicide is more likely. We know that killings take place. And this amendment would make that more likely. So I strongly urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentle lady has the only time remaining. Gentle lady from Florida is recognized.
Okay, well then I would underscore my strong opposition to this amendment and urge members to vote against it. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The question on the amendment, the question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentlewoman rise?
To demand a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, for the proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 16, printed in Part B of House Report 118-535. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 16, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-535, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1269, the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Green, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes, and the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My amendment strikes funding for the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, Security Investment Program. My amendment would strike over $433 million in NATO funding from the bill. America should not be doling out hundreds of millions of dollars to international organizations to help them fight their enemies, especially when they are unwilling to fight for themselves. As of 2023, a majority of NATO countries do not meet their pledge to spend a minimum of 2% of their GDP on defense. The United States has been financing and promising to defend NATO countries for decades and paying more than its fair share, all while countries like Germany, fail to fulfill their NATO obligations. European countries could and should be stepping up their financial contributions to ensure the security of NATO. Instead, they prefer the U.S. taxpayer to foot the bill, and if the time comes for American service members to die for them. Our continued involvement in NATO only undermines the security of our nation because it embroils the United States in other countries' military entanglements, even if the United States has no direct interest. This is exactly what has happened in Ukraine, which could become a part of NATO. Billions of American taxpayer dollars go to the corruption capital of the world, and the sanctions placed on Russia end up actually hurting Americans. As long as we remain a member of NATO, the United States will continue to function as the military ATM of European countries at the expense of our own citizens, putting our own national security and our economy at risk. If the United States further involves itself in NATO, it may be another 20 years of Afghanistan all over again, except the outcome may end up being much, much worse. Madam Speaker, I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman
Madam
rise?
Chair, I rise to claim time in opposition.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to claim time in opposition to the amendment. This amendment would completely eliminate funding in this bill for the NATO Security Investment Program during a time when we should be investing in much-needed infrastructure projects. I want to point out to my colleagues that worldwide, in U.S. military infrastructure, 30% of our military infrastructure is in fair or poor condition. We should be investing in these much-needed infrastructure projects, and cutting funding for the NATO Security Investment Program is not only bad policy from a national security perspective, it's not sound long-term fiscal policy. The deterrence that NATO provides now is a small cost to avoid future conflict. As I stated last year during debate on this issue, regardless of your stance on overall defense spending levels of various NATO countries, it is simply not true that the United States is paying more than its share of this direct contribution program. This amendment does not recognize the cost-effective benefit of the NATO security investment programs that provides to the United States. The U.S. contributes less than 16% of the funding for the NATO security investment program, but 44% of the locations for which projects are selected benefit U.S. posture locations. If the U.S. contributed at the same cost share relative to national wealth that our allies do, our cost share would be 47% rather than the under 16% that we actually pay. The United States contributions to NATO represent only a small portion of our defense spending, but the strength of the NATO alliance is an outsized and irreplaceable part of American national security. This amendment would not even reinvest the funding into other priorities. It simply cuts $434 million. As I stated in my opening statement, this bill is already a cut of $718 million for military construction compared to the enacted level from last year. This amendment would take the bill further in the wrong direction, and if enacted, would leave military construction funded at over $1 billion less than in fiscal year 24. So I strongly urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. The gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, how much time is remaining?
Gentlewoman has 3 minutes remaining.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, the American people are very fed up with their hard-earned tax dollars being sent overseas to countries all around the world, especially when our own border is being completely invaded every single day. We don't have an idea of how many millions of people are in this country. We know that it's upwards of 12 million, while some estimates go as high as 20 million. Our country is being invaded by people from over 160 countries around the world. We're talking about criminals, gang members, cartels, rapists, murderers. All kinds of convicted criminals have come in our country and are committing crimes against Americans. Just recently, there was an illegal alien monster that was arrested in the state of New York by NYPD that was released. And when he was released, because the justice system of New York did not prosecute him, this monster then came to Georgia and murdered Laken Riley. But these are the types of crimes that are happening all over our country. And just recently, Madam Speaker, as I heard you speak earlier today about the 2 police officers that were killed in New York, these are the types of things that Americans care about, the crimes that are being committed against Americans. We are not interested in seeing our hard-earned dollars go to countries that don't even meet their commitments. Over half of the NATO countries have not met their pledge to at least spend over 2%. We're talking about countries like France. We're talking about countries like Denmark, Germany, Italy, Canada, Turkey, Spain, and many others who are not even paying and meeting their pledge of spending at least 2% in NATO. But yet America is beyond our pledge. We are spending in 2023 3.5% of our GDP. But yet we don't do anything to defend our own country and our own borders. This is why Americans would love to see Congress take action to defund NATO and stop spending hundreds of millions of their hard-earned money to foreign countries to defend these foreign countries while we don't defend our own country and our own people. Madam Speaker, I urge Congress to vote for this amendment, and I yield the remainder of my time.
The gentlelady yields her time, and the woman from Florida is
Madam
recognized.
Chair, thank you. How much time do I have remaining?
Gentlelady has 3 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the sponsor of the amendment has shown pretty clear evidence that she has no idea what the NATO Security Investment Program is actually funding. We're talking about funding that is provided to build infrastructure that takes care of our troops that are overseas so that we can make sure that we invest properly in infrastructure for a vast array of training facilities, of national security facilities, of hangars that contain our airplanes, military aircraft that cost billions of dollars. So everything about what the amendment does actually makes our own service members who are fighting overseas to defend our national security interests and to defend our country less safe. I'm not sure if the sponsor of the amendment has traveled to see our military infrastructure around the world. I have, and oftentimes when we go as the Milcon VA subcommittee, and I've traveled with Judge Carter to see some of our infrastructure, and the appalling conditions in which much of this infrastructure exists makes it so that our service members are less safe. I've been in hangars in which the doors don't close because they are rusted, and the jerry-rigging that our service members has to do to close the doors of some hangars to protect our very expensive equipment that protects our national security interests would straighten my hair. And that's not easy, Madam Chair. We have a responsibility to make sure that the infrastructure that we fund is in pristine, well-kept condition. And what the sponsor of the amendments would do is decimate our ability to do that. That's irresponsible, it's unpatriotic, and we should not support this amendment, and members should vote against it. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back the balance of her time, and the question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair,
recorded vote.
The gentlewoman will suspend. In the opinion of chair, the ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentlewoman rise?
I demand a recorded vote, Madam Chair.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Georgia will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 17, printed in Part B of House Report 118-535. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Wyoming seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 17, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-535, offered by Ms. Hageman of Wyoming.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1269, the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Hageman, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Wyoming.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of my amendment number 17 to H.R. 8580, which would prohibit the VA from continuing to decommission mileage reimbursement kiosks in its facilities nationwide. As the age-old saying goes, if it's not broke, don't fix it. Unfortunately, this basic premise was disregarded when the VA decided to quickly do away with mileage reimbursement kiosks at its facilities nationwide, which had previously provided veterans with an easy-to-use system to file their beneficiary travel reimbursement claims, among other key functions. These changes were made as part of the November 2020 rollout of the VA's new online beneficiary travel self-service system, which sought to reform the way in which these claims are submitted and processed. Since its introduction, the VA's new system has been plagued with countless issues and has ultimately disadvantaged a large segment of America's veterans, such as those who live in rural areas, including Wyoming, where access to the internet can be limited, and our elderly veterans who are not as familiar with this type of technology. An OIG report from May 2023 highlighted that from February 2021 through July 2022, the new system fell short of all 4 of the VA system performance goals. Initial feedback from veterans outside the VA and veteran service organizations was never taken into account during system development, and the VA did not provide proper training to veterans on how to enter claims in the new system until almost 5 months after the system's launch. Madam Chair, these mistakes are simply not acceptable. Combined with the removal of the mileage reimbursement kiosks, these foundational flaws have resulted in missed reimbursements and increased difficulties for Americans' veterans. While I certainly understand the need to streamline and improve upon existing systems and processes, modernization should never come at a negative cost to any of our veterans who have devoted their lives to serving our nation and safeguarding the freedoms that we hold dear. It is our responsibility and should remain our priority to do everything in our power to ensure our veterans can easily access the benefits and care that they have rightfully earned. I urge all of my colleagues to support my amendment, and with that I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. Members seek time to speak in opposition.
Madam Chair, I rise to claim time in opposition.
From Florida is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to this amendment. CBO has reviewed this amendment and indicated that it would have, quote, significant budget authority and outlay effects in this year. Translate that into English, and it means it would cost a lot of money. The bill already cuts $6 billion from the VA over the last fiscal year. And furthermore, veterans can still receive their travel reimbursements online, which simplifies the current process and the need for hard copy and in-person submissions, which is cumbersome and unnecessary. I believe we should let the VA manage this process in a way that is efficient and cost-effective. This amendment micromanages the VA on something that is really not appropriate for us to be doing in this bill, and so I would urge its opposition and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from Wyoming is recognized.
Yes, I will repeat that this is for the benefit of our veterans. This is a program that was not properly rolled out, and our veterans are the ones that have suffered as a consequence. They are the ones who have given their lives and their dedication to protecting our freedoms. It's critically important that we make sure that we make it as easy as possible, as streamlined as possible, for them to be able to seek the reimbursement that they're entitled to. These kiosks have been effective at doing that, and until there is an alternative that can replace the kiosks, we should not be decommissioning with them. I urge adoption of this amendment, and with that, I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves, and the gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd now like to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Florida, my neighbor to the slightly north, and and a member of the Appropriations Committee, Ms. Frankel.
The gentlewoman.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you for your
2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague Debbie Wasserman Schultz for your fine work. Madam Speaker, I'm the proud mother of a United States war veteran, so I understand the risks that our brave men and women in uniform take for our freedom. So it saddens me to say, my, here we go again, Republicans interfering with a woman's freedom to decide whether or when to start or grow a family. And this time, going after the women who have served our country in uniform. This bill includes provisions that not only cruelly restrict access to abortion, but eliminates abortion counseling at the VA altogether, impacting nearly 1 million veterans of childbearing age. And Madam Speaker, I hope we can all agree that we owe our veterans nothing less than full support to help them maintain their health and well-being. These proposed changes in this bill not just roll back medical rights, they are a profound failure to stand by our veterans and a betrayal to honor our commitment to them. So because of some of these provisions, including this one, I cannot support this bill, and I urge my colleagues to vote against it. And I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Gentlewoman reserves.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I reserve.
The gentlewoman from Wyoming is recognized.
I don't think that there's anything that epitomizes more the Democrats' obsession with abortion than bringing that issue into in relation to an amendment as to whether the VA should be allowed to decommission kiosks for mileage reimbursement for our veterans. The fact that that's the only issue that they are able to address when trying to find a way to make sure that our veterans are able to be properly reimbursed for the expenses that they incur, just I think is a reflection on the Democratic Party as a whole right now. They're not even capable of discussing anything other than abortion, even when the amendment has nothing to do with that particular topic. With that, I'm ready to close.
All right, the gentlewoman yields back her time. The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I said, we rise in opposition to this amendment, particularly because CBO says that the cost of actually implementing this would be astronomical, and the majority is already cutting $6 billion out of this bill, so I don't understand how they would expect VA to pay for what this proposal would require, and we're micromanaging the VA when we should be allowing them to manage this process in a way that they think is the most efficient and cost-effective. So I oppose the amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back her time, and the question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman of Wyoming. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 18, printed in Part B of House Report 118-535. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 18, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-535, offered by Mr. James of Michigan.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1269, the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. James, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes, and the chair recognizes the gentleman from Michigan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of my amendment, an effort to bring a mobile medical unit and/or community-based outpatient clinic to my district, Michigan's 10th Congressional District. There was a recent announcement from the VA that mobile medical units are coming to Arizona and Texas. I believe there's also a very high demand for them in Michigan. Many veterans, particularly those who served in Korea and Vietnam, in my district have come to me directly, whether at the VFW Post 6691 in Fraser, Michigan, where I'm now a member, or just recently at the Memorial Day Parade in Sterling Heights about the need to have greater access to health care facilities for those who may be declining in their mobility as they age. Currently, many veterans in Macomb County have to travel too far and too long to get the services they deserve. It is for this reason that we need to bring one closer to home, directly where they are needed most. While the Dingle VA has made some strides to improve health care for veterans in the Metro Detroit area, there is still a great deal of work to be done. I heard from women veterans in particular in my district office about the need to have more choice and better quality of services, but also about staff turnover rate that's affecting their quality of care. Community-based outpatient clinics and mobile medical units are a path toward allowing veterans to get more specialized, local-based care in manners that they have very much earned. As we commemorate the 80th anniversary of D-Day this week, we honor the brave American soldiers who fought our nation's wars abroad so we may enjoy the privileges of freedom at home. As someone who served in Operation Iraqi Freedom myself, I believe that their sacrifices should be honored through our work here in Congress. I know firsthand about the transition from military life to civilian life. It's not easy. The least we can do is make VA health care more available and accessible to our veterans. My amendment will further these aims through facilities to fund or funding for facilities like mobile medical units and community-based outpatient clinics. I implore my colleagues to support my amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves.
Madam
For what
Chair.
purpose does the gentle lady from Florida seek recognition?
I claim the time in opposition, although I am not opposed to the amendment.
Objection? The
Madam
gentlewoman is
Chair.
recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. This amendment is non-controversial. I do not oppose it. It supports community-based outpatient clinics and mobile medical units. I yield back the balance of my time.
The woman yields back the balance of her time. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield the balance of my time.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Michigan. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 19, printed in Part B of House Report 118-535. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 19, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-535, offered by Mrs. Kiggins of Virginia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1269, the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. Kiggins, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes, and the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Virginia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I represent a district that over 90,000 active duty military members and their families call home. As a former Navy helicopter pilot, military spouse, and now mom to children who serve, I'm proud to be a voice for our military community here in Congress. One of the aspects I'm most passionate about advocating for is improving their quality of life, particularly their living conditions. But to put it plainly, housing for our single unaccompanied service members is abysmal, and it's completely unacceptable. In September 2023, the United States Government Accountability Office found a variety of living conditions were negatively affecting service members' quality of life, such as sewage overflow, mold and mildew, broken windows and locks. I've seen it for myself, and so has my staff. The week I was sworn into office, I took my entire team to Virginia Beach and drove them around Naval Air Station Oceana to show them conditions we ask our unaccompanied sailors to live in. We visited condemned barracks, other barracks that were decades old and had very little maintenance and upkeep. We saw rusted bathrooms, moldy ceilings, dirty carpets. To think of the conditions that we ask these often young, unaccompanied sailors to live in, I think of the college dorms. I'm also a mom to 4 children who are college age, and we've done many college tours recently and visiting dormitories on campuses and seeing just the differences between where we're housing college-age students and knowing what those kids do a lot of nights of the week, and then looking at where we're housing our unaccompanied service members and knowing what we ask of those young people. It was stark contrasts and stark differences. Our young men and women in uniform put their lives on the line for our country, and it's only right to provide them with the quality of life deserving of their service and sacrifice. It's infuriating to me that we have not provided better for them. Given the overall success of the military housing privatization initiative for military family housing and our current budgetary constraints, we need to think outside the box about housing solutions for our unaccompanied service members. That's why I'm offering this amendment to encourage the approval and development of privatized housing for unaccompanied service members, like the ones we have right now in Hampton Roads in San Diego. We cannot allow bureaucratic delays and fragmented approaches by the different services to hamper our efforts to fix problems plaguing our barracks on bases across the country. We can and must work together to create better living conditions and housing options for those who serve. I want my children and their peers to be proud of their Navy, just like I was when I served. With that, I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this amendment. I reserve the remainder of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves, and the gentlewoman, purpose you seek recognition.
I rise to claim time in opposition to the gentlelady's amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The gentlelady's amendment is bewildering to me. I understand and agree with the frustration towards the deficiencies in housing for our service members, including unaccompanied housing. But a GAO report last year highlighted the horrible conditions of some military unaccompanied housing and inadequate oversight from the military services. While the services are taking some steps to address these deficiencies, our subcommittee has remained focused on a bipartisan basis on addressing this issue. But privatization of unaccompanied housing is not a universal answer to these problems, and it should not be a first option. While the services are exploring pilot projects for unaccompanied barracks, the feedback that our subcommittee has heard in hearings this year is that the services do not view privatization as an answer to this problem in all or even most cases. We don't have to look far to see how privatization can go horribly wrong. Privatized family housing has resulted in persistent, unacceptable conditions for many military families, including houses with mold, improperly addressed lead paint, untimely maintenance, and companies which have not been responsive to their concerns. Why? Because even the fines that are levied once these private companies are held accountable are just a rounding error for these multinational corporations who really don't have to worry about whether they can afford the accountability that is meted out from their neglect. Oversight of privatized family housing remains a major issue to this day. Even when privatization may result in better housing conditions now, it's not a solution if companies don't properly maintain these facilities for the full life cycle like they have neglected to do for family housing. So sure, if you build a private, if you have a private company, build a private barracks now, it's pristine and new and, has nothing wrong with it. With the neglect that is the track record of these private companies, down the road, we're going to end up potentially in the same boat. We cannot repeat the mistakes of the past. There may be specific instances where privatized unaccompanied housing can be a part of a holistic plan by the services to address the deficiencies of unaccompanied housing, but it is not and should not be the whole solution. That's where this amendment takes us. We should not repeat the privatized housing horror stories of the past or waste untold millions more in critical taxpayer dollars on privatized housing schemes. I strongly urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves, and the gentlewoman from Virginia is recognized.
I would like to disagree with my colleague. Privatization is one solution, and privatization of family housing has come a long way. Is it perfect? No. But it's a step in the right direction, and it's certainly a lot better than what we used to have, which was simply the defense budget and the government running all of family housing. Family housing has come a long way since we've privatized it. There's a lot of oversight needed, and Congress needs to continue to provide that oversight so that we have the best family housing available for our military families who serve right along with our active duty servicemen and women. But privatization is one way that we can think outside the box. The defense budget is always inadequate. We just don't have the amount of money that it takes to refurbish and redo all of the unaccompanied housing, all of the barracks that we've seen and that were listed in that GAO report, that scathing GAO report that came out. It is one solution. Right now, we just have two. We have one in Norfolk and one in San Diego. We have two models of privatization. Having visited those two, the one in Norfolk, it is amazing to see the quality of life differences. We have private bedrooms. We have a communal kitchen that has actually spaces for them to make nutritious meals. We have things like a gym, and there's a pool, and there's even a jacuzzi, basketball courts. There's a theater room. There's a library. There's plenty that offers the good quality of life that we know our servicemen and women need, especially when they come home after a long deployment or after a long working day. Those are the things that we can provide in privatized housing. Is it a perfect solution? No, but it's a way to augment what we have right now, and it's certainly a step in the right direction. And I reserve the remainder of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves, and the gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
Madam Chair, the difference between the gentlelady's approach and ours is that we believe that the services should continue to be able to take a measured approach to whether or not using privatized unaccompanied housing is appropriate, and whether or not, as the gentlelady's amendment would do, encourage the services to go to privatization for unaccompanied housing. We see the track record that unfettered going forward on privatizing housing has not gone well. And it's been expensive, costly, and it has also contributed to the problem that we're having with retention of our service members. We've heard testimony over the last few years from service members who have been in neglected, privatized family housing, and it has caused many of the service members to throw the towel in and just say, you know what, I wanted to make a career out of being in the military, but obviously the services don't care about me, don't care about my family, or exposing my children to lead paint and other really serious problems and mold. So we're not at a point where we should be encouraging privatization of housing. We should allow the services to take a measured approach to pursue privatized unaccompanied housing when they think it's appropriate, make sure that there's appropriate accountability in place, which this amendment doesn't ensure. And so I would urge members to vote against it, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields, and the gentlewoman from Virginia is recognized.
I would like to yield time to my colleague.
How many minutes do you have remaining? The gentleman has 1 minute remaining, and you are recognized.
Thank you. The argument here against privatized housing for people in the military, if you allow somebody to put their private dollars into it, then down the road, it may turn into what the government has allowed the housing to turn into, which would be terrible. We shouldn't let a private entity oversee the housing, because it may turn into what the government has allowed housing to be for our service members. That argument holds no water, makes absolutely no sense, and I would put my money on the private entities taking better care of their investment than how the government takes care of an investment that is paid for by the ambiguous tax dollars of people across the country any day of the week. I yield back my time.
Again, I yield the remainder of my time.
The gentlewoman yields, and the question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Virginia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 20, printed in Part B of House Report 118-535. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 20, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-535, offered by Mrs. Kiggins of Virginia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1269, the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. Kiggins, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Virginia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the daughter of a veteran, the wife of a veteran, as a veteran myself, it is particularly important to me that our country keeps its promises to those who served. Virginia's 2nd District is home to one of the highest populations of veterans in the country. But an estimated 90,000 veterans live not within our borders, but across the ocean in U.S. territories and freely associated states such as Puerto Rico, Guam, and other islands across the Pacific. We are responsible for providing care to all veterans, including those that reside within U.S. territories and freely associated states. However, there is evidence that VA's estimate of the number of veterans living in these areas is far too low, and the Government Accountability Office has consistently criticized the model used by the VA to make these estimates. This prevents the VA from allocating sufficient resources to serve those veterans, leading to gaps in care. In addition, the VA does not have community care network providers in the freely associated states and limited local options for medical care that health care is often only available after traveling by plane. Most veterans who live in one of the freely associated states do not qualify for VA travel benefits program, even though the closest VA clinic is sometimes thousands of miles away on another island. VA care in these areas does not live up to its promise. I urge the VA to maintain and expand services available to these veterans, and I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. I reserve the remainder of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. Purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida rise?
Madam Chair, I claim the time in opposition, though I am not opposed to the amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to address the tail end of the previous colleague who represented a fundamental misunderstanding of the way privatized military housing works. The privatized companies aren't taking over housing that the government built. They actually enter into a contract with the military, and they build the housing brand new themselves. And then the problem is that for decades, they've neglected it. They've neglected the housing. They're terrible about follow-up on maintenance and making sure that the housing is well cared for. They're leaving people in mold and filth and vermin and lead paint, and it's unacceptable. So let's just be clear that the gentleman's reference to privatized companies coming and rescuing government housing that declined, not correct. The privatized family housing program and the barracks are new construction that the privatized companies build, and then they neglect taking care of it and neglect taking care of our service members, which is why we need to be careful about our approach in the future to privatized family housing and privatized housing for unaccompanied service members. On this amendment, it's non-controversial, and I'm not opposed to it. It supports medical care for veterans who reside in U.S. territories and freely associated states, which both Judge and I have gone together to see and to communicate about, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back her time, and the gentlewoman from Virginia is recognized.
Just to close again about the privatization of housing, I mean, to look at and to compare and to enter both facilities, those that are privatized, those that are purely funded by the Department of Defense, is it perfect? No, but it is a heck of a lot better than the current conditions that we have our unaccompanied service members living in right now. The stark differences in those two pathways of life, I cannot speak more favorably to the privatized model. Again, is it perfect? No. Is there a lot of accountability and oversight that needs to happen? Yes. That contract process could probably be perfected and worked on, and that's something that I think is in the responsibility of Congress. We need to make sure that we have a contract with those privatized companies who also have reputations on the line. So they're not just building and forgetting about those housing situations. They have reputations too, and they want to take care of our service members. But just in reality, what is happening in the two models we currently have in San Diego and Norfolk, it is stark contrast to the DOD-funded, DOD-built, DOD-supervised housing that we currently see on base, and I can't think of a better direction for our service members. And as far as the VA care in U.S. territories and freely associated states, I again encourage my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield the remainder of my time.
Gentlewoman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Virginia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Where are we off to? It is now in order to consider amendment number 21, printed in Part B of House Report 118-535. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
And the clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 21, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-535, offered by Mrs. Kiggins of Virginia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1269, the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. Kiggins, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had the honor of growing up in a family with a strong history of service to our country. My grandfather served in the Navy in World War II. My father served as a United States Army Green Beret in Vietnam and later served in the Army Reserves. I spent some of the best years of my life in the Navy as a helicopter pilot with many members who became like family to me. As a third-generation veteran, the wife of a veteran, and mother of future veterans, I know how important it is to take care of our men and women in uniform after they return home from service. Unfortunately, these issues surrounding mental health are a complex and unfortunate challenge for many of our nation's heroes. Since 9/11, it's estimated that over 30,000 active duty service members and veterans have died by suicide. Most statistics average of approximately 20 a day. This is 4 times more than the number of service members killed in combat during the global war on terror. We have the responsibility to provide those who have served our country with the medical care, including mental health care, and support that they deserve. While the VA has expanded their suicide outreach and mental health initiatives, there is more work to be done. We cannot allow the men and women who have served our country to slip through the cracks. We can and we must do better. That is why I've offered this amendment to ensure the VA fully funds and effectively executes mental health care programs with a special emphasis on suicide prevention and outreach. Returning home from combat and transitioning to civilian life is often extremely difficult for our service members. Access to programs and resources for suicide prevention can help those who are struggling and ultimately save lives. We must protect our veterans just as they have protected us. I urge my colleagues to stand up for veterans and vote in favor of my amendment, and I reserve the remainder of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise to claim the time in opposition, although I am not opposed to the amendment.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I really would invite the gentlelady from Virginia to take a tour of some of our privatized military family housing where she would have an opportunity to see that it is not better. We've established some layer of oversight at the military service level, but we have really decrepit conditions that still exist, and there are some beginning improvements, but you have millions of dollars in fines that privatized military family housing companies have had to pay because of their neglect. So, like I said, encouraging more privatized housing for our accompanied service members should be done in a selectful, choiceful way, not just encouraging it to occur across all of our services. But with that, this amendment is non-controversial and I'm not opposed to it. It supports mental health care programs with an emphasis on suicide prevention, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentlewoman from Virginia is recognized.
Just to clarify, there's a stark difference between family privatized housing and unaccompanied privatized housing for our single service members. And I'd yield the remainder of my time for this amendment.
The gentlewoman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Virginia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 22, printed in Part B of House Report 118-535. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 22, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-535, offered by Mrs. Kiggins of Virginia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1269, the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. Kiggins, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I represent a military-heavy district with 5 bases, and all those installations have buildings that are in disrepair or condemned. I'm shocked at some of the conditions I see on the military bases in my district. I drive around, and it's disheartening to see the buildings that are in disrepair, that are vacant, that are falling apart, that are eyesores. I have driven in family housing where right across the street will be empty old BOQ building that will have the doors swinging open and the curtains blowing in the breeze from windows that are broken, refrigerators sitting with their doors ajar just out in the hallways. These are buildings that are awaiting demolition that sit literally for years and again are eyesores. We haven't prioritized demolition projects on these bases. And when we think about recruitment and retention for our all-volunteer force, I worry about those impressions that we're leaving with other families, with our military families, and with our active duty servicemen and women that are driving through bases. Not prioritizing military demolition projects has created safety issues directly affecting the quality of life and quality of service of our military personnel, their families, and surrounding communities. Poor conditions on military bases can hamper operational efficiency and readiness. Condemned buildings may restrict space for training, maintenance, and equipment storage. Lack of suitable facilities can delay operations, hinder training exercises, and impact the overall effectiveness of military units stationed on the base. My amendment would ensure the Department of Defense allocates additional funding specifically for the demolition of condemned buildings on military installations. If we recognize the importance of maintaining and improving our installation infrastructure, we can ensure that we don't deter potential recruits and impact retention rates. Service members and their families may be reluctant to stay in such environments, affecting the overall strength and morale of the military community. My amendment would ensure the necessary resources are available to carry out the demolition projects efficiently and safely by reducing bureaucratic red tape and expediting the review and approval of demolition plans. It is crucial to address and improve these poor conditions to ensure the well-being of military personnel. Again, I can't overstate when we are so focused on recruitment, retention, quality of life. When I get in my minivan and I drive around bases and I see buildings that are falling apart, that are dilapidated, that have broken glass, broken doors, that those are eyesores that when we think of what kind of impression that leaves for a person who is a new recruit right out of boot camp and they show up on a base and they drive through a series of these buildings that are due to be demolished, but we can't get that done. And then when we call, we pick up the phone and we ask base leadership and they say, well, it's going to be several years from now. So I have to look at that building, and other members of our service and their families have to look at those buildings just on their drive to and from work, on their drive to and from commissaries and to and from their jobs. So we have to do better for our servicemen and women. I urge my colleagues to help make our military installations more appealing and safer for members of our armed services and to vote in favor of my amendment. I reserve the remainder of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise to claim time in opposition, although I am not opposed to the amendment.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment is non-controversial, and I'm not opposed to it. It encourages the Navy and Marine Corps to effectively use its demolition funding, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentlewoman from Virginia is recognized.
And I yield the remainder of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Virginia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise as the designee of the gentlewoman from Connecticut, and I move to strike the last word.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to oppose various harmful policy riders included in this bill. Specifically, there are two sets of riders that I believe are the most poisonous. First, Section 255 would prohibit the VA from implementing a rule on abortions, essentially making it the law that a woman veteran has to be dying in order to have access to an abortion. Never mind if an abortion is in the best medical interest of the veteran, this rider ignores that harsh but brutal reality that some veterans will face. It further limits women's access to reproductive care by prohibiting VA from offering abortion counseling and making it more difficult for women veterans to access abortion services. Many of our Republican colleagues are obsessed with adopting a national abortion ban, and their fanatic compulsion to control women's bodies will apparently spare no one, even if it means stealing away reproductive freedoms of the brave veterans who serve to protect every last one of our freedoms. This radical agenda is so out of sync with Americans' political mainstream, most self-described Republicans across the country don't support it. And it certainly should not be poisoning this historically bipartisan bill that our veterans and service members desperately count on. Further, Sections 256, 257, and 416 are discriminatory riders against our LGBTQI+ community. The riders block gender-affirming care, limit the ability to fly the pride flag at VA facilities, and create a license to discriminate against the LGBTQI+ community under the guise of religious freedom. I was proud to sponsor amendments joined by some of my Democratic colleagues that would have stricken these provisions, but the majority blocked those amendments from receiving a vote. Like the assaults on women's bodies, these extremist attacks undermine the basic tenets of equality and inclusivity at the very heart of our democratic values. VA should be welcoming and inclusive for everyone who volunteers to sacrifice and serve our nation, not just some of them. I single out these two particularly odious sets of riders because, unlike many of the genuine policy differences that we'll have today, these are both especially cruel, discriminatory, and destined to shrivel under the unforgiving light of time and history. We should all be uniting to ensure that veterans can find jobs, feed their families, keep roofs over their heads, and get the care that they deserve, not dividing and politicizing their personal and medical decisions. For these reasons, at the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit this bill back to committee. If the House rules permitted, I would have offered the motion with an important amendment to this bill. My amendment would strike the harmful provisions I just described for you. At the end of the debate, I will insert into the record the text of this amendment. I hope my colleagues will join me in the voting for the motion to recommit, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. It is now in order to consider amendment number 28, printed in Part B of House Report 118-535, For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 28, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-535, offered by Mr. Mast of Florida.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1269, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mast, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to discuss this bipartisan amendment to ensure that veterans have access to every tool possible when it comes to healing from both the visible and the invisible wounds of war and service. That could be trouble sleeping, it could be physical pain, it could be some disease that you get from something you were exposed to in war, a cancer that you contract. It could be addiction. It could just be finding peace in your life. And that tool that we're specifically speaking about today is cannabis. My proposed amendment, I believe, is common sense. It allows doctors in the VA, those that deal with veterans, to give advice to their veteran patients. Now that seems simple enough, but under the status quo, VA doctors are limited in essential treatment options that they can offer to their patients, and treatments that, unfortunately, patients that are not veterans can readily assess in many states. This amendment would allow doctors to discuss cannabis as a treatment option with their patients. It would allow doctors to help those patients fill out paperwork that authorizes medical use of cannabis. It would allow those doctors to help weigh cannabis when choosing whether other medical options may be the best fit for that individual veteran. Now, when I woke up in Walter Reed Army Medical Center after being injured in Afghanistan, I was on a laundry list of medications. It was a shock to me. I was on sleep sedatives, antidepressants, anti-inflammatories, and probably half a dozen different very, very serious narcotic painkillers. And when I woke up and became aware of all of this, I quit those things cold turkey. I was lucky that I was able to do that. Most veterans that I've encountered were not able to do that, and many, unfortunately, suffered addiction there afterwards. A few years ago, I met a former member of Navy SEAL Team 6. He was in a helicopter crash that resulted in catastrophic injuries. After countless surgeries, he found himself addicted to opioids that he was prescribed for sleep and pain management. He was never given an alternative to those drugs, and ultimately, it was cannabis for him that allowed him to break free of that addiction and manage his pain without opioids. However, he's never been able to discuss cannabis with his doctor at the VA for fear of repercussions. He couldn't talk to his doctor about it. His story isn't unique. There are tens of thousands of veterans for whom cannabis may be a better alternative if they can discuss it. Now, according to the American Journal of Drug and Alcohol Abuse, a survey of 50% of veterans who use cannabis said that they used it in place of prescription medication, but they're forced to hide their use and self-medicate because VA physicians are hamstrung from discussing it as a viable option. Beyond the veteran population, the nation is turning the page on how we think about cannabis. It's become a key part of the medical system in more than 30 states. It offers law-abiding Americans a low-cost and safe option. And I would say that do not keep those who've fought for our country from accessing what's proven to be a critical tool for pain management. It is time for change. Veterans deserve to have access to every possible tool and the best medical options available and the best possible medical advice by their doctors. And in that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Does any member seek time in opposition?
Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oregon
I seek time in
recognition?
opposition, although I'm not opposed to the amendment.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. I deeply appreciate the opportunity to join my friend Mr. Mass, Congresswoman Lee, Mr. Joyce in supporting this amendment. He talks about the necessity of providing our veterans with the best possible treatment. And it is clear, and I've heard this with veterans across the country, how medical cannabis fills a critical need. Less long-term harm, more opportunities to be able to meet, as he said, the wounds of war, seen and unseen. It's ironic, at a time when the rest of the federal government is moving towards the recognition of the long overdue need to reschedule cannabis. The Department of Health and Human Services, the Department of Justice are soon going to reschedule cannabis to Schedule III, recognizing that it has medicinal value, recognizing the opportunities for more research activities, but at the same time, the Department of Veterans Affairs is stuck in the past. As my friend mentioned, they pose problems for veterans who cannot seek help from their own physician to get guidance and counseling for things where medical cannabis would make a difference for them. At a time like this, when the rest of America has realized the recognition of the value of medical cannabis, 38 states have approved it, and as I said, where the rest of the federal government is moving towards rescheduling, it's unfortunate that the Department of Veterans Affairs is trapped in time, not giving veterans full benefit of medical cannabis. It's ironic, for the time they were handing out opioids like Tic Tacs and have erred on the side of over-caution dealing with medical cannabis. I urge strongly the approval of this amendment, and I would reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just add a little bit to what you just said there. You're absolutely correct, my colleague, in saying there was a time that veterans were handed opioids in bags. They were given recurring prescriptions. There was a time that I had drawers full of Oxycontins that just because the prescription kept getting refilled, that I literally never used one, but they keep giving you more and more and more and more. But at the same time, you are not allowed to discuss cannabis, not even discuss it with your doctor, not do the paperwork with your doctor, not be able to find out if it's the best option or the worst option, but really not be able to be benefited by your doctor and the advice that they could offer on this. It's, as we both said, definitely time to turn the page on this issue, and I thank my colleague for his work on this issue as well, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I deeply appreciate the leadership of my friend from Florida, and his personal experience adds particular impact to his leadership on this. Another tireless champion for rational cannabis reform is Congresswoman Barbara Lee, with whom I've been pleased to partner for years now with the Cannabis Caucus and moving on a series of reform proposals. She's a tireless champion. She will be missed in Congress in the future, but luckily we've got her here now, and I would yield to her the balance of my time to share her insights and wisdom.
Thank you very much.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you very much. Let me thank the gentleman from Oregon for his gracious comments, and thank you so much for your friendship and your support and your tremendous leadership. Look forward to working with you also in the next chapter of our life to make sure that all of our efforts around cannabis are passed and signed into law. And thank you, Mr. Masson, and thanks to Mr. Joyce, and to all who have allowed us to work again in a bipartisan way to make it easier for veterans to access medical cannabis in states where it's legal. Now, this amendment would authorize the VA physicians to provide recommendations and opinions regarding the use of medical cannabis to veterans who live in states with existing medical programs. Millions of American veterans suffer from, for example, from mental health conditions stemming from their service. Moreover, of the nearly 1 million veterans who receive opioids to treat painful conditions, more than half continue to consume beyond 90 days, contributing massively to the disproportionate overdose and suicide rates impacting veterans. As we continue experiencing the throes of the opioid crisis ravaging communities across the country, from urban centers to rural centers, the hands of VA physicians should not be tied when it comes to advising around medical treatments that are scientifically proven to be less harmful, less addictive, like state legal medical marijuana. Now, I'm the daughter of a veteran of 2 wars. He would have been helped tremendously with many of his health issues had he been able to explore medical cannabis options with his VA physicians. I saw him go through this wanting to explore all of these options, but he could not. So I'm proud in his memory, Garvin A. Tutt, who was part of the 92nd Battalion in Italy, supporting the Normandy invasion. I'm proud to co-lead this amendment, and I want to thank all of our co-chairs of the Cannabis Caucus, and I want to thank our ranking member, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, and of course, Mr. Joyce, for their leadership and their partnership on this. And I urge our colleagues to support this bipartisan amendment that would benefit our armed services members, and I yield back the remainder of my time, and thank you again.
The gentleman's time has expired. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what?
Recorded vote, please.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 29 printed in Part B of House Report 118-535. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 29, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-535, offered by Mr. Molinaro of New York.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1269, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Molinaro, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Chairman, it is without question that this nation owes enormous gratitude to the men and women who served and returned home. So many of them carry with them both physical and mental health injuries as they return home. We are compelled to do more to provide for mental health treatment. My amendment, amendment number 29, highlights the importance of the Veterans Health Administration Office of Mental Health's role in assisting veterans across America, those living with intellectual and developmental disabilities and those living with mental health and substance use disorder challenges. In August of 2023 alone, 5.3 million veterans had a service-related disability, and that number, as we know, continues to grow. Susceptible to debilitating illnesses, including PTSD, depression, traumatic brain injuries, they also remain at a high risk of opioid use disorder. Veterans, without question, need our support. Their quality of life depends on access to effective, high-quality medical treatment services. And this must all come together to bolster, we must all come together to bolster the VHA's ability to care for our veterans' physical and mental health. Whether that be in urban centers or in rural communities, it is necessary to broaden the capacity and the response to those veterans living with intellectual, physical, developmental disabilities, mental illness, and addressing substance use disorder. I certainly thank my colleagues for bringing forth the amendment today. I ask for my colleagues to support this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise to claim time in opposition, although I am not opposed to the amendment.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment is non-controversial, and I am not opposed to it. It assists veterans with disabilities and mental health and substance abuse challenges, and we support it, and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank my colleagues' support, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New York. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 31 printed in Part B of House Report 118-535. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 31, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-535, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1269, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our veterans deserve the very best. It's our job to make sure they get it. That's why we're here during amendment debate, to ensure that their needs continue to be met after their honorable and heroic service to the nation. The underlying bill appropriates $320 million to the VA Housing Benefit Program Fund for administrative expenses to carry out the direct and guaranteed loan programs. As many of my colleagues know, the VA loan program guarantees loans made to service members, veterans, reservists, and single surviving spouses for the purchases of homes. As our veterans navigate the often cumbersome process of buying a home, they should have the access to as much information as possible that will enable them to make the best financial decision for their family. That's all this amendment does. If the VA accepted this recommendation, this amendment would ensure that $1 million of the total administrative expense funds appropriated to the loan program be used for the development of improved information for materials regarding the relative benefits of a VA home loan versus other types of loans for housing prospective buyers. This is simply a reflection of the fact that while a VA home loan is often the right choice for veterans that are trying to buy a home, the benefits may not be as clearly presented as they go through the process. If a VA loan would be better, the veteran should know it. I reserve.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I rise to claim the time in opposition, although I am not opposed to the amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you,
Without
Madam
objection. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment is non-controversial, and I'm not opposed to it. It supports the VA home loan program, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleague for support. Again, all we're trying to do here is make sure that our veterans who have committed their lives and sacrificed to our country have as much information as they're trying to provide for their families. We have made promises, so this is promises made, promises kept. I urge adoption. I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 32, printed in Part B of House Report 118-535. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 32, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-535, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1269, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in strong support of my amendment to prioritize increased support for our veterans suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder, or PTSD. The numbers don't lie and bear repeating. Over 20% of Operation Enduring Freedom and Operation Iraqi Freedom veterans have received a diagnosis of PTSD. Our older veterans are also impacted. Over 10% of Gulf War veterans and 15% of Vietnam veterans are similarly impacted by this cruel diagnosis. Unfortunately, current treatments do not always meet the needs of our veterans suffering from PTSD. And therefore, it's vital that the Department of Veterans Affairs invest more of its resources into any treatment that can improve the daily lives of our veterans. One of those treatments, SGB, is a cause championed by my colleague from Pennsylvania, Ms. Perry, and I urge adoption, Mr. Perry, and I urge adoption of his amendment as well. Caring for our soldiers is a top priority of this Congress, whether Democrat or Republican. This bill proudly carries the legacy of the great promise from President Lincoln that the United States would care for him who shall have borne that burden of battle. I reserve.
The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I rise to claim the time in opposition, although I am not opposed to the gentleman's amendment.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment is non-controversial. I am not opposed to it. It supports funding for medical services with a focus on the treatment of PTSD, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Florida yields back. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Madam Chair, I thank you and I thank my colleague. PTSD is real. We have veterans suffering from it every single day. Promises made, promises kept. That is our oath. I urge adoption and yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 33, printed in Part B of House Report 118-535. For what purpose did the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 33, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-535, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1269, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With many veterans in my family, this is something that's near and dear to my heart, as I've seen members of my family having to drive long distances to receive care that otherwise could have been provided at home. I think of my Uncle Keith, who suffered, languished in a hospital when he could have passed peacefully with his family in his own home. The VA's medical community care program allows veterans to get the care they need from community providers when the VA cannot do so. To complement the VA's efforts to provide medical services to chronically ill or disabled veterans through the community care program, this amendment ensures additional funding specifically for in-home health care. If a disabled veteran would like to receive medical services from a specific VA-approved community provider, and it would better facilitate that veteran's care than other medical services, it should be a top priority for the VA. This is plain and simple, common sense, providing the best health care for those who have sacrificed so much for this country, and I reserve.
The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. For what purpose did the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I rise to claim the time in opposition.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to this amendment because this is yet another attempt at trying to privatize veterans' health care. Veterans have consistently made it clear that they prefer to get their health care at the VA. That is where they are the most comfortable. That is where they are served by people who have served in the military as well. And it is a culture and an environment that ensures that veterans are seen and treated by people who understand what they've been through. Multiple studies, in fact, have shown that non-VA care generally is of lower quality and higher cost. In fact, since the enactment of the Mission Act, which was designed to shift patients from the Veterans Health Administration to the private sector, costs have exploded. Between FY19 and FY24, costs for medical community care have grown by over $21 billion, or almost 140%. My colleagues across the aisle often lament that government spending is out of control. I agree that we shouldn't balance our budget on the backs of our veterans, but we can take reasonable measures to ensure that the care that we provide our veterans are not only of high quality, but are cost effective. We should not be kicking into overdrive to privatize the health care that our veterans receive. They wish and prefer to have their health care provided for them at the VA. This amendment would lead to an expansion of privatization, and for that reason I oppose the amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Florida reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, when I think about my home state of Tennessee, in particular Murray County where I reside, we have Murray Regional Hospital, which is a community-owned nonprofit hospital. The VA is over an hour away if you live where I live. If you live further south, then the VA would be an hour and a half to 2 hours away. And so you have a locally owned, community-owned hospital that is a nonprofit that could provide these same services for our veterans in our community at their homes, where they're not having to travel an hour or hour and a half to get services. So this isn't about privatization. This is about prioritizing our veterans' as they seek medical care for the service they gave to their country. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
When you have, what the gentleman's amendment does is it encourages the privatization of in-home health care that we provide to our veterans. The difference between providing care to our veterans from the VA and providing privatized home health care is you can ensure that within the VA system that the veteran is cared for oftentimes by another veteran or by someone who is accustomed to treating veterans and understands the unique and specific needs that they have. Moving towards privatization, more and more privatization, makes it so that veterans are less likely to be treated soon, more likely to be treated with care that is more expensive, and more likely to be treated by someone who really doesn't have experience in caring for a veteran. None of those things are positive, so I urge opposition to that amendment for that reason, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Florida yields back. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate my colleagues' comments, but I would disagree that this is simply about prioritizing our veterans. And again, I speak to my community. From where I live, the VA is over an hour away. And you can be served by your community regional hospital, your community hospital. And in rural Tennessee, most of the hospitals are community owned. And so this is about getting veterans who otherwise would be an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours away from care, letting them to be served and serviced in their community. They're our veterans. They serve the country. They have sacrificed and they deserve the best. Madam Chair, I urge adoption. Promises made, promises kept. I yield.
One from Tennessee yields. Both sides have yielded. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 34, printed in Part B of House Report 118-535. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 34, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-535, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1269, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The underlying legislation provides similar funding to the Board of Veterans Appeals, just as the fiscal year 2024 levels, approximately $267 million. And this amendment recommends that the Board of Veterans Appeals invest a very small portion of its appropriated funds to expedite and eliminate the casework backlog many of our veteran constituents have raised with a variety of members of Congress. And again, this is simply to get rid of the backlog, to expedite those cases, so as been discussed here previously, so that our veterans can get care in a quick, expeditious manner. The committee report highlights sustained member concerns regarding the ongoing delays veterans and their families face. Claims can currently take years to resolve. I am grateful to see that the committee, under Chairman Carter's leadership, has prioritized hiring needed staff to expedite processing, and amendment stands in support of the committee's work. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I rise to claim time in opposition, although I am not opposed to the amendment.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The gentleman from Tennessee had a better idea on this one, and it is non-controversial, and I do not oppose it because it supports the reduction in the backlog of veterans' casework, which we are all committed to doing, and thus I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank my colleague for her kind words. This this is a report ordered by this legislation that directs the VA Secretary to produce a plan within 90 days that would eliminate the veteran case backlog within 3 years. It's a simple, common sense approach. Promises made, promises kept. Let's do that. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 35, printed in Part B of House Report 118-535. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 35, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-535, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1269, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Madam Chair, you know, coming from a family who's had family members served in World War I, II, Korea, Vietnam, the Gulf War, and the current war on terror, you know, I have a near and dear place for all of our veterans in my heart. But specifically, I think about our World War II veterans and the veterans of Korea and Vietnam conflicts. And we owe it to those who've risked life and limb to fight our nation's battles, not to only have our deepest gratitude and sympathy, but to have their service recognized, that we will stand with them through disability, illness, and old age. So again, to our veterans of World War II, not many of them left, Korea and Vietnam, we need to make sure that they have access to excellent extended care. State extended care facilities play a critical role in living up to that promise. State governments can place these facilities where they can best serve veteran communities. They allow our veterans to find high-quality nursing home care in their home states, near their communities, so they can enjoy the camaraderie of being surrounded by other residents who know and who have served their country. I reserve.
The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I rise to claim the time in opposition, although I am not opposed to the amendment.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment is non-controversial. I am not opposed to it because it supports the construction of state extended care facilities, particularly for those who served in World War II, Korea, and Vietnam. We need to take care of those valiant soldiers, and for that reason, I do not oppose the amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Florida yields back. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Madam Chair, and I thank my colleague. Again, this was encourages the VA to redouble its efforts in supporting states in constructing and maintaining excellent facilities to serve all veterans, and especially the veterans of our foreign wars. Promises made, Madam, promises kept. That's what we must do. I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 36, printed in Part B of House Report 118-535. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 36, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-535, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1269, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and I thank the chairman for his hard work on the bill. None of this is easy. This amendment addresses a potential solution for our nation's veterans and service members suffering with PTSD and PTSI. Estimates from the VA paint a harsh picture. 7% of veterans will have PTSD, with about 29% of Iraq and Afghanistan veterans having PTSD at some point in their lives. Unfortunately, far too few of these brave men and women find relief from currently available treatment in the VA, and failure there and here can mean suicide. The average number of veteran suicides per day was 17.5 in 2021. I just shudder to think every single day, 17 to 20 of our fellow brothers and sisters in arms take their lives. These numbers, quite honestly, are unacceptable. They're unacceptable to this side of the aisle. I think they're unacceptable to the other side of the aisle, and unacceptable to America. That's why I'm offering this amendment, which would increase and decrease Veterans Health Administration funding by $1 million for the purpose of furnishing stellate ganglion block, or SGB, treatment therapy to veterans suffering from PTSD. Already approved by the VA as a safe and effective alternative, the stellate ganglion block procedure injects an anesthetic agent into or onto a collection of nerves in the neck and is proven to alleviate common PTSD symptoms. In PTSD and some other anxiety conditions, the fight or flight nervous systems get stuck in the on position. By precisely placing anesthetic around the stellate ganglion, the unproductive and chronic fight or flight response is turned off. This allows neurotransmitters in the brain to reset back to a non-anxiety state and results in long-term relief of the anxiety itself and the PTSD symptoms. This procedure has already improved many lives while showing up to 85% efficacy at a fraction of the cost of other treatments that are far less effective. 85%, Madam Chair, 85%. Having this life-changing option for our veterans would give them a chance to live freer from the effects of PTSD and its symptoms. Our nation's veterans should be the top priority and deserve to have this treatment and this therapy when they need it. I urge support, and I will reserve.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I rise to claim time in opposition.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, it is not the place of Congress to be pushing for increased use of specific experimental treatments. The VA is currently in the midst of a multi-year clinical trial to collect data on this treatment for potential use in treating post-traumatic stress disorder, but they do not yet have sufficient data one way or the other regarding this treatment. If this treatment is safe, effective, and appropriate for expanded use, then the healthcare experts at the VA should be the ones to expand the treatment for wider use. There is a deliberative process for expanding the use of emerging healthcare treatments, and we should let that process play out. This specific treatment actually involves insertion into the neck of an individual and could be potentially dangerous, and we should make sure that we're waiting out the results of the studies that are being done before trying to impose a decision from the House floor. So with that, I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. The treatment is not dangerous at all. As a matter of fact, it's offered at least 11 of the VA facilities. No, but only that many, not all of the VA facilities. It's been around since the 20s, so it's not dangerous at all. As a matter of fact, there are no known side effects. There aren't any known side effects. The 85% of the time, the people that get the treatment walk away without suffering the effects of PTSD. They tell me, as I've sat there and watched the treatment given, Madam Speaker, they've told me that they feel like a weight is lifted off of them while the treatment is occurring. Those are specious claims. The bureaucracy at the VA wants to conduct another study. Meanwhile, it's allowed in some of their facilities, but not all of their facilities. And meanwhile, while they're conducting another study, 17 to 22 of our veterans take their lives every day while they're conducting another study, while offering this at some places, but not other places, while service members in Alabama are scraping up their last dollars to get on a van with some of their other buddies to drive up here to get the treatment because they can't get it down at the VA in Alabama. It is absurd. It is ridiculous. While they're conducting studies, our service members are taking their lives needlessly. So what I'm asking is, instead of the current protocol, which says that members of the military services who have earned this treatment, who have earned the care, don't have to fail every single other thing that the VA gives them before they can get this. And in the meantime, take their lives, because that's what happens, Madam Chair. The VA requires, and except in those other facilities, that the veteran do all these other things, take all these other treatments that don't work, and has to fail every single one of them before they can say, oh, please, VA, can you give me something that works? The stellate ganglion block, the SGB, which is done in the private sector, which is done at the VA, We're just saying, instead of making veterans suffer and take their lives before they can get the treatment, let them have the treatment like the veterans in those 11 facilities that do offer it. Why can't we do that? You can keep studying it. If you find some side effect, well, God bless you, but right now there aren't any. And right now, veterans are killing themselves. I reserve.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The leadership of this committee has been committed consistently to making sure that safe and effective treatments are able to be provided to the VA, to our veterans who get their care from the VA. It's just important to make sure that the care that they're receiving is efficacious and that it's safe. And I mean, it would be helpful if the sponsor of the amendment understood the sites that are offering this treatment are part of the study that is being done. There's not a new study being proposed. We're not adding time to this, but there is a process for expanding the use of emergency healthcare treatments, and that's the responsibility of the VA to manage. So let's let them complete that process, and then you could go fully forward, assuming that it proves to be efficacious and safe. I realize that we have a horrific problem with PTSD, and we certainly are dedicating vast resources to make sure that we can address suicide prevention. Unfortunately, the Republican bill cuts the VA by $6 billion, so that commitment is not quite the same. But making sure that we are providing safe, efficacious treatments to our veterans is important, and that we not impose those decisions from the House floor. That is why I oppose the amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It's now in order to consider amendment number 37, printed in Part B of House Report 118-535. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 37, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-535, offered by Mr. Peters of California.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1269, the gentleman from California, Mr. Peters, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All veterans deserve a roof over their heads. Far too many vets in San Diego remain homeless. We have to do more to ensure our veterans and their families have access to quality, affordable housing. The Housing and Urban Development Veteran Affairs Supportive Housing, known as HUD-VASH program, is a critical tool to address this issue. Earlier this year, local news in San Diego reported that nearly 35% of HUD-VASH vouchers which San Diego received went unused. That's not acceptable. We have to do everything we can to ensure veterans are receiving this assistance. This bipartisan amendment simply encourages local VA systems and public housing authorities to work together to streamline the voucher application process for HUD-VASH vouchers to reduce barriers for veterans seeking housing assistance. VA San Diego is now taking initiative by partnering with local housing authorities to better align voucher applications across public housing authority jurisdiction. This partnership provides a critical pathway to connect veterans to housing. The HUD-VASH program is critical for addressing veteran homelessness in San Diego and throughout the country, and urge all of my colleagues to vote yes on this common sense amendment, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from, does any member seek time in opposition? Seeing none, gentleman from California is recognized.
I yield.
Yield. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 38, printed in Part B of House Report 118-535. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 38, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-535, offered by Mr. Peters of California.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1269, the gentleman from California, Mr. Peters, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. VA's Supportive Services for Low-Income Veterans and Family Shallow Subsidy Program provides low-income veterans direct assistance to prevent the imminent loss of a veteran's home or to identify a new, more suitable housing situation for them and their families. Funding for this program goes to every community across the country, and in fiscal year 2024 alone, San Diego organizations received over $17 million to provide these services. My bipartisan amendment recognizes the important role this program plays in preventing housing insecure veterans from falling into homelessness. It's essential that we preserve and show strong support for this program and for those who put on the uniform in defense of our country. Keeping these vets in their homes not only preserves their safety and security, it also preserves their dignity. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this bipartisan amendment, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Does any member seek time in opposition? Seeing none, the gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield.
Gentleman from California yields. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It's now in order to consider amendment number 39, printed in Part B of House Report 118-535. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 39, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-535, offered by Mr. Pfluger of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1269, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Pfluger, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today to present an amendment that seeks to improve our understanding of the link between military service and cancer risks, specifically among our aviators. The amendment I'm proposing to the fiscal year 2025 Military Construction, Veterans Affairs, and Related Agencies Appropriations Bill underscores our commitment to protecting and supporting our men and women in uniform during their service and long after that as well. Specifically, my amendment calls for the Secretary of the VA to allocate funds for collaboration with the National Academy of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine to study the prevalence and mortality of cancer among individuals who served as active duty aircrew in the armed forces. Tragically, military aviators and crew members are being diagnosed with various forms of cancer at alarming rates. A 2021 study conducted by the Air Force Research Laboratory's 711th Human Performance Wing found that pilots and aircrew have higher risk of developing prostate cancer and melanoma, with possible links to non-Hodgkin's lymphoma and testicular cancer. Additionally, a study from the DoD found elevated rates of cancer among military aviators and aviation ground personnel. The existing evidence demonstrates a link between cancer and military aviation service. However, we must gather more comprehensive data to understand this correlation better and to properly care for our service members. After putting their lives on the line for their country, our airmen and men and women deserve assurances that they will be cared for and not exposed to unknown dangers. The U.S. military must understand any potential health risk threatening our military heroes in the cockpit or those serving as crew members. As a former United States Air Force fighter pilot myself, who has lost many colleagues to cancer, this issue is personal to me. My amendment ensures that cancer incidence rates are adequately studied, that they're adequately understood, and that the military and the Department of Defense has the tools that it needs to properly care for our military heroes. I think this is a common sense amendment. It is building upon work and studies that have already been done. And I would urge all of my colleagues to support this as we support those who are serving and protecting our country. With that, I yield.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise to claim the time in opposition, although I'm not opposed to the amendment.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment is non-controversial, and I'm not opposed to it, particularly as a cancer survivor myself. It supports the study of various cancers in military aviators, and it's an important amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized. Does the gentleman yield?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to clarify, I'm not sure what the opposition is, and I didn't hear what the opposition was. So
there wasn't opposition.
Very good.
Would the gentleman yield?
Absolutely.
What I said was that I rise to claim the time. Procedurally, we rise to claim time in opposition and then say we're not opposed to the amendment. It's just a procedural.
Very good. I yield
So
back.
I have an opportunity to speak.
I'll yield the chairman.
Thank you.
The chairman's
I
recognized.
supported this study. My brother-in-law, Kurt Brown, died of the brain cancer known as the ghost cancer. And he was both a pilot, an Air Force pilot and a Delta pilot. And I always thought that the exposure to the high levels and the exposure to the sun, that had something to do with it. And so I personally support this and will vote for it.
The gentleman from Texas yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It's now in order to consider amendment number 40, printed in Part B of House Report 118-535. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, number 40.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 40, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-535, offered by Mrs. Rogers of Washington.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1269, the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Rogers, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of my amendment, which originated after a veteran from Spokane asked for my help. She had recently retired from service and was days away from her first VA appointment when she had a heart attack. She was rushed to ER, where she made a full recovery, but the VA refused to pay for her care. Why? Because she hadn't seen a VA doctor in the last 24 months. It didn't matter that she had just enrolled, or that many VA facilities have 30 to 60 days delays. They denied her coverage she needed, and her bills were piling up. That's why I introduced the Relieve Act to waive the 24-month rule for 60 days following a veteran's enrollment in the VA healthcare system. My amendment today highlights the importance of helping veterans establish care to ensure they qualify for outside emergency coverage. It's time for Congress to eliminate the emergency coverage gap, and I urge my colleagues to join me in making sure every veteran has access to the treatment that they've earned. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise to claim the time in opposition, although I am not opposed to the amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment is non-controversial, and I am not opposed to it. It encourages the VA to address emergency care coverage for veterans. I thank the gentlelady for introducing it, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Washington. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It's now in order to consider amendment number 41, printed in Part B of House Report 118-535. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 41, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-535, offered by Mrs. Rogers of Washington.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1269, the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Rogers, and a member opposed, each will control. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today in support of my amendment to address the troubling state of housing for service members and their families at Fairchild Air Force Base in Spokane. According to the Air Force, roughly 85% of the nearly 650 privatized homes at Fairchild were constructed in the 1950s. They are aging rapidly and approaching a point where they will not be fit for families living on base. Reports of mold, cracks in the foundation, siding falling off, chipping paint, roofs in need of repair are just a few of the many issues with the housing on base. Needless to say, this is unacceptable. Our service members and their families sacrifice so much for our country. They deserve a comfortable, dependable home that isn't falling apart around them, and it's our job to make sure that they have one. This amendment is critical for ensuring Congress has the ability to conduct the oversight of the conditions of Air Force housing. as we work together to make the necessary and long overdue renovations and repairs. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and join me in making quality housing for service members and their families a top priority. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise to claim time in opposition, although I am not opposed to the amendment.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized.
The amendment is non-controversial. I am not opposed to it. The gentlelady should know that the judge and I have, and our entire subcommittee have worked for years to help address the issues that we share your concerns on, particularly for privatized military housing. The conditions under which our servicemen and women live and their families have to be pristine. The response time for those who are responsible for taking care of it needs to be dramatically improved. We've added funding in this bill at the DoD level to make sure that DoD doesn't have a hands-off policy and just leave all the decision-making to the privatized companies, so that they have a layer of accountability now as well. So thank you for raising the issue, because this is important for us to provide good housing, safe roofs over the heads of our service members and their families, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Washington. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It's now in order to consider amendment number 42, printed in Part B of House Report 118-535. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise as a designee of the gentleman from Texas, and I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 42, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-535, offered by Mr. Self of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1269, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Self, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Chair, I rise in support of this amendment by Mr. Roy. This amendment prohibits any of the funding appropriated from being used to modify or remove any VA display of the original mission statement. As you may know, the original mission statement came from President Lincoln's promise to care for him who have borne the battle and for his widow and his orphan. By serving and honoring the men and women who are Americans, veterans, they want to change it to a gender-neutral version to fulfill President Lincoln's promise to care for those who have served in our nation's military and for their families, caregivers, and survivors. We believe that that is a bridge too far, that we have changed the original mission statement too much. The original mission statement is posted in roughly 50% of all VA facilities, and now the VA has been replacing them over the last couple of months, and it is unclear which displays have been changed and which have been replaced. The Trump administration resisted calls to change the motto and put an additional 140 plaques at national cemeteries bearing Lincoln's quote. Legislation changing the motto passed by voice in committee on the House floor on the 116th Congress, "We should not use tax dollars to allow the administration to unilaterally change the VA's historic motto and to erase the words of President Lincoln in order to appease the radical left." This is part of our mission to claw back Article I authority from the executive branch. The VA's mission statement was established in 1959, used approximately the same words. This speech was part of the VA's creation of their mission, and the department wants to use hard-earned tax dollars now to erase the 16th president's words, said during the midst of the most traumatic time in our nation's history, the Civil War. In one attempt, they want to erase Lincoln's words, and they want to earn woke brownie points. I am thankful for the millions of men and women who have served valiantly in our armed forces. by changing the VA motto is just virtue signaling. We should be focused on providing the quality care and benefits veterans have earned in a timely manner. We just had a hearing with the Secretary of the VA this morning in the VA committee. We're trying to keep them focused on quality health care as opposed to other issues. There are still far too many veterans who fail to get quality care at the VA, or if they do not get an appointment, it takes months to schedule through community care. And I will tell you, we had a long discussion this morning about the failure of the VA to get a handle on veteran suicide. That's where our focus ought to be, as opposed to changing plaques on the wall to some sort of a woke motto. We have the power of the purse to hold the administration accountable and to stop the implementation of the VA's decision and save the few remaining physical displays of Lincoln's word. This is a worthy and noble goal, and I urge support for this amendment.
Does the gentleman reserve?
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise to claim time in opposition to the gentleman's amendment.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, the gentleman's debate on this amendment was spoken like a man who is refusing to acknowledge that the fastest growing group of veterans served by the VA is women. In March of last year, VA announced it was updating its 1959 mission statement to read, to fulfill, quote, to fulfill President Lincoln's promise to care for those who have served in our nation's military and for their families, caregivers, and survivors. That was a way to make VA a more inclusive and inviting place and to acknowledge that it is not only men that have served in our military, nor is it only men who are served at the VA. VA's previous mission statement read, quote, to fulfill President Lincoln's promise to care for him who shall have borne the battle and for his widow and his orphan by serving and honoring the men and women who are America's veterans. VA is a place where all veterans should feel welcome, included, and cared for. And the previous mission statement did not adequately reflect the modern-day veteran population by only honoring men's service. As I said, today, women are the fastest-growing group of veterans. It is about time that they are reflected in VA's mission statement. And I'm pleased that the VA made this important and meaningful change. And what we are doing here now is, again, wasting time debating a poison pill culture war amendment that was put to bed and excluded in the FY24 conference report. This was taken out. This was language that was removed last year. We're going to have it removed again. Essentially, what we're doing here is distracting from the fact that the Republican majority has proposed a bill that cuts $6 billion from the VA. So forgive me if I really think it's disingenuous for the gentleman to suggest that they care more about caring for our veterans when they're cutting $6 billion out of our bill, and instead focusing on the adaptation of the VA's motto to be more inclusive of the fastest growing group of veterans that are treated at the VA, and that is women. So we should be focusing on that funding actually meeting the Fiscal Responsibility Act targets and increasing non-defense discretionary and defense discretionary by 1%, which the Republican majority reneges on in this bill, and not debating petty partisan riders. So I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman has 1 minute remaining.
I agree with the gentlelady about one thing. This is the modern day erasing of America's traditional history, which is one of three things that they are trying to erase, along with our nuclear families and our Judeo-Christian faith. It's only one of three things that they're trying to erase. That is what they're trying to erase. And that is why we need to stand by this amendment, because our families, our faith, and our history reflect what has made America strong. It does not leave anyone out. We are going to care for every veteran. In fact, she's right. The VA committee is focused on our our lady veterans in many ways. So this is a distraction from this bill. Let's keep our history where it is. Let's keep our nuclear families and our Judeo-Christian faith. And I yield back.
Yields. Gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, for the fastest growing group of veterans are women who walk into a VA facility and see the VA mission statement displayed on the wall that only refers to men who served. That is outrageous. That is not inclusive. And that does not reflect or recognize that we have thousands and thousands of women serving in our military, and the VA is supposed to take care of all of those veterans. So I would close, Mr. Chairman, by saying that if people show you who they are, you should believe them. And that's why I'm opposed to this amendment. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields the question now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman seek recognition?
I ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas will be postponed. Purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I move the committee do now rise.
Questions on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises.
Mr. Chair.
The Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union, having had under consideration H.R. 8580, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
The Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration H.R. 8580 and has come to no resolution thereon. To Clause 12. You good? Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the Chair.
The House will be in order. Pursuant to House Resolution 1269 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 8580. Will the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Stubbe, kindly take the chair?
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House of the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 8580, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill making appropriations for military construction, the Department of Veterans Affairs, and related agencies for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025, and for other purposes.
When the Committee of the Whole House rose earlier today, a request for a recorded vote on Amendment Number 42, printed in Part B of House Report 118-535, offered by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Self, had been postponed. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, proceedings will now resume on those amendments printed in Part B of House Report 118-535, on which further proceedings were postponed in the following order. Amendment Number 8 by Mr. Bost of Illinois. Amendment Number 10 by Mr. Crane of Arizona. Amendment Number 16 by Mrs. Green of Georgia. Amendment Number 28 by Mr. Mass of Florida. Amendment Number 42 by Mr. Self of Texas. The chair will reduce to 2 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote after the first vote in the series. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on Amendment Number 8, printed in Part B of House Report 118-535 by the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Boss, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment Number 8, printed in Part B of House Report Number 118-535, offered by Mr. Bost of Illinois.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 15-minute vote. Let's vote. The yeas are 207, the nays are 195. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 10, printed in Part B of House Report 118 to 535 by the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Crane, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 10, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-535, offered by Mr. Crane of Arizona.
A recorded vote's been requested. Those in support of a request for recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 211, the nays are 193. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 16, printed in Part B of House Report 118 to 535 by the gentlewoman from Georgia, Miss Green, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 16, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-535, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of a request for recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 46, the nays are 354. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 28, printed in Part B of House Report 118 to 535 by the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mass, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 28, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-535, offered by Mr. Mast of Florida.
Recorded vote's been requested. Those in support of a request for recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 286 and the nays are 1.
Ms. Berrigan. Ms. Berrigan. Off no, on aye for Ms. Berrigan. Mr. Joyce of Ohio. Mr. Joyce of Ohio votes aye. Mr. Al Green of Texas. Off no, on aye for Mr. Al Green of Texas. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Off no, on aye for Mr. Carter of Georgia.
On this vote, the yeas are 290 and the nays are 116. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 42, printed into Part B of House Report 118 to 535 by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Self, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 42, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-535, offered by Mr. Self of Texas.
A recorded vote's been requested. Those in support of a request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas.
Mr. Swazi. Off aye, on no for Mr. Swazi. Ms. Schakowsky. Okay. Ms. Schakowsky voted no.
On this vote, the yeas are 206 and the nays are 200. The motion is, the amendment is adopted. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move the committee to now rise.
The question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises.
Mr. Chairman,
The Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union, having had under consideration H.R. 8580, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
the chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration H.R. 8580 and has come to no resolution thereon. The House is not in order. Be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to speak out of order.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know from time to time we pause here in this chamber to pay respect to some of the people that actually make this great institution work. The House staff, many times behind the scenes, do incredible work, for some for an entire career, year after year, helping all of us do the things that we came here to do. Today, unfortunately, is one of the days where we're marking the end of a 26-year career of Kelly Dixon. Hey-oh. Mr. Speaker, Kelly started her career in 1998 here in the Capitol, working for Ken Calvert. And over the years, worked for a number of members, worked for leadership, now is the staff director for the Rules Committee. And we all know how easy it is to work for the Rules Committee. Incredibly difficult work they do late at night, oftentimes getting the rules prepared so that this House can conduct its business. And Kelly has been in that role since 2019. We're going to have Mr. Cole talk about that in a moment, but I first want to yield to my friend, the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. We won't have a colloquy, however. Which
we miss those days, though.
Which we had so many times. Mr. Speaker, I rise to talk about a person who has made a great difference in this institution for the Republican Party and for the Democratic Party. A person who had brought great judgment, great skill, a love for this institution and its members, a love for her country. Unfortunately, the public does not get to see the extraordinary contributions that our staffs make, whether they're on the floor, as Kelly has been for many years, or in committees, or in our offices. Kelly Dixon is one of the best of a very distinguished group of people. Kelly Dixon ran the floor with Schwanza Goff of my staff, who's now, as probably you know, the Director of Legislative Affairs for the President. With Alexis Cubby Brandt, who was my floor director and then my Chief of Staff, who is now Senior Counselor to our Governor. Kelly will now go on to greener pastures. I use that word advisedly. And they are very fortunate to have her services. She's smart, she's engaging, she's personable, she's experienced, and she always tries to do the right thing. As all of us know, this floor gets pretty hot at times. The two parties differ greatly. Sometimes the parties disagree with themselves greatly. Sometimes we disagree with the chair. Sometimes we even disagree with the parliamentarian. Kelly was a calming voice, a voice of reason, a voice for a democracy that worked civilly. We will miss Kelly Dixon. Now, she's not leaving town, so hopefully we're going to see you, Kelly, from time to time, day to day, month to month, and we will have the opportunity to continue to learn from your experience, to have the pleasure of your company. Jim McGovern, in his statement, he said, "I love Kelly." I join McGovern in that sentiment. I love you, Kelly. You have made our work in this place better, and you have made our lives in this place better. We thank you. Godspeed.
I want to thank the gentleman from Maryland for those wonderful comments, and now I want to turn it over. For the last few years, Kelly served as the staff director for the Rules Committee, and most of that time working with our now Appropriations Chair, but then Rules Chair. I want to yield now to Tom Cole from Oklahoma.
Thank you very much, Mr. Leader, and thank you very much, my friend from Maryland, for those incredibly kind and gracious remarks. You know, in the history of my state, there's a great political figure, former governor, former congressman, son was later a governor. He was once asked what makes a great public servant. And he said, look for three qualities. First, look for somebody too honest to be bought. And if you think you could buy Kelly Dixon, whether it was with money or flattery or kindness, because she's not susceptible to kindness, or any other way, you can't. You are always going to get an honest answer, a straight opinion, and a straight call on any issue. The second thing he said is look for somebody too honest to be fooled. And if you think, too wise to be fooled, if you think you can fool Kelly Dixon, you're the fool. Because she sees clearly and sharply. She judges people wisely and well. She judges the institution, the motives well. And again, I don't think I've ever seen her fooled or flustered in her life. And finally, he said, look for somebody too courageous to be intimidated. Now, who the hell here thinks they can intimidate Kelly Dixon? She intimidates you, but she does it for a wise and a good purpose. You know, I did have the great good fortune, I followed her most of her career, obviously, and then obviously got to work with her very closely at Rules, and I can tell you several things about her. Number one, there's nobody in this institution that has a better friend than Kelly Dixon. And that doesn't matter which side of the aisle you're on. It's the way she treats you, the way she responds to you. She's your friend. There's nobody in this chamber that has a better staffer than Kelly Dixon. She started with my friend Ken Calvert. She's held some of the most senior and responsible positions in our conference, and she's had the respect of her peers and colleagues and the members on the other side of the aisle. That's a hard thing to do, to command that kind of respect in this chamber. The other thing I will tell you about her is she is also the ultimate institutionalist. You know, everybody has, in a long career, a finest hour, a moment of supreme, I think, effectiveness in a worthy cause. I think Kelly Dixon's finest hour was in the 3 weeks of turmoil that we had when we lost a speaker, because she was the preeminent staffer for the Speaker pro tem. And she helped us through a difficult period and kept us together and kept us focused, and we ended up where we needed to be in an orderly way, and I think it was absolutely an heroic moment, not one that most people had an opportunity to witness, but I bet you if Patrick McHenry was speaking, he would get up and tell you exactly the same thing. And I would say that, too, for the manner in which she's performed to help our Speaker, Speaker Johnson, get set up, get established, and move forward. This is a complex institution with great traditions, and nobody knows those traditions and knows this institution better than Kelly Dixon. So, Kelly, we're all going to miss you, but nobody's going to miss you more than me, and frankly, nobody's going to ever replace you. Thank you for what you've done for this institution.
Well, Kelly, after 26 years, you have earned everything that's ahead of you. We will miss you here, but even better things are ahead. But thank you for all you did for this institution, this United States House of Representatives. God bless you in the future. Mr. Speaker, with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the passage of H.R. 8282, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 8282, a bill to impose sanctions with respect to the International Criminal Court engaged in any effort to investigate, arrest, detain, or prosecute any protected person of the United States and its allies.
The question is on passage of the bill. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 247, the nays are 155. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. With 2 present.
Right now. The chair lays before the House sundry communications.
To the Congress of the United States, the Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir, I hereby resign from the Committee on Veterans Affairs effective immediately. Signed sincerely, Chris DeLuzio, Member of Congress. The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir, dear Speaker, it has been my honor to serve on the U.S. House Committee on Small Business Committee in the 116th, 117th, and 118th Congresses. With this letter, I respectfully resign from the Small Business Committee. Small businesses are the heartbeat of the American economy, and throughout my time on the Small Business Committee, I have cherished the opportunity to serve the enterprising small business owners from across America. The work done through the Small Business Committee was integral to successfully navigating the COVID-19 pandemic, and we continued fighting for more opportunities for all thereafter. While I am stepping away from my formal membership on the Small Business Committee, I will never stop being a champion for America's small businesses. Thank you for your time. Signed sincerely, Kwasi Mfume, Member of Congress. The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir, I write to inform you that effective immediately, I resign from my position on the House Committee on Science, Space, and Technology. I have enjoyed my time on the committee under the leadership of Chairman Frank Lucas and wish all my colleagues the best carrying out the people's agenda. For God and country, Ryan Zinke, Member of Congress.
Without objection, the resignations are accepted. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, by direction of the House Republican Conference, I send to the desk a privilege resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 1275, resolution electing members to certain standing committees.
Without objection.
Thank you. And Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns
The gentlewoman will suspend.
Oh,
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns to meet at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Without objection.
Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, by direction of the Democratic Caucus, I offer a privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 1276, resolved that the following named members be and are hereby elected to the following standing committees of the House of Representatives. Committee on the Budget.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, today I rise to honor the memory of Robert J. Castelli, a dedicated public servant who passed away at the age of 74. Robert's remarkable life journey began at 17 when he left high school to serve in the Vietnam War. As a member of the 7th Cavalry Regiment, he displayed extraordinary bravery during major battles, earning multiple commendations, including the Combat Infantry's Badge. Following his military service, Robert embarked on a 21-year career with the New York State Police and later distinguished himself in academia, teaching at institutions like John Jay College of Criminal Justice. His commitment to public service continued in the New York State Assembly, where he was a staunch advocate for Veterans Affairs. Beyond his professional life, Robert was a passionate outdoorsman and a member of the Campfire Club of America. He is remembered as a soldier, scholar, and statesman whose legacy is cherished by all who knew him. Robert leaves behind his wife Jeanette, children Christian and Paul, and grandchildren. His life of service and leadership will not be forgotten, and I cherished the friendship that he and I had over the past many years. Madam Speaker, I yield back in memory of Robert J. Castelli.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
My remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor Ms. Kim Van Wee, who retires after 28 years of being the Executive Director of Starbase Minnesota. The Department of Defense's Starbase program spans across 80 bases, providing world-class STEM programming to underserved fifth graders. Under Kim's outstanding leadership, Starbase Minnesota grew from 2 classrooms to 11 and from 900 students per year to almost 7,000. I met Kim in 2019 at Starbase in St. Paul, where I had the opportunity to witness her inspiration to young scientists and engineers. To no surprise, 2 previous graduates served in my constituent staff. Kim's commitment extends beyond Title I students. During COVID, she propelled funding to provide 120,000 STEM kits for students across the region. Kim's selfless service and excellence will forever be celebrated. It is my privilege and honor to thank Ms. Kim Van Wee for her distinguished career and celebrate her well-deserved retirement. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Tricia Armstrong, who passed away on May 26 at the age of 75 years old. Tricia was a photographer for over 40 years, capturing special moments for people with her smile and boundless energy. She was a member of the Professional Photographers Association of Georgia and would travel the country taking photos and teaching seminars on camera methods. Tricia was also very involved in bettering her community. She served as president of the Wayne County Chamber of Commerce, was a trailblazer in the Jessup Kiwanis Club, and founding member of the board of directors for Wayne National Bank, all while serving her church. Beloved by her community, Tricia will always be cherished, the most by her family, who she loved dearly. I offer my heartfelt condolences to her family. Her positive influence will be felt for generations to come. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise to reiterate my unwavering commitment to the people of Eastern North Carolina, where health care is a pressing concern. Unfortunately, our region faces notable healthcare disparities, and the closure of Martin General Hospital in Martin County has only amplified these changes. We recently convened a listening session to hear the community's thoughts on the future of healthcare in Martin County. I express my sincere gratitude to all who participated and shared their experiences. The stories shared at the listening session truly underscored the profound impact of the hospital closure. I want to assure Martin County that I am fully committed to working alongside the county and local residents to establish a new, sustainable healthcare system for this resilient community. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I'd like to speak for 1 minute and then to extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Well, we finally have it. The Biden administration today finally said they have a border control, a border policy. I hope the press does a good job of explaining what is going on here. First of all, it is apparent when you put together the $2,500 illegal a day threshold and then 1,500 migrants a day entering the U.S. via the CPB-1 app, and the 30,000 migrants per month arriving through a mass parole program for Cubans, Haitians, Nicaraguans, and Venezuelans, we're already up to about 150,000 people a day. But what I'm going to focus on here is there used to be some concern about keeping families together. Under this program, we will continue to have 5,000 to 10,000 unaccompanied minors enter this country every month, and nothing will be done to turn them around. In other words, we're going to continue the Biden policy of weak families, continue the policy of not requiring two parents to be here. I hope the press pays attention to this horrific policy. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek the Virgin Islands seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Sorry. Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak on the decision by the U.S. Department of Justice to condemn the use of the insular cases. Last month, I co-led a bipartisan, bicameral letter signed by 43 members of Congress, both the House and the Senate, urging the U.S. Department of Justice to condemn and cease relying on the racist rulings of the insular cases that continue to negatively impact Americans living in U.S. territories. The Department of Justice has finally agreed that the language is in fact racist and the logic of the insular cases deserve no place in the law of the United States. Residents of U.S. territories deserve fair treatment and the opportunity to determine their own political future. I'm proud to see that our efforts have come to some fruition, and having the Department of Justice clarify and denounce their position on those cases. We are one step closer. We still have so much work to go to be equitable, to be treated fairly. I'm asking all Virgin Islanders, all members of U.S. territories, to continue the fight. I will also continue to advocate for the reversal of the insular cases at the Supreme Court level and ensure the fair treatment of all residents living in U.S. territories. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to congratulate Ms. Kelly Ackerman for being named the 2023-2024 Teacher of the Year for Seaside Elementary School in Horry County. And I'm a little bit biased. So while her colleagues chose her amongst dozens at this particular school, she is also the teacher of my first grade son, James. Ms. Ackerman has taught various ages, including kindergarten, first grade, second grade, and third. She has 16 total years of teaching, including 11 in Horry County Schools. Now, Horry County Schools is massive. There are 3,000 teachers, and they teach nearly 50,000 students. And at Seaside Elementary, they are lucky to have somebody like Ms. Ackerman, who is so passionate about teaching the next generation of American students. Thank you for your role in fostering a culture of learning. My son certainly appreciated it. From a grateful family in the Fry household, we appreciate you engaging in our son. And I asked my son last night on a FaceTime, I said, what are you going to remember most, or what are you going to miss most about Miss Ackerman? He said, she's beautiful. I'll miss everything about her. She helped me learn 3D shapes. She appreciates me. She makes me feel special. And she makes us do performances in class. So on behalf of my colleagues in the House and on behalf of the Fry family, thank you, Ms. Ackerman, for your selfless dedication to the students of Seaside Elementary. With that, I yield.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Asked for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, during Immigrant Heritage Month, I rise to honor my constituent, Maria Barahona, a shining example of the resilience and contributions of our immigrant community. Maria, a home care provider and TPS recipient from El Salvador, embodies the American spirit through her unwavering commitment to serving others. TPS gives Maria the ability to work and care for her community. Her story is not just one of personal triumph, but a testament to the invaluable impact of immigrants to our nation. Foreign-born workers drove a staggering 50% of U.S. labor market growth last year. Maria's story is a call to action. We must support and uplift our immigrant community and expand TPS. Thank you.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Landsman, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am one of only a few Jewish members of the House, and I'm leading this special order hour to help provide some clarity in this time of challenge and confusion. It has been said that there are 4 barriers to peace in the Middle East. But we are here tonight because there's only one barrier to peace, and that is the government of Iran. This war in the Middle East has impacted 2 historically traumatized people who share a history, they share land, and unfortunately, they share this reality that no one in the world wants either one of them. Watching this trauma and this history unfold has had a deep impact on caring people all over the world. We want this war to end. We want the hostages returned. We want a future peace for Israelis and Palestinians. We may be nearing a ceasefire, and I pray Hamas agrees to the proposal that is on the table now. That won't resolve the larger issue of Iran. Before October 7th, we were nearing peace in the region. In fact, over the past several decades, there have been major efforts to bring peace between Israel and Arab nations. Historically, Arab nations were united against Israel, launching frequent attacks with the intent on destroying the Jewish state. But things slowly changed, one realignment at a time, achieved through American leadership and American partnership. However, there is one glaring exception toward this progress: the totalitarian regime in Iran, which remains intent on Israel's destruction and disrupting the path to peace. It creates chaos in the region. President Carter worked with Egypt and Israel to bring those 2 states to a sustainable peace. President Clinton worked with Jordan and Israel to normalize relations between those 2 nations. 4 years ago, the United States formed the Abraham Accords, where the UAE and Bahrain recognized Israel's sovereignty. Sudan and Morocco would later join. Then, just Days before October 7th, Saudi Arabia and Israel were near a deal. It would have brought the region closer to peace. At that point, Iran had seen enough. Hamas, an Iranian-backed army, had seen enough too, and they attacked, massacred, raped, and took Israeli and American hostages. People have looked at this war as a David and Goliath story, and in some ways it is. We all know the story. The Philistines were attacking the Israelites in the Valley of Eli. Every morning, Goliath, this giant, challenged the Israelites to fight. And one day, David, a young shepherd boy, did what no one else would do. He defeated the giant with just a sling, against all odds. It's a story about the imbalance of power and strength, but also courage and ingenuity. Israel, in the last 8 months, has been painted as this Goliath in the war today. And if you looked at a map and you zoomed in, you may think that too. So there's Israel, and there is Gaza, very small. But if you zoom out, you'd see the reality of what's going on, and that the Goliath isn't Israel, but it's Iran. Iran has funded over 20 terrorist organizations, all surrounding Israel. They've funded groups that were responsible for killing 3 U.S. service members earlier this year, funding the Houthi rebels in Yemen, responsible for attacking U.S. ships in the Red Sea, and most recently, they funded Swedish gangs to carry out terror attacks against Israelis and their embassy. So today, just like the story, 8 million Jews are in the Valley of Eli, surrounded by the Goliath Iran and his terrorist-backed armies. Iran is not alone in this effort. It is supported by global chaos agents like Russia. What's happening in the Middle East and what's happening in Ukraine are not isolated events. Putin attacked Ukraine because he believes it's a fictional state, just as Iran and Hamas and Hezbollah believe Israel is a fictional state. This partnership between Iran and Russia has sowed conflict, chaos. Russian-made weapons have found their way to Hamas for years. And the same Iranian drones that were fired into Israel weeks ago have been used in Russia's offensive against Ukraine. There are those who seek to put us on a path to a peaceful future, and those who seek to disrupt it and sow chaos and destruction. Russia, Iran, Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthi, they're all part of this group. Following October 7th, Israel was suddenly up against Goliath and confronted with an impossible choice. What was Israel to do after October 7th? When their enemy, Hamas, went underground, taking Israeli and American hostages with them. What was Israel to do when they hid in tunnels and shielded themselves by leaving innocent Palestinians above ground? What was Israel to do when Hamas vowed to end Israel if they were to survive? Hamas could cease their actions at any moment to save innocent lives, but they choose not to. If Israel stops now, they would not only abandon their people and Americans, but they would also relinquish the hard-earned stability in the Middle East, opening the door for further chaos. The truth is, we aren't seeing the forest through the trees. We aren't zooming out to see the Goliath here. The Iranians, the Russians, the terrorists that they support against the global community, they've done this by abandoning innocent people, hiding behind civilians, and stealing aid from Palestinians. Unfortunately, their plan has succeeded. Recently, Canadian protesters gathered and declared, quote, "What happened on October 7th was the beginning of the Great Intifada. It has spread in the minds of people of the free world. When you scream with a loud voice, as they said, "Long live October 7th," you will understand that these people decided to end their misery and their nightmare called Israel. In response to calls like these, the Iranian Ayatollah has said it's working. That's right. He sees all of these protests against Israel. He has said, the Ayatollah, it's working. Just last week, in reaction to U.S. protests, the Ayatollah praised American protesters in a letter that also contained anti-Semitic tropes and accused Israel of being a terrorist state. Iran and Russia's goal of terror isn't limited to the Middle East. It's spreading globally. If we want this war to end, which I desperately do, if we want the hostages returned, which I desperately do, and a new future for Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank, which I desperately do, then we have to firmly stand against the ongoing Iranian aggression. The path forward requires bold, ethical leadership from Israel to urgently end the deepening humanitarian crisis, defeat the terror groups once and for all, and to rally global diplomatic support. It is also a requirement that the leaders of the international community and these Arab nations be all in for peace and be willing to stand up to Iran once and for all. Crucially, the work ahead requires all of us to work together to reject the tactics of terror and chaos and choosing to build a brighter future. Iranian aggression has pitted two groups with a deep history of trauma into further trauma and pain. Yet in this shared trauma lies the potential for profound peace. This conflict can be the foundation upon which we build lasting and sustainable stability, where both Israelis and Palestinians can live in peace. With that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Forgive me, Madam Speaker Pro Tem, as we get our boards all lined up. Madam Speaker Pro Tem, I'm going to try something a little different than starting with the debt pie. We're going to actually sort of walk through some of the chaos that's coming next year. So those of you who always hear the saying, "Hey, the next election is the most important election ever," what I'm going to walk you through is, yeah, it probably is, but let's walk through why. How many of you understand in December 2017, there was a tax reform bill? It was the first time in 30 plus years that the United States had updated its tax code. Now, within that, one of the basic principles is, what could you do to maximize economic growth? What could you do to make the United States competitive again? Do you remember before 2017 the number of organizations, corporations that were chartered in the United States that were saying, bye, we're going to Ireland, we're going to other parts of the world, because the way we taxed international business and those things. So we found a way to make ourselves competitive. And I believe since then we haven't had a major organization, major corporation leave the United States. Could you imagine, having gone into the pandemic, if we hadn't done the tax reform in December 2017? But also, I've tried in previous presentations to come here and talk about the morality of 2018, 19, even 20. We had the biggest movement of closing income inequality in America. It was actually some of the fastest in modern history of wages going up without inflation. if you love and care for people, particularly working people, particularly those who, as economists, the lowest quartiles of income, go back to 2018, go back to 2019, go back to the beginning of 2020, and understand the morality of having a revised tax code work. But here we are, and there's something coming next year we need to understand. Parts of that tax code changes expire. And the reason that is the way the tax reform had to be done because our brothers and sisters on the left were not going to help us. And you had this 1974 Budget Control Act that said, hey, you can go around the Senate 60-vote rule if it reduces spending within a certain set of rules. So it's called reconciliation. It's a little bit geeky. Even people here, we all have to sit down with the parliamentarians and work out the rules. But what that meant is there was a budget box built in 2017, and we filled into that box. But to make that box work, because it's a 10-year number, we had some things that would expire. Guess what happens next year? A whole number of those provisions begin to expire. So let's actually start to work on what's actually coming for us next year. These are the expiring tax provisions next year. And this is going to make sense in a little bit. So if you're basically, let's say right now you make $20,550 to $83,000. Today, your current income tax rate, not your Social Security, not your FICA tax, those things. Your current tax rate is 12% of your income. It's going up to 15. The next bracket, it goes from 22 to 25, 24 to 28, 32 to 33. We're going back to the personal income tax rates, that were 2017 and earlier. The crazy thing is these rates actually are less progressive than the current updated tax reform. Most people don't realize when the Republicans did tax reform, we lowered rates, we broadened the base, we did all these sorts of things, but it actually was slightly more progressive than the old tax code, which our Democrat friends, it drives them insane when you mention that, so I always enjoy doing that. But this is coming. This is current law. This isn't a proposal. This isn't some sort of magic, bait and switch discussion. This is the current law. And this is going to be part of the great battle next year doing policy here. Because I'm going to show you 3 or 4 boards of what's changing in the tax code for all of us next year. And understand that math over 10 years is about 4.2 trillion. So first year it's like 380 billion, but let's just call it $400 billion because that makes the math easy for us to do in our head. So let's walk through some other things that are changing next year. Expiring 2025 tax provisions, the child tax credit. Yes, in 2017, Republicans, without a single Democrat vote, doubled. We doubled the child tax credit to $2,000. Okay? In 2026, when you get ready to pay your taxes, that provision will have expired. And instead of getting $2,000 per child, it goes back to $1,000. But here's one of the big differences when you can think about the inflation we've had since President Biden took office. If you live in the Scottsdale, Phoenix area that I represent, if you don't make more than 26% more today than you did the day Biden became president, you are poorer. Okay, so think about that, except these provisions aren't adjusted for that inflation. So right now, it phases out at $400,000. You lose this child tax credit doubling. Next year, when this starts to expire, if you make over $110,000, it begins to expire, phase out on you. So just be prepared. The other thing is, current law, you get $500 deduction for a dependent. Next year, when you pay your 2026 taxes, it's gone. So understand, these are taxes on working people. And this is already the current law. This is coming at you. So let's do a little more here. Expiring 2025 tax provisions. Current status, if you are single, you get a standard deduction. So one of the ways the tax code works is the way you create sort of this progressivity is you say, hey, the first block of your income functionally has no tax. And then the rates go up as you get higher in the income back. So right now, if you're single, the first $14,600, you functionally have almost no tax. But if you're single, when the provisions expire, that number gets functionally cut in half, becomes $8,300. If you're married today, it's $29,200. This is the standard deduction. It will go back down to $16,600. So no inflation adjustments. Your taxes are going up next year. Understand, this is the law. So understand what we're starting to discuss here is, what does Congress look like next year? What does the presidency look like next year? What is the need of the economy? What's the need of the debt and deficits? This actually becomes really interesting debate at the same time you're borrowing. Now, so we're going to walk through actually in a little bit some good news on the economy, some stabilizing news in the debt and deficits. But for a lot of Americans, they're already just stressed out of their mind. Once again, 26% inflation for my community and functioning the last three and a half years. What happens in that same environment when your taxes go up? So let's walk through a little bit more here. And I know talking about tax provisions is so exciting, but when you pay them, you understand why we wanted to get this ahead of the curve and explain to our brothers and sisters in America, this is the current law. This isn't a proposal. This is the law as it is. So another 2025 expiring tax provision. Currently, 100% of first year's bonus depreciation. Now, this has been starting to phase down, but you have a small business. You buy a piece of equipment, and I've done entire presentations on this when we talk about research and development or expensing. You buy that piece of equipment so you can be better, faster, cheaper, and become more productive. And what are the two ways you pay workers more in America? And actually in all economics. Inflation, well, okay, I raise your salary because of inflation. That bought you what? Nothing. Productivity, you are making more stuff better, faster, cheaper. Your wages go up. That's real gain. The idea behind the depreciation on both research and development and expensing was, if I can get that business to buy a piece of equipment where they're more productive, they can pay their workers more. In the coming weeks, I'm going to come here and show that some of the tax cuts that were given to business after 2017, the vast majority of that actually went to wages. It was wage growth. And when you raise those taxes, you got to accept you will flatten out wage growth over the coming decade. But this is one of our biggest frustrations right now, because this has been phasing down 20% each year for 5 years. Okay, what's depreciation? You bought that piece of equipment. The government gets what in tax receipts? If you depreciate it over 7 years, 5 years, you get to depreciate it off your taxes, right? If you depreciate it in 1 year, you get to depreciate it off your taxes. It's a timing effect. Government still gets functionally the same taxes. The difference is when you have to do it over time, you, the business owner, had to find a way to finance that piece of equipment over those years until you got the tax benefit and you could use that tax benefit. That's one of the reasons productivity has become stale in America, is because this isn't really a tax cut. I would argue it's a timing. There's also some really interesting economic data that the expensing and the research and development expensing may have represented almost half of the economic growth after the tax reform. Think about that, because it created a productivity capital cycle. And in a world right now where we are 7 years later after TCJA, the tax reform, where you now have AI, now you have robotics, other things, there's an argument that that productivity cycle, by being able to invest in capital equipment, could even be steeper, meaning your wages go up. We actually passed a short-term, couple years extension of this, got it through the House, it was even bipartisan, and it's been sitting in the Senate for months. It shows you how perverse this thing is around here, when even the things that grow the economy and grow your wages and functionally have almost no cost to tax receipts, we can't even get through here. So let's actually walk through, what do these tax provisions expiring mean to the people of my community? All right, let's do some math. First one, and sorry, some of the phrasing over here is a little awkward. It should almost reverse the same. Expiring tax provisions in the from 2025. Right now, per child, when you get the tax credit per child, that's about $750 or $753. That's going away. So you remember, it's getting cut in half. So you're going to lose that. All right, let's do the next one. Expiring 2025 tax provision. What does this mean to someone that lives in my congressional district? Before we do this, I think I need to have a moment of honesty. I represent a fairly prosperous district. I represent an incredibly well-educated district. I represent Phoenix, Scottsdale, Fountain Hills, Carefree Cave Creek, Town of Paradise Valley, North Central Phoenix. If you live in my district, you probably you have likely have a college degree, or you work your heart out. It's an aspirational district. So I have to accept I'm going to have higher numbers than a lot of the other districts in the Southwest. But think about this. Just the income tax provision. We're not talking about all the other credits that are expiring. Just the income tax increase for the average family, and this is typically, we model this as a family of four, your taxes are going up $2,541. If you live in the Phoenix, Scottsdale, Congressional District 1 in Arizona, are you ready for $2,541? And the punchline even gets uglier. And that's just on the income tax portion, not the tax credit portion. Okay? So we added it up to figured out if we remove all the tax credits and everything else that are expiring in the 2025 year, here's our grand total. The average tax increase in Arizona's Congressional District 1, once again, I need to admit, mine may be almost double some districts around the United States because it's a more prosperous district, $5,921. Congratulations. This is what is coming at you next year. Top this on the 26% inflation that have been in my community. You're getting your head kicked in next year. Start thinking about that's what this election is, just in prosperity, just an opportunity, just your ability to save for your retirement. You know, someone like myself, I have young kids. Don't laugh at me. And my wife is the same age as I am. Look, we're incredibly blessed. And look, we've done okay in life. And we freak out on just trying to figure out how we set aside money for their retirement. Excuse me, my retirement, their education. This ain't going to help. And this is the current law. This is what is coming at you. Understand what's at stake. So I need you to see, here's almost $400 billion just after the expirations in new taxes coming in. Over $4.2 trillion over the 10 years. In the same time, I have a society that's getting older very fast. I have a government that's basically buying love from what the Democrats did here in the first 2 years of the Biden administration, where they're subsidizing businesses and all those things to a couple $1 trillion. and you stack that on top of each other, and you start to understand, how do we do this? What do we have to do policy-wise so your taxes do not go up? You keep the economy growing, and you don't grow the debt anymore. You see the puzzle that I'm throwing at you? And we're going to make an argument, and I've been doing this slowly on the floor, trying to roll out this concept. If you're going to think about the tax expirations, the tax cut expirations, if you're going to think about it as binary, just saying, well, just extend them, okay? Now, that's about a $400 billion hit on projected borrowing, okay? So come over here. Do you raise corporate taxes? Because C corporations, their tax cuts are locked into the code. Well, you just slowed down the economy. How about we do some other things? Instead of making it sort of binary about the tax code, why not change government? Why not make government dramatically less expensive? We've done multiple presentations. I'm going to do more in the coming weeks on revolutions you could have by adopting technology to reduce the cost of healthcare. Joint Economic Committee, our economists on the Republican side, we're going to issue a report in the next couple of weeks, probably going to get my head kicked in. But we're going to walk through a series of things you could do to dramatically reduce the cost of health care. Be prepared to see a number. We're not done with the final vetting on it. And these are the things that are uncomfortable to talk about. But if diabetes is 33% of all healthcare spend, 31% of all Medicare spend, we have a country where our brothers and sisters are dying. This may be the 5th year in a row where prime-age males have a shorter life. Maybe the solution here is not only looking at the tax code, but changing government, adopting technology so the government is smaller. Changing healthcare where healthcare becomes about making people healthy and dramatically reducing its costs substantially by legalizing technology. And then think about the tax code in a much more productivity way. How do you design a tax code saying, do we have to do base broadening? Do we have to lower certain rates? Do we have to spread it out so you maximize economic growth? It's sort of the old Laffer curve concept, but I need you to think about it in a grand scale. So instead of this just being binary about taxes, I want you to demand that the members of Congress think about this in a fashion of what policies are you willing to do to lower the cost of government. Therefore, we have the ability to extend these tax cuts without raising the debt and deficits. That is the great puzzle that's coming. And you got to decide when you go vote how your vote is going to manage that. So let's actually talk through some things that are worrisome right now. You have these tax expirations already coming. It's the law. Remember how the Biden administration has been touting, look at this great economy. We spent all this money. We bought prosperity. They basically bought corporate America by handing out cash. Let's be honest. Well, it turns out we got the math wrong. It turns out when you look at the Bureau of Labor Statistics, we got another revision, I think it was yesterday or the day before. Turns out that real GDP growth for nowcast, so wasn't 3%, it's now down to functioning 1.8. We are seeing a crashing back to where our expectation was a 1.8, 1.7 GDP growth. You've got to understand, when the debt grows dramatically faster than the growth of your economy, that ratio of, here's my debt to the size of my economy, that starts to spread, and it makes buying U.S. debt riskier, meaning we have to pay premium. United States is now number 14 on the credit stack, meaning there's 13 countries that have better credit. When they go sell a 10-year bond, their bonds are sold cheaper than ours. Greece today has a better credit stack than the United States. Now, part of that is governance, part of all the other things that go into how the Moody's and the S&Ps and those do. But understand, until we can also demonstrate to the bond markets, and you go, why is he talking about the bond markets? I think we borrowed like $57 billion last week. You know, there's some good news in one half. Our estimate that we would borrow $2.8 trillion this fiscal year, maybe down to $2.5. Yay! Now, that is still almost double what we were predicting a year and a half ago. And now when you see the size of the economy starting to flatten out, is anyone other than myself getting nervous? So let's dive into this. And look, I would suggest to anyone who wants to geek out with me, there's an app. Go grab your phone. Atlanta Fed has something called GDP Now. A couple others have Nowcast. They all model it differently. One looks at expected, one looks at actual data. But this is from the Atlanta Fed. I want you to notice something. Atlanta Fed was way up here at 4%. Yes, you had the White House, you had the Democrats just, hey, look what, you can actually, Keynesian economics works. You can buy prosperity by borrowing stunning amounts of money. Boom! That number's fallen off the cliff. Turns out at a certain point, the sugar high of spending, and just because I care about this, so if no one wants to hear it, there's sort of this allocation theory. And this is one of the splits between Republicans and Democrats. You every once in a while hear Democrats go, well, they believe in supply side. Understand what that means. If you give someone a tax break, the benefits of that go to where it gets the highest yield, the most productivity. If you engage in the arrogance of saying, we're really smart, we're going to choose businesses which we're going to invest in. So we're going to invest in this solar technology, even though 3 weeks later there's another breakthrough that doesn't get financed. The arrogance, oh, by the way, because we hand out checks, these people become friends of us politically. They even show up at the White House for nice cocktail parties and fundraisers. This is what the Democrats did. They had the arrogance of deciding who would get the money. On their Inflation Reduction Act, the most Orwellian named bill in modern history, to even things like the CHIPS Act. It was sort of a designation of where the cash goes. Okay? Even though you wake up the next day and there's a technology breakthrough, but that allocation theory, if you had done some of those same dollars in tax reform, the money goes where it maximizes productivity, wage growth, and it becomes part of the base of the economy, where it's the new functioning cornerstone of the next generation of economic growth, the next generation economic growth. This one buys you lots of political power. This one actually buys you the morality of prosperity. And you're starting to see it. Mark my word, watch the data coming in on GDP, the size of the economy. I'm not terrified yet. I'm not that worried yet. But the fact of the matter is when you're starting to see numbers predicting now, hey, we went from a 4 to almost 1.8 in a matter of weeks, something's wrong out there. And what happens to that debt and deficit when we roll over economically? What would happen if we hit even a short-term recession? And this is one of the other great frauds around here. In my time here, I have never seen revisions in the economic data like we've been seeing this last several months. I mean, revisions where you get this great headline, everyone applauds, hey, Keynesian economics, managed economy, industrial planning, it works, you see here? And then they don't mention that 6 weeks later those numbers are being revised way down because you got your political pop already. We're actually in some of the revisions, the fourth quarter wage and salaries, we had to revise down again another $73 billion. Now, some of this is there's sampling error. There's actually some complications. This isn't a conspiracy. It's just, turns out the economy is different today than it was before the pandemic. Number of people working home, this and that, the way we sample. We have to modernize our data. Turns out, this may explain why tax receipts aren't where the size of the economy should be. At the same time, you know, we're trying to figure out why the growth of the debt and deficits when we keep being told how great the economy is. Now that it starts to roll over on us, we start to understand. Okay, just a couple other geeky things. Over the past 4 quarters, the total public debt has grown by more than twice the growth of GDP. Okay. This is a weird slide, and let me explain. Do not get it in your head that you can borrow at the rate of the growth of your economy. It doesn't work that way. If the economy grew $1, you only get about 17, 18 cents in tax receipts. And this is historic. When we've had high marginal tax rates, low marginal tax rates, the United States gets about 17, 18% of the economy. So the secret is grow the economy, grow the economy, grow the economy. So what happens when you know you're only going to get about 17, 18% of that GDP growth in tax receipts when the debt grows twice as fast as the size of the economy? When you hear the discussions of what happens when you're at 100% of debt to GDP, and understand the way the Europeans do their calculation, it's all debt. The United States, if you do our gross debt, that is the borrowing from our trust funds, which we have to pay interest on, and we have to pay it back, we're over 120% of debt to GDP. In one calculation, we're at 140% of debt to GDP. If you do just borrowing from the public, which now you're subject to the bond market being in charge of your government, we're just shy of 100% of debt to GDP. And this number tells you it's moving fast away from us. All right, a bit of trivia. Scott, you want to play? No, you can just yell from there. I know it's a break of decorum, but we'll have some fun. If I came to you and said, what's the second biggest spend in government? What is it?
The second biggest?
The second biggest spend this fiscal year.
The military.
See, Scott said the military. He's a general. Of course he's going to say that.
Healthcare, maybe.
Turns out, interest.
I thought interest was number 1.
No, Social Security. Now remember, it's unfair to use Social Security because Social Security operates on its own trust fund. So it has its own tax stream and trust fund, though that, as we saw in the Social Security Actuary Report, in about 9-10 years, the trust fund is empty. Everyone gets a 21% cut, depending on if the economy is good or maybe larger. And now interest, they have us at $1,144 billion of interest this fiscal year. My math is a little higher. I come in at just around 1.2. But defense and Medicare are moving back and forth between who gets to be number 3 and who gets to be number 4. My friend from Texas, tell me you like this number. Isn't this terrifying? Oh, absolutely.
Just make the voluntary happen. So for everybody watching at home, right? Social Security is predominantly on autopilot, mandatory.
Correct.
Accounts.
You and I don't get to vote on it.
Interest is effectively on autopilot, right? That you say you're going to need to pay.
It's
pay
an
your
obligation,
interest, right? You don't want to default. Now you put defense over here as discretionary, although there's some issues in there in terms of some social spending. But okay, call that discretionary. You've got Medicare, which is effectively mandatory.
Substantially
on autopilot
formula.
You don't have on that chart, and obviously Medicare is growing and exploding, correct?
Medicare spending, when I checked about 6 weeks ago, was already up 10% in spending this fiscal year.
Right, and going up in perpetuity.
And part of that's demographics. We got old.
Yeah, we've got a bubble that's going to.
Yeah.
So then, but also not on there are significant other mandatory, right?
Mm-hmm.
Things that we have. For example, we have veteran spending, right? We just voted on a Milcon VA. We have veteran spending based on burn pits and stuff that's about a $500 or $600 billion mandatory account. We have what we do with food stamps on the Farm Bill and other things that we categorize as mandatory, which is a little bit more discretionary. But my point is, and I don't want to take the gentleman's time, I will yield back, that you're putting up there stuff we pretty much have to pay.
Yeah, and in many ways, Chip, thank you. And you know, Chip's my buddy, and in some ways he's much more elegant with language. He has the misfortune of being a lawyer, but I keep trying to explain. I'll show up at town halls and things like that, and you go, it's defense spending, and then they don't believe you, saying, no, defense is either third or fourth. And actually, defense spending is like what's in the Constitution. We have to deal with the reality. And this coming fiscal year, I calculate Social Security will be at $1.48 trillion. The shortfall just this fiscal year is about $340 billion in the Social Security tax that comes in and the spending out the door. That's why you see them every month having to cash in their special Social Security treasury bills. Let's just call it that. Now, they get paid interest. Believe it or not, about 6% of the Social Security budget is actually interest paid by the general fund. So in some ways, over here, we're borrowing money to pay back the interest of the borrowed money. So you got to see this weird washing machine that's going on. Yes, Chip?
Just one quick question. Does our revenues for this year, that's FY24, cover what's on that chart?
No.
No.
Now, it's a little more complicated than that because Social Security is on the FICA side.
Right.
Interest is general fund.
Right.
Defense, general fund. Right. Medicare is a little tricky because it's about, and I have a chart here I wasn't going to use, but most people think Medicare is off the FICA tax. Only about a third of it is, and that's the Medicare Part A. That's really the hospital portion. The other part comes out of some fees and then the majority of it's right out of the general fund.
But my main point for the average viewer is that the revenues we bring in from general taxes, corporate taxes, the FICA taxes, the chart that the gentleman was just showing, does not cover, that revenue that comes in, does not cover even all of what the gentleman just put forward, much less the remainder of the government, the remainder of the Department of Justice, Department of Homeland Security, the FBI.
Chip, you said this, and I actually stole it from you months ago. Every dime we as members of Congress vote on is borrowed money.
Right.
Every dime we vote on is borrowed money, and if you actually sort of work it out on the annual, it's so all defense is borrowed, all non-defense discretionary is borrowed, and about a third of Medicare is on borrowed money.
Right.
And most people they can't get their heads around the fact that you get elected, everything you vote on is borrowed money, and over here, it's autopilot. And I've been trying to make the moral argument of what's doable. I believe we could crash the price of health care. Right. I believe we could dramatically shrink government. We did a hearing over in the Senate with the Joint Economic Committee on AI. And we had a couple experts there saying, you do realize you could get rid of all these employees, you could do all this stuff with crowdsourcing, this and that. You could revolutionize the size and cost of this government tomorrow if we legalize the technology and use it. Now you got to deal with the army of lobbyists, the army of people from the bureaucracies who will knife us for just actually saying that.
Well, and I'm glad the gentleman said that. And again, I don't want to take up his time, although I've got time on the back end, and we're happy to bleed them together. But the point is, I would just add, because the gentleman's point, we've got to address the drivers that the gentleman comes down and talks about every week for the most part, and comes down with regularity, that get to the heart of those numbers. We look at it like some monolithic amount that we can't address, when in fact, if you drive the price of healthcare down through innovation, as the gentleman talks about, through competition, through the things that we know we could do, you could massively reduce that Medicare burden, you could massively reduce interest, and you could deal with a lot of the expenses, and then as we grow our economy, get ourselves into a good place. Would the gentleman agree?
Oh yeah, look, the running joke in our office, and this is actually one of our tests for our interns, you're going to be tested on this later, is Your government, in one sentence, describe it. It's an insurance company with an army.
Correct.
And it really is.
Yep.
The vast majority of the money. Now, it's earned benefits. You earned it. We just don't have the money for it. And look, let me, I'm going to light myself on fire. I'm going to go out of order. And
If the gentleman you yield.
yeah, you may want to leave before doing this chart, because this chart really upsets people.
I don't know if you've talked about disability and where we've gotten the money for the increase in disability and how we're making up for that.
It's, well...
And what the growth of that number looks like, and what the plan for the future is.
It's more complicated, and you just say, I have to do about a half an hour presentation to talk about, because it's more than just the disability payments that are part of Social Security, SSI.
Yeah, where do you get the money?
That's coming out of part of the FICA tax. But it's the labor force participation. When you create incentives in society not to be part of society, you lose all sorts of things. So, all right, let's do this slightly out of order. And I was going to do this slide to talk about the scale of what you and I have to deal with. What happens in a society when you functionally finance people being sick? Let's be brutal. We should do some fairly revolutionary things in the Farm Bill, because we give people money to go buy onion rings.
Right.
I would say that's immoral. When obesity is almost half of healthcare costs. I have a slide that shows the Milken Institute study from a couple years ago. It's 47% of all healthcare spend in the country. We're dying. And then we have this other issue. We're not having children. This last year, fertility rates in the United States collapsed under to 1.62, meaning France has more children than we do. You tell me how we finance things like Social Security, Medicare, and these things, which are pay-as-you-go. You know, today's taxpayers sort of paying the benefits of today's retirees. That's the way it was designed, because we always expect population stability. In 15 years, this country has more deaths than births. We're having the 5th year in a row where prime-age males are dying younger. A child born today is estimated, particularly a male child born today, is estimated to have a shorter life expectancy than you and I. There's something incredibly immoral happening, and I would say it's our own policies. We've incentivized leaving the workforce. We finance unhealthy living. We do a number of things where we've indemnified being alive, being healthy, being part of society. It's immoral what we've done under policy, and most of it is policies that have been brought to us by that side. We make the sin of continuing it. And look, here is the punchline, and this punchline is really uncomfortable, and you may all want to run away from me because I'm an idiot. I'm willing to tell the truth. The average family, you're going to get back your Social Security money, and about a $72,000 spiff for the average couple, which is a crap rate of return. And it is, most people don't realize that your Social Security payment is actually progressive. If you were at the lower end, you get a decent rate of return. If you were at the higher end, you actually get you get a substantially negative rate of return. But for every dollar you paid when you paid your FICA taxes for Medicare, we now calculate you get $5 to $6 back. This right here,
right,
and the financing cost of that is the primary driver of U.S. debt. And I've been booed. I've had someone throw something at me. I've had a woman stand on her chair, scream at me she wants every dime. That's fine. It's an earned benefit. You earned it. My argument is we need to think more like revolutionaries. Legalize the technology. Do the financing, the cures, the very things where we could crash the price of healthcare and have a healthier and more moral society, maybe with family formation, maybe where young working men aren't dying younger. Maybe where obesity isn't killing off substantial portions of society. It's moral. And I need us to think much more complex, because complex problems The terrible thing often require complex solutions, and I don't know if this place is capable of thinking of complexity.
Would the gentleman yield?
Absolutely.
Would the gentleman agree that the fundamental obstacle to achieving what the gentleman just outlined, which has a lot of complexities in it,
but we have
that
a plan.
We would need to go through,
we have a plan.
Go through committees, figure out the work, tough work, do it. Would the gentleman agree the primary obstacle to that is, and I'm going to use this term broadly, the buildup of, the gentleman referenced K Street and the army of lobbyists, the sort of corporatification of all things that we do, meaning healthcare is driven predominantly by whatever the massive corporations, pharmaceuticals, hospital, pharma. Not again, my life got saved by great innovation in pharmaceuticals when I had cancer.
Remember what you
I'm
went through?
for it, okay? But the corporatification, the corporate cronyism, the extent to which you've got these massive entities, including, by the way, those that are driving our food supply, those that are prohibiting the ability for us to have, and all of the regulations prohibiting small farms and small meat packing plants, the stuff to have local produce and local foods so that you can eat healthy and have health care with a doctor locally. It's the massive corporate interests that come here lobbying for benefits, tax breaks, that, by the way, are going to be front and center among Republicans when everybody says we must go back and put back in place all of the tax benefits, which some of which are good. The gentleman was talking about them earlier. But does the gentleman agree that there's some of those are part of the problem?
Okay. This is going to be probably the first time you've ever heard this.
Uh-oh.
I don't think you're cynical enough. That's actually very funny if those of us who know Chip. We've actually created a motto in our office, money, power, vanity, but most of the time it's about the money. I would argue that Congress has become substantially a protection racket. We protect incumbent bureaucracies. We protect incumbent business models. And when someone comes to us and says, hey, I have this thing you can blow into, and boom, it will tell you have the flu and can bounce off your medical records and order your antivirals, and Lyft can drop it off in 2 hours, which that technology exists, we'll find a way to make that illegal. We'll make it so it can't be reimbursed. It's illegal for the algorithm to write a prescription, those sorts of things. There is a revolution of technology around us where we can make our life so much easier. You and your family could have more time, and we could crash the debt and deficits, and young people don't have to live poorer than their parents, because that's what the math says. This will be the first generation coming up right now that will be economically more disadvantage to their parents. That is immoral. And we can stop it, but we have to think disruptively. And look, this is maybe I'm a little bit of a utopian on some of this stuff. The Democrats, all their taxes, you get about 1.5% of GDP when you do economic effects. I've offered some pretty brutal amendments here, which are never going to pass, on cutting spending in non-defense discretionary. I can get, if you let me have everything, I can get 1% of non-defense discretionary. Okay, 2.5%. The run rate this year, we're burning, now I think it's going to go down near the ending of the last quarter of this year, but we're burning 8-9% of GDP in borrowing. Here's my problem. If you're borrowing like 8% of GDP, and everyone's proposal here, because this is our campaign talking points, is down here, we have to revolutionize policy. And there's our problem, because there'll be an army of people in the hallways here really cranky at us because we're forcing them to compete, have a vibrant economy, bring technology and disruption and productivity to market. And it means they have to change their business models. The bureaucracies have to actually be, in many ways, replaced with technology.
So will the gentleman yield? So if you're talking about crashing the cost, to be clear, crashing the cost of health care. So you're talking about bringing down substantially, almost cataclysmically.
No, don't use the word like that.
Okay.
Just morally.
That's fine, but substantially. I'm trying to, the magnitude. Well, that money is going somewhere right now.
Yeah.
Well, where that's going, those folks want that money.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, of course. And
Well,
look,
so-
how much of that is on borrowed money right now? The
Well, it's
fact
all
of the matter, we
borrowed. It's
finance
all
it with
borrowed
borrowed money.
It's all borrowed money. So who's going to be unhappy if we do that?
Oddly enough, I get this crazy thing that will come in where I will get those who are business models that are built on today's way of healthcare reimbursement, or today they need sick people to exist. And they'll come in and say, okay, I'm wearing two hats. For my business, I need to stop you, Schweikert. We're going to, it's like the fights we had here on telehealth and digital medicine, those things. They fought like crazy to stop that. And then the next sentence is they're walking out the door saying, but we want it for our family. We want the technology. We want the time. We want to be healthier. We want this. And that's actually why I'm hoping at some point the morality of what people would want for themselves and their families, they will see actually is good business, it's moral, and it's really important for the future survival of this republic.
I'll yield back to the gentleman.
Look,
I'm not going to hold my breath.
Thank you. Yeah. Well, look, you got to keep trying, and my argument is there's a path. Madam Speaker Pro Tem, I appreciate you tolerating us, but there is a path where you can make this math work. The problem is it's going to be hard. There's going to be people who are upset because you're making them rethink how they do their business. You're going to make bureaucrats either rebuild their bureaucratic model or actually go find a job in the private sector. But we don't have a choice. We really be prepared. There is a way to save us. One of our economists has played some math games, and the theory is, depending on where interest rates are at, because functionally the bond market is getting close to running this country. Depending where interest rates are, you may have 3-5 years, could be longer, where a movement in the bond market starts to consume all your variability. At that point, it's almost too late to do major policy. At that point, you're doing policy to pacify those who you're trying to sell your debt to. This election you just saw, you have the prosperity of your family in the tax code, but you have an opportunity to use that stressor. And Chip, this is actually where my punchline at the end was going to be. Are we nimble enough to use the stressor of the expiring tax provisions to get us to think about things we could do to change the cost of government? Because it's like the debt ceiling around here and other things. You often, without those, without a stressor around this place will not do anything. It's hard. Let's think creatively. Let's do quality math. Let's be hopeful, but let's demand that the public understand the scale of the problem and that there is hope. It's just this hope isn't perpetual. We may only have a few more years, and then the revolution, it's too late to be able to make the difference. And with that, Madam Speaker Pro Tem, I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, for 30 minutes.
I thank the Speaker. I do want to thank my colleague from Arizona, my friend, Mr. Schweikert, for his steadfast dedication to ensuring the American people are informed, at least the 72 people that were watching C-SPAN while you were extemporaneously educating them. But in all seriousness, we're able to push this out. We're able to do clips. It is important that we continue to have this conversation. The gentleman is correct in very broad terms and very specific terms about the extent to which we've got a fiscal crisis looming, and it is incumbent upon this body to do something about it. And we have structural reforms we could put in place that the gentleman's talking about. And I think we've just covered that quite nicely, but we also need to be aware of what we need to do with our discretionary spending and using the power of the purse both to constrain the bureaucracy that is still a third of that annual spending, and constrain that spending also for the purpose of limiting tyranny over the American people. This is one of those things that frustrates me among my colleagues, both Democrat and Republican, is that they'll come to the floor, and the gentleman from Arizona is not in that group, by the way, because the gentleman from Arizona, I think, largely would agree with what I'm getting at here. But I've got colleagues who will always slip into the, it doesn't matter, stop worrying about discretionary, stop having a fight about $100 billion or $30 billion or whatever your debate is about constraining discretionary spending. When I say that, for the average listener, what I mean is what we spend every year on the stuff you see in the bureaucracy, the Department of Justice, the Department of Commerce, the Department of Homeland Security, the Department of Defense, all of those things that make up the alphabet soup of government that, frankly, are the things impacting your life every day and or undermining, frankly, your freedoms every day. So the thing that drives me crazy in this town is you'll hear members of Congress that come down here and they say, Chip, we have a razor-thin majority. Don't you understand? Chip, it's all mandatory spending. You don't have to focus on this $100 billion. We're talking about $35 trillion in debt. That happens all the time. I assume the gentleman from Pennsylvania would agree with me that I assume in his career, he's been here a few years longer than I have, that we hear that as an excuse for ignoring our job to constrain the bureaucracy using the power of the purse almost every single day that we come down here to the floor. We're in committee, we're in our conference meetings. I assume the gentleman agrees with me on that point.
Of course I do. We have fought bitterly. I mean, even if you just look at the last few years here, since the pandemic was unexpected, and decisions were made in hindsight that looked like, made obviously some wrong choices. Be that as it may, it was expensive. People were out of work. The government forced them out of work, forced them to close their businesses. It was only right, since a government had the authority and the power to do that, to make them as whole as possible. Now, we can debate that as long as we want to, but subsequent to the end of the pandemic, it should have been reasonable for the people in this room on either side of the aisle to say, well, let's just reset back to the pre-pandemic. And believe it or not, at that time, if we had just gone back to that number, the budget would have balanced. We would have actually taken in enough revenue to pay for the things that we were buying. But a substantial portion of this body, unfortunately, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle said, no, we're going to keep spending now at the pandemic level, even though the pandemic's over.
The gentleman is correct. I mean, and I think this is one of the things that I want to stress. I came down here not to talk about spending, but on the heels of our friend from Arizona, I want to make the point and then pivot to what I think is important to talk about, and I'm sure the gentleman will agree. But in the context, it matters, right? What we fund matters. If we're funding the Department of Homeland Security to utterly fail to secure the homeland and endanger our own people and empower migrants to be able to actually flood in and get dumped into the United States, including the individual who was paroled into the United States and killed Laken Riley, including the individuals who were dumped into the United States and shot those 2 police officers in New York just last week, including the individual who killed a woman named Elizabeth Medina in my own state, killed her. Mom found her in the bathtub. She's supposed to be cheerleading on the streets. I could give example after example. We're funding that. We're funding the DHS that does that. We're funding the FBI that has been politicized against the former president, against our own people like Scott Smith and Mark Houck and other people around the country. We're politicizing the FBI and the Department of Justice that is using the FACE Act to put a 75-year-old woman in jail for 2 years for praying at an abortion facility. You are paying for that, ladies and gentlemen. You, the American taxpayer, are paying for that. And guess what? With all due respect to my Republican colleagues, both Democrats and Republicans are funding it. And they're funding it, and they come down and they say, well, we have a duty to do that. Our Democratic colleagues will say, we must do all these things. You're politicizing this. You're making this. My Republican colleagues will say, well, Chip, of course we would like to do that. Of course we would like to fix it. But you don't understand. You can't do math. We have a razor-thin majority. We can't possibly get it done. By the way, when do they ever talk about the razor-thin majority in the Senate, which exists?
Right.
Right? And one last point. Has my friend from Pennsylvania heard the same issues? I've already heard, I won't say who, I've already heard very important members of this body in terms of their rank in committee already talking about the fact that no matter what happens in November, if we win the White House, and President Trump is in the White House, if we win the House of Representatives, even grow our majority, if we win back the Senate and have a majority of 2, 3, 4, depending on how you go look at the scoreboard, that we will not have 60 votes. So you're told, unless you can do something on reconciliation, which is a maneuver for all you Americans out there to find a way to bend around the 60-vote threshold in the Senate, well, then you're just stuck. We're sorry. You just have to accept it, Chip. Does the gentleman hear that all the time? And has he already heard members already setting the stage for January to say we can't do the things that we said we would do?
Of course I've heard it. I've heard it ever since I've been here. There's always some reason. We have a slim majority. We don't have a majority at all. We don't have 60. We don't have the presidency. We have this House, not that body. It's the courts. There's always some reason to say we can't do it. And I was in a committee hearing today talking about waste and abuse on foreign affairs. And I found out that we send money to Nepal for atheism, to support atheism. We spend some of your money to Nepal, which is a highly religious society, to support atheism. And what I'm told is well, we've not all bills are perfect. Nobody agrees with that, but we had to get the bill passed. Well, somebody agreed with it. It ended up in there.
Right.
Somebody wanted that, and so I'm supposed to go along with that. And the people that I represent that wake up early in the morning and go to work and pay their taxes, their money's going for that when they can't afford their electricity bill, their food bill, or their daycare bill. It's insane. And then this whole thing about a wide open border, not only they can't afford the bills, but their kids can't even get jobs now coming out of high school because they're competing with people that are here illegally who will take those jobs where you start out, where the only skill you had, Mr. Roy from Texas, is I can show up on time with a good attitude. That's the skill I got when I'm 13 or 14 years old, right? That's the skill I had when I started. And you start out doing things that maybe a lot of people don't want to do, but now there are other people in this country with a work permit. Your kids can't even get started anymore, and that's the insult upon injury. You're being taxed out of your homes. You can't afford your bills. Other people are taking your work, and you're being told to sit down and shut up and just take it, whether you're in Congress or, heaven forbid, you're at home watching on TV and you're saying, what do I do about any of this? I've told my representative, and they said I can't stop it.
And in the meantime, and I want to pivot to the border point you just raised, but I would like to make one point. We're funding all of those rules and requirements that are driving the American family out of the ability to afford life. Just today, I had a crack in a windshield, and it was just there at the dealers getting looked at and getting worked on. We couldn't go do a non-dealer part for reasons I won't get into. It was $1,100 for a windshield. They used to be like $200. You call like Safelite or somebody, they come out and they replace the glass. Now it's like, well, you can't just replace the glass because it's got all these sensors in the windshield.
Mandated by the government.
Right, and guess what? Now increasingly all of these things are mandated by the idiots in this chamber.
Like a kill switch.
Right. The idiots in this chamber voted to cause that to happen and back up what the regulators down the street are forcing the average American. So here's what I don't get, right? I'd like all my colleagues here, if I forced my colleagues one by one to go down to the microphone on any one of these issues and explain to their constituents, I am going to vote, as some Republicans did last fall, I'm going to vote against eliminating a kill switch in a car, which is going to dramatically increase the cost of that car, dramatically increase the cost of that windshield, dramatically increase the chance that car is going to shut down in the 20 below zero cold in North Dakota and leave you on the side of the road because you've got a computer determining whether you can start the car. If I made every member go defend that, they'd start to think twice about it because that is a hard thing to defend. But they didn't want to vote against it because MAD came around and lobbied for it. And they didn't want to be against that. So 19 Republicans say, no, sorry, I can't vote against killing the kill switch. But if you put it out there in stark, you tell the American people, hey, should we have something in there that protects the people drunk driving? They say, well, I guess so. Oh, what if that would cost you another $10,000 for the car? They'd say, are you out of your friggin' mind? But we do it. And we do it for the same reason Mr. Schweikert was talking about why our health care costs are high, because there's an army of lobbyists in town, or there's an army of people who are going to go out and say certain things. And the one thing Mr. Schweikert said when he talked about how we were going to make sure that we are protecting incumbents, he didn't mention about protecting the incumbency of the people in this room. People who hold on to their election certificate like it's the most important damn thing they'll ever have in their life, instead of the opportunity to come here and do what we said we would do. Does the gentleman agree?
I do agree. I do agree with that completely, protecting that. And of course, what we're seeing right now is the protection or the attempted protection of that at the presidential level. For 3.5 years, I've watched the president say, I can't do anything about a wide open border. I can't take any action. There's nothing I can do. It must come from the legislature. Yet somehow, now that all the polls have turned around and it looks ominous in 5 months, somehow he found the wherewithal to say, well, Shazam, I can take executive action. Who knew? Well, the American people knew, because before he got there, executive action was taken and the border was relatively secure, much more secure than it is now. And for 3.5 years, it's been wide open. And essentially, our president just acknowledged what we all knew, that this has been meaningful. This has been by design. It has been, the wide open border has been intentional. And he could have done something about it, but he chose not to until he had no other choice politically. And even at that, and I'm sure that my good friend from Texas, who's on the front lines in Texas, is going to talk about the provisions of this. One I find interesting, well, we're going to stop these people coming in once we hit the threshold unless they're minor unaccompanied children. Unless they're minor unaccompanied children. We're going to allow the sex trafficking of children to continue. Even as we know that our federal government has lost track of literally tens of thousands of children illegally in our country unaccompanied.
85,000 documented in one case for sure. Right?
85,000, right? Yeah.
And I'm glad the gentleman brings this issue up, because I would note that today, while I was sitting in the House Judiciary Committee with the gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley, who just came to join us, who's going to take the microphone, I'm sure, in a little bit, we had the Attorney General before us, and we were questioning the Attorney General in the House Judiciary Committee. In that exchange, I was asking the Attorney General about the extent to which he believes that it is wrong for Texas to have passed what we call SB 4 in Texas, to empower Texans to do the job of stopping people from being released into the United States contrary to law and endangering the people of Texas, that has led directly to the death of Texans. Does he believe, as the Attorney General of the United States, that it is wrong for Texas to do that? And the reason I ask him that question is because, as the Attorney General of the United States, he is, of course, leading litigation to stop us. He is suing Texas, taking us to court to try to prevent us from doing it, because it says that, oh, supremacy clause, the federal government is supposed to do this. You don't have a say. Well, hold on a second. If the federal government is supposed to secure the border of the United States and manage this inflow of people, and it is violating the laws and dumping people into the United States, are we saying that the people of Texas can't, under the invasion clause or otherwise, say it is our duty as the people of Texas to protect our citizens and our people? The Attorney General, of course, said, no, he's got to take us to court and go sue us. And the fact is, he's therefore ignoring.
When is the invasion clause operable then?
Well, I think he would say it is not.
When is it?
I think he would say if you've got a literal army of people coming across the river, but I think they would probably fight us on that.
So if you came across with a gun and you were wearing a uniform with your name on it, that's an invasion. But if you don't have a gun and you don't have a uniform, no matter what your intentions are or the scale, that's not an invasion.
I'm not sure that they have stipulated the former, but they certainly want to try to stop us from identifying and recognizing the latter. And the reality is that the people of Texas are fed up, and they're asking their leaders to do the job the federal government won't do. And we're sitting here, and look, I want to compliment Republicans. I'm not afraid to criticize Republicans or Democrats both. I want to compliment Republicans for having done a year ago what we've never done. which is set aside the absurdity of saying you've got to do amnesty and setting aside the absurdity of saying you've got to open the floodgates to more people coming into the country, even though we allow about 1 million people a year to come in.
Legally.
Even legally. Even though we have 51.5 million people in the United States who are foreign born, you have the Chamber of Commerce, you have all of the big interests coming down here saying, you guys have got to open up more immigration. You have to do it. And we always bow down and we always say, okay, we'll do that and we'll do amnesty, but can we get just some security? Beg for crumbs. A year ago, we did something different. We came together as Republicans and we passed the most comprehensive, the strongest border security bill we've ever passed. My colleagues, frankly, I don't think fully understand the historical importance of that. Even many who support it and talk about it and tweet about it. Because I've been here for some various forms. Now, 5 years as a member of Congress. I was here as Chief of Staff, Senator Ted Cruz. I was on the Senate Judiciary Committee as a lawyer. And I watched the debates and the failures and the gangs of eight and all of the machinations. I watched in 2017 when we had two different bills, so-called Goodlatte 1, Goodlatte 2. We left President Trump stranded. We blew it. Last year, we came together. We set the terms of what we will now do next year. That matters. When Republicans unite to achieve something, not unity for the sake of it. I get so tired of hearing my colleagues talk about unity, and I say something like, to do what? Well, it doesn't matter. We've just got to unite. But to do what? Right? When we unite to say we're going to stand up and say we're going to secure the border of the United States, we did it. We didn't always agree, by the way. People sweep aside our differences of opinion a year ago. We fought through it. We met. We worked. And we passed the best border security bill we've ever passed. The Senate has sat on it. And they tried to pass a sham bill, which the president today went to the microphone and gave up the game. Yeah. He went to the microphone. Remember the Senate bill? The Senate bill said, oh, don't worry, guys, we're going to cap the flow at 5,000.
A day.
A day, which, by the way, Obama's Secretary of Homeland Security, Jay Johnson, said 1,000 a day was basically a crisis, right? Oh, we're going to cap it at 5,000 a day. Rest easy. But we're going to have all these exceptions. We're going to have exceptions for unaccompanied children. Exceptions for parolees when we're violently just dumping people into the United States under parole. Exceptions for foreign nationals who use the CBP One app, which is another version of parole. We objected, and all the Democrats are like, you guys are not doing this bipartisan bill. Guess what the president did today? He went to the microphone and he looked at America and he said, we need to regain control of the border. The President of the United States today acknowledged to everybody watching and to every American that we do not have control of the border. That is what the President did today. The President also went to the microphone today and he said, hey, I'll cap it at 2,500. If the President of the United States has the authority today to issue an order to cap it at 2,500, did he not have that authority 2 months ago, or 6 months ago, or 2 years ago, or 3.5 years ago? Of course he did. And that gives up the game on the Senate bill when they said they'd cap it at 5,000 and the president comes in 3 months later. Why? Because he's looking at polls and he's looking at his butt getting kicked and he's looking at losing the House and the Senate and he's like, oh crap, I got to do something to actually look like I care about the border when everybody in America knows I don't. So he did it, and he went to the microphone and he said it, and he made a joke of the Senate bill that all of those Senate Democrats and all of our Democratic colleagues have been lying to the American people that we've been obstructing good bills when they're the ones that put forward a sham bill, and the president made it clear today. Does the gentleman agree?
I agree completely, and the historical perspective of what we accomplished in the House over a year ago now with the most righteous border security bill ever to pass out of the House is to give members of the House of Representatives and the Senate the alternative. So when the president says, well, you haven't done anything over there, you haven't passed anything, and you won't pass the bipartisan bill. Ladies and gentlemen, Madam Speaker, it doesn't matter. I mean, it's awesome when it can be bipartisan, but what's more awesome is when it can be correct, when it actually is the solution to the problem. The Senate bill, so-called border protection bill that allows 5,000 people every single day to hemorrhage across our border illegally, is not a solution. It's not a solution to an open border. It's just a codification of an open border. The fact that some of my friends on the other side of the aisle didn't want to vote in favor of securing the border shouldn't be a reason for the president to say, you haven't done anything. We get that he doesn't like it. He doesn't like it because it actually would have secured the border. That goes to the point. It was always his intention. It's always been his intention. It's always been the intention of my friends on the other side of the aisle to leave the border wide open as long as they possibly could and get away with it. And the only reason it's changing now is because the polls reflect that the American people are, number one, sick of it, and number two, know they are being lied to, and know that the president has the authority and the ability to secure the border. I yield to the gentleman from Texas.
I want to ask the gentleman a quick question, and then I want to leave both of us a little time in the end. We've got about 9 minutes left, I want to give a chance for us to talk a little bit about June 6th, which is coming up in a couple days. But I want to ask one thing today, and that we just talked about the border. We've just talked about the extent to which they're wide open, being ignored, endangering the American people. It's purposeful. We just talked about the Attorney General suing to get in front of the Texas, being able to try to secure our borders. I just want to point out the extent to which the current administration is defying and undermining the rule of law on a daily basis. And all of this is wrapped up in undermining. We sit here in this chamber, and we sit here under Moses, and we sit here in recognition of the importance of the rule of law. This administration is at war with the rule of law. The borders are open, ignoring the law. Student loan repayments, ignoring the Supreme Court and the law to try to buy votes. You've got wide open streets and criminals on the streets, and we're not prosecuting crimes that we need to prosecute. And importantly, you have an administration hell-bent on trying to use the political apparatus to target a former president and to use it in direct violation of everything we understand and know about the importance of blind justice. You cannot get away from that reality. Today, right, we have an attorney general who is choosing to target one president and say, I'm going to charge you with a crime, right? And then choosing not to charge the other president for basically the same crime, right, with the classified record stuff. You've got the Attorney General of the United States saying, well, I'm not going to turn over audio of the very rationale for why Special Counsel Hur said, no, we shouldn't go after the current president because, frankly, he's not mentally able to do it, and he will be a sympathetic figure. They don't want to turn over the audio, even though it's the same material. And the Attorney General testified to that today. That is an abomination to the rule of law, while you've got the New York prosecutor in complete and obvious coordination with the Attorney General, where the deputy to the number 3 goes up and works with the DA in New York, and they prosecute the former president of the United States. They prosecute him on a state law charge, but then they bastardize and shove into it, shoehorn in a federal charge they won't even define. And then they use that to run through multiple charges that most observers say may not even get through the state system. Without the state, I think they call it not the Court of Appeals, but the Superior Court, their Supreme Court in New York, that they'll throw it out. Now, we got 6 minutes. I want to get to this other issue. But does the gentleman see the problem with what's happening to the rule of law, the very foundation that causes migrants to want to come here, and the strength of this economy of this country?
I do, and I lament this. I say this often. The gentleman from Texas has heard me say this. This is the Constitution of the United States of America, Madam Speaker. It's a quick read. You can probably read that in less than an hour. You can see, everybody can see it's a piece of paper. It cannot defend itself.
Correct.
There it is, laying on the desk. But this is the owner's manual. This is the operator's manual. This is the set of instructions for running your country. And we all take an oath to follow this thing. But if you're not going to, if you choose not to, this Constitution can do nothing about it. Can do nothing. It takes people of integrity, people that are willing to sacrifice their own personal viewpoints on occasion, or what I call the avarice of man, their own personal greed, the things that they want for the sake of this. But when people refuse to do this, refuse to do that, and just use the awesome authority granted to them in a position, whether it's electoral or otherwise, in places like the Department of Justice, well, that's what we have today, right? That's what we have today, which is a Soviet-style show trial to go after your political rivals. This is the thing of dictators and tyrants. One of the practitioners I saw this week before I came in, he was talking about, he said, it's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I said, it's not crazy. It's tyranny. It's tyranny.
And I assume the gentleman would agree with me, and I'm going to switch topics, but it's a transition that makes it more meaningful, that when the boys walked into the wall of bullets that they walked into at Normandy in 1944, that they weren't doing it to toss aside the rule of law and the Constitution and all that this country stands for. I have chosen not to go to Normandy and make the trip. I didn't wear the uniform. I want to leave it to those who did. Some who wore the uniform aren't going. And I want the gentleman to comment on this, as he served for almost 3 decades or something along those lines in the United States Armed Forces. This, and just so everybody knows, right, today's June 4th. In 2 days, it'll be 80 years since those men got in those boats, jumped out into the stormy seas, walked onto the sand, ran into a wall of bullets, went up the cliffs, and then went all the way to Bastogne, to Germany, went through all of what they went through. This is the message from General Eisenhower on the order of June 6, 1944.
The eyes of the world are upon.
Soldiers, sailors, and airmen of the Allied Expeditionary Force, you are about to embark upon the great crusade toward which we have striven these past months. The eyes of the world are upon you. The hope and prayers of liberty-loving people everywhere march with you. In company with our brave allies and brothers in arms on our other fronts, you will bring about the destruction of the German war machine, the elimination of Nazi tyranny over the oppressed peoples of Europe, and security for ourselves in a free world. Your task will not be an easy one. Your enemy is well-trained, well-equipped, and battle-hardened. He will fight savagely. But this is the year 1944. Much has happened since the Nazi triumphs of 1940 and 41. The United Nations have inflicted upon the Germans great defeats in open battle, man-to-man. Our air offensive has seriously reduced their strength in the air and their capacity to wage war on the ground. Our home fronts have given us an overwhelming superiority in weapons and munitions of war, and placed at our disposal great reserves of trained fighting men. The tide has turned. The free men of the world are marching together to victory. I have full confidence in your courage, devotion to duty, and skill in battle. We will accept nothing less than full victory. Good luck, and let us beseech the blessing of Almighty God upon this great and noble undertaking. Those words speak for themselves. We honor and tribute those who lost their lives, those who fought, those who came home, those few World War II veterans who remain with us. I will turn over the remaining about a minute and a half to my friend who wore the uniform that I did not wear.
Well, no words that we can use today can adequately honor the sacrifices of those who gave the last full measure and signed up to do it. I mean, there's just no way you can describe what they endured and what they knew where they were going to endure. Many of them never made it off the beach. Many of them never made it out of the boat. But so many of them even joined up and lied about their age so they could go fight for what they believed in, this country, this idea. The idea that everybody is equal under the law, that no one person is more important than another person, that you can make decisions for your life based on what you want to do. You can buy the gas stove that you want or not buy any stove at all. You can buy a car with a windshield sensor in it or no windshield sensor in it. Ladies and gentlemen, Madam Speaker, they didn't give their lives. They didn't give their lives for this. It's the fear of the government in them if they say something, that they're going to be hauled off to jail in the middle of the night or be drawn out on the lawn in their shorts in the wee hours of the morning. Yet that's what we have right now. Madam Speaker, we need to honor the commitment they made for the country that they loved that existed then. That's the best thing we can do.
Amen. I appreciate the gentleman. I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to again sound the alarm about the rapidly advancing capabilities of artificial intelligence systems. And I will say, at the outset, that while in a sense this is alarming, it's also incredibly exciting. And the level of innovation and the expansion and capabilities that we are seeing holds the promise of making life better in countless ways for people across the country and around the world. And yet, at the same time, the pace at which these capabilities are growing has unpredictable risks as well. And we are seeing more and more people who work at or have worked at the leading AI companies that are starting to sound this alarm as well. So today, we got a letter from employees of OpenAI, former employees, and other researchers. This is according to Wired's reporting. A group of current and former OpenAI employees have issued a public letter warning that the company and its rivals are building artificial intelligence with undue risk, without sufficient oversight, and while muzzling employees who might witness irresponsible activities. These risks, the letter says, range from the further entrenchment of existing inequalities to manipulation and misinformation to the loss of control of autonomous AI systems. So long as there is no effective government oversight of these corporations, the letter says, current and former employees are among the few people who can hold them accountable. So what the authors of this letter are calling for is protection for whistleblowers at the companies who bring to light information about what might be going on there that could be of public concern. Now, there might perhaps be some role for us here when it comes to the question of protecting whistleblowers, but I think there are a couple other actionable steps that we can take to try to give a greater level of attention and scrutiny to a topic that truly merits it. I will also say that I am quite skeptical of efforts that we see in several states now to try to regulate this innovation in a way that just stops it in its tracks. I think that the measures that I've seen are rather crude in their formulation, probably wouldn't work, and if they did work, would deprive us of innumerable potential benefits. However, what we can do is try to find ways of promoting much greater transparency as far as what's going on at these leading companies, so that we all can become more aware of the potential for new capabilities to emerge, or for what those capabilities are when they do emerge in the lab. And so I think it is worth exploring what sort of reporting and dialogue avenues we might be able to put in place, as well as using our ability to provide transparency and to encourage public debate here through, for example, holding hearings on what's going on at some of these leading companies, or on questions such as whether AGI, known as artificial general intelligence, is something that might be just around the corner, and what the implications of that will be. I think that given the profound ways in which this technology already is changing the world, and is very likely to do so at a whole nother level in the not too distant future, we need to have as many voices as possible participating in these very urgent questions as to how we assure that this technology continues to benefit humanity, and how we can collectively control the risks in a way that is consistent with our values. The final thing that I think we could do right now to really have a positive impact is to promote basic research, or really cutting-edge research, when it comes to AI safety and alignment issues. Today, from one of the employees who left OpenAI, made a statement saying, "These systems are not ordinary software. They are artificial neural nets that learn from massive amounts of data. There is a rapidly growing scientific literature on interpretability, alignment, and control, but these fields are still in their infancy." So these fields of interpretability, alignment, and control, there is a growing scientific literature, but they're still in its infancy. And what we need to do is try to propel that field into full maturity as quickly as possible. Because the pace of innovation is truly breathtaking right now, as models are being scaled up and new capabilities are emerging. And so we need to do everything we can to encourage the research that can be helpful in mitigating the risks as those capabilities continue to grow. And that's something that we can do here. I've introduced a bill to do just that would provide grants for AI safety research, as well as some reporting back from those who receive the grants. And that is a fundamental function of government, is to catalyze research in areas where there might not be a commercial incentive. And that is perhaps the most important thing that we could do now to try to prepare us for the future ahead and to assure that we maximize the benefits while minimizing the risks. Madam Speaker, I stand in strong support of the House Transportation Committee's investigation into California's so-called high-speed rail project. Now, this project has truly been a disappointment of historic proportions. It's now tripled in cost to $128 billion, with little more to show for it after 15 years than one bridge to nowhere that was recently unveiled. The House Transportation Committee, in addition to its Senate counterpart, is demanding documents on the Biden administration's decision to allocate substantial federal taxpayer dollars on this highly questionable endeavor, when there is no reasonable path forward for successful completion. In fact, a New York Times expose found the train is not even on track to be completed this century. And a lead operator several years ago abandoned the project to build in North Africa, where it was, quote, less politically dysfunctional than California. That operator, by the way, brought a high-speed train online in Morocco in 2018. So the letter from Chairman Graves and Senator Cruz goes into some detail about the problems that have beleaguered the California High-Speed Rail Authority. It says, despite California's reputation as a high-tax state, the high-speed rail project far exceeds the state's ability to finance the project, and it is now seeking substantial federal subsidies. In March 2023, the High-Speed Rail Authority peer review group, whose job is to evaluate the funding plan, sounded the alarm. It reported on an astounding unfunded gap of $92.6 billion to $103.1 billion between estimated costs and known state and federal funding for the full San Francisco to San Diego system. So the letter is requesting documents from the Department of Transportation concerning its decision to award $3 billion more to this project and to keep it on life support, which is a concern to California taxpayers, not only because these federal funds are partially theirs, our taxes, but also because it is continuing to keep the project going so that more and more of our state tax dollars will have to go to it as well. So among the requests that are being made of the Department of Transportation is information concerning the department's evaluation of the issues facing California High-Speed Rail Authority, including but not limited to the level of risk associated with the unbid, technically challenging elements of the project, including tunnels and viaduct, the low ridership projected for the Merced to Bakersfield segment, the remaining gap in funds needed for completion of the Merced to Bakersfield segment, even after the recent awards of more than $3 billion, the lack of an independent review of the economic and financial justification for the project, as noted by the peer review group, and the large gap in funds needed for completion of at least the Phase 1 segment from San Francisco to Los Angeles, and DOT's plans to address the issues raised by the High-Speed Rail Authority Inspector General and peer review group prior to obligating funds to the High-Speed Rail Authority. And so, Madam Speaker, I have been calling for this project to end for years. It's not even clear that if and when it is ever built, it will be anything close to state-of-the-art technology. And for Californians to have to continue to pay billions and billions and $billion more for this project when our roads continue to deteriorate and to be the worst, among the worst in the country, despite us paying the highest taxes when it comes to gas, it is absolutely unacceptable, and I am hoping that this investigation, which I will look forward to being part of as a member of the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, will play a role in finally bringing the project to an end. Madam Speaker, I rise today to express grave concern over the Biden administration's decision to withhold information that is of very much legitimate public interest and concern. Specifically, that is the audio recordings of President Biden's interviews with Special Counsel Robert Hur, which were subpoenaed but have not been turned over, and over which the president has now made an assertion of executive privilege. Now, I have discussed before the many, many legal problems, indeed absurdities, with this assertion of executive privilege. But I want today to make perhaps a more important point, and that is that the administration is going out of its way to prevent the public from getting information that the public very much wants and needs. During today's judiciary hearing with Attorney General Merrick Garland, I asked him about Robert Hur and his report. I said, first of all, do you regret picking Robert Hur to be special counsel? And the Attorney General said no. I asked him about his statement when he appointed Robert Hur about his long and distinguished career as a prosecutor. He stood by that, and the Attorney General stood by that. Moreover, he did not dispute any of the substance of Special Counsel Hur's report. For example, I asked him about Special Counsel Hur's finding that there was evidence the president willfully withheld retained classified documents. And Attorney General Garland did not dispute that finding. Indeed, when Special Counsel Hur himself testified before our committee a few months ago, I asked Special Counsel Hur if a reasonable juror could have voted to convict President Biden. And Special Counsel Hur said yes. That is, that there was sufficient evidence to sustain a conviction of President Biden for committing a felony. Now, of course, President Biden has not been charged, or the special counsel did not recommend charges. And one of the reasons that he gave for not doing so was, quote, the president's diminished faculties and faulty memory. At other points referred to as poor memory, or his memory had significant limitations. Special Counsel Hur concluded that these factors would make it more difficult to obtain a unanimous jury verdict. And so I'll say again the language from the report: diminished faculties and faulty memory. And these were the conclusions that Mr. Hur reached based upon his interviews with the president. And again, Merrick Garland, Attorney General Garland, who is withholding these recordings, has not disputed any of the special counsel's findings. And so Merrick Garland, and now President Biden himself, is withholding the evidence that Special Counsel Hur used to conclude that the president has diminished faculties and a faulty memory. And there is nothing the president or the Attorney General could say to dispute that. It is the inescapable conclusion of the fact that Attorney General Garland continues to stand by the Hur report and to not dispute it. So that is a big problem, because I am not myself offering any opinions here on the faculties or cognitive abilities of the president. I'm simply quoting the findings of Special Counsel Hur. And the public is very much concerned about these issues when it comes to the competency of the commander-in-chief. And I don't think anyone would doubt that there is a legitimate public interest in whether the commander-in-chief does have diminished faculties and a faulty memory. And so, again, the conclusion is inescapable, that we now have the administration withholding this evidence that is of great concern to the public. And the basis on which they are doing so is almost trivial. The basis on which they're doing so is that if they turn over these recordings, then somehow that will deter future witnesses from cooperating in future investigations, because they don't want their words to become public. The problem with that, let's take that at face value. Let's assume that it's true, that there would be a deterrent effect. or a chilling effect. The problem is that the Justice Department has already released transcripts of the recordings. So if we are to weigh the interests here, there is the undeniable public interest in whether the president has diminished faculties and a faulting memory, as Special Counsel Hur reported. That's the interest on one side. And the interest on the other side is whatever marginal added deterrence there might be from releasing a recording over and above a transcript with the exact words from that recording. One would have to conclude that that additional deterrence effect, to the extent that there is any, is quite small, quite marginal, negligible, compared to the overriding public interest in the matter at hand. So there is simply no justification for the Justice Department to continue to stonewall or the White House to claim executive privilege. Indeed, it's even more disturbing in light of the fact that the White House tried to alter the Hur report itself. Special Counsel Hur testified to our committee that the White House did request to make edits to the report. So I am again calling on the White House and Attorney General Garland to release these recordings of which the public has a legitimate interest in hearing so that they can draw whatever conclusions they might for themselves. Sorry, I got one more first. Madam Speaker, today we passed the fiscal year 2025 Military Construction, Veterans Affairs, and Related Agencies Appropriations Bill to maintain our commitment to our nation's veterans and bolster our national security. The bill provides a total of $378.6 billion in overall funding. This includes $337.4 billion for the Department of Veterans Affairs, which is $75.5 million more than President Biden's request. It includes $112.6 billion for medical care. This is tremendously important to me and so many folks in my district. One of the things that we are most proud of at my district office is helping veterans get the care and the benefits that they deserve. And this bill will go a long way towards delivering on what we owe our veterans. Indeed, the bill takes away experimental programs and makes sure that the funding that is in the bill is there to fully support our veterans. This bill is deserving of bipartisan support, and I will continue to support veterans and support fundings for the veterans that they are entitled to. I'm very glad to see that it is coming up for consideration and is on its way to passage and hopefully being signed into law very soon. Madam Speaker, I would like to take a moment to recognize Folsom Cordova Unified School District Superintendent, Dr. Sarah Collegian, who is retiring after 37 years in public education, the past 7 of which she spent serving Folsom Cordova schools. Dr. Collegian was born and raised in California's San Joaquin Valley and attended Cal State University, Fresno, where she earned her doctorate in education. She began teaching in Fresno, where she was a resource teacher at Madison Elementary. She held various administrative positions and served as a superintendent for other school districts before joining Folsom Cordova in 2017. In her role as superintendent for the Folsom Cordova Unified School District, Dr. Collegian supported over 20,000 students and almost 3,000 employees across 36 schools. Under her supervision, Folsom Cordova continues to be considered one of the top performing school districts in the region, with award-winning schools and programs. During her tenure, she faced unprecedented challenges, including related to the COVID-19 pandemic. Despite those obstacles, she received the Association of California School Administrators Superintendent of the Year Award in 2021. Quite a distinction. Throughout her career, she also achieved many long-term goals for the district, including overseeing the opening of 2 new schools and expanding school resources by implementing transitional kindergarten, community schools, and growing career technical education programs. Dr. Kaligian is known by others for her expertise, enthusiasm, and devotion to her work. I applaud Dr. Kaligian for her unwavering dedication to providing educational opportunity, promoting student success, and leading the school district through significant growth and achievement. Therefore, on behalf of the United States House of Representatives, I am honored to recognize Dr. Kaligian for her leadership and nearly 4 decades of service to public education. And I join the students, teachers, and parents of the Folsom Cordova Unified School District in wishing her the very best in her retirement. It is my distinct honor to name Detective Jason Westgate of the Rockland Police Department to the 3rd Congressional District Police Honor Roll. With an exemplary career spanning over 29 years in law enforcement, Detective Westgate has demonstrated unparalleled commitment to justice, community safety, and the highest standards of law enforcement. After joining the Rockland Police Department, Jason quickly distinguished himself as a formidable force against narcotics and crime, earning positions such as canine handler, narcotics detective, SWAT officer, corporal, and eventually leading to his crucial role in the Tri-County Drug Enforcement Team, known as Trident. His tenure in Trident has been marked by significant achievements that reflect his dedication, strategic intellect, and leadership. From 2016 onward, Detective Westgate and his drug-trained canine, Maddie, have worked together to significantly disrupt drug trafficking operations, leading to the recovery of vast quantities of illegal substances and illicit money which might have otherwise devastated many lives and communities. In addition to his fieldwork, Jason's contributions to training programs for new officers and his involvement in community education on drug abuse prevention highlight his holistic approach to law enforcement. He embodies the spirit of community policing by building strong relations with citizens and educating the younger generation, thereby nurturing a safer environment. Throughout his distinguished career, Detective Westgate has earned numerous honors, reflecting his exceptional skills, reliability, and esteemed reputation among his peers, supervisors, and the community. These accolades include being named the Trident Detective of the Year twice, and a Chief Certificate of Commendation, as well as recent recognitions from the Sacramento FBI and various local law enforcement agencies. However, the most distinguished of his numerous recognitions is the International Narcotics Interdiction Association 2023 Officer of the Year Award. This award serves as evidence of his exceptional impact and contributions to narcotics interdiction, not just on a national scale, but internationally. His unwavering dedication and outstanding contributions to law enforcement deserve this high recognition, not only as a testament to his personal achievements, but as a beacon of exemplary service that inspires officers across the nation. I would like to offer congratulations to Sheriff Mike Fisher of the Sierra County Sheriff's Department for being named to the 3rd Congressional District Police Honor Roll. Sheriff Fisher has now been named to the honor roll twice in as many years. As a sheriff in a small rural community, Sheriff Fisher wears many different hats. He runs the office, deals with budgets, handles recruitment and hiring, and is the head of the Office of Emergency Services. At a time where many law enforcement agencies are struggling with hiring and retaining good qualified candidates, the Sierra County Sheriff's Office has expanded and has hired new, enthusiastic deputies who have become solid members of the community. Although Sheriff Fisher deals with the same administrative responsibilities as in bigger counties, he also remains available to everyone in the community. He personally responds to questions and concerns of his constituents. He is approachable and responsive and cares deeply about all members of the community. Public safety is Sheriff Fisher's primary goal. He has been instrumental in educating the community to prepare for wildfires. As Director of Emergency Services, he has implemented several notification alternatives to alert the residents regarding emergencies and how to evacuate. He has also been a fierce advocate for Sierra County to retain landline phone services, since cellular service in the area is not reliable. In addition to these challenges, Sheriff Fisher is active on patrol and conducting investigations. He works closely with other departments and agencies, coordinating search and rescue operations in remote areas. Sheriff Fisher has consistently and selflessly put the well-being of the county ahead of any personal considerations. He is willing to make hard choices to protect our community. For his continued dedication to Sierra County, organizational leadership, and commitment to public safety, I am honored to include Sheriff Mike Fisher of the Sierra County Sheriff's Department in the 3rd Congressional District Police Honor Roll. It is my privilege to name Roseville Police Officer Shannon Raoulz to the 2024 3rd Congressional District Police Honor Roll. Sarah joined the Police Academy in May of 2017 and graduated from the academy and was sworn in as a police officer in November of 2017. Shannon is one of the unsung heroes of the Roseville Police Department. She goes to work every day, works hard, and is an exceptional representation of what it means to be a Roseville police officer. Officer Raoulz became a field training officer just 4 years after she became an officer. Field training officers are the single most important role in the entire department as they train future officers. She is patient, sets high expectations, is a great teacher, and gives candidates the room to grow and learn. Officer Raoulz also works as a patrol officer and is an outstanding teammate with her fellow officers on patrol. She builds great relationship with her teammates, works hard as part of the team, and will hold teammates accountable when the standard of her team is not being met. She has an exceptionally high standard for herself and makes her peers around her want to raise their standards as well. Finally, she is one of the original members of the department's reformed Honor Guard. They represent the entire department when they participate in a fallen officer service or memorial. For every other assignment in the police department, the division commander has the final approval for who joins the team. However, the police chief personally selects every member of the Honor Guard because of how important this team is for representing the department. Most of all, Officer Raoulz is the example of what it means to be a Rose team. She is a great example of what police officers really are like every day, now that not necessarily what you always see in the news. Officer Raoulz works every day to make her community better, and she is very much deserving of a place in the 3rd Congressional District Police Honor Roll. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the President, including by referencing other sources that would have been out of order if spoken in the member's own words. Does the gentleman have a motion?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.